voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who would never...
Woo! What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. It's 2/28/2024. Kelly, how are you doing? What is going on? We had Brent Kopaka in court today, huh? And a new video came out about Elijah. We're going to tune into that. I'm sure you know exactly what video I'm talking about when I say that, right? You probably already know that, but we're going to dive into it. What's going on, Mar? I appreciate you. Thank you for doing what you do, and all the mods. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Sky Blue. I see you. He said he loved that song. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Zonia Pride, how are you doing? As you guys are coming in, make sure you hit the like button and let's get it going. Share the stream to whatever platforms you guys are on. We'll get these conversations started. I want to talk about Brent Kopaka. It's been a minute since I've dove into the Idaho 4 case. You know, we covered it extensively. You may have found me that way in the beginning of the whole entire journey that I've been on, right? Crazy case. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to Brent Kopaka and what your thoughts are, etc. What's going on, Carissa? Welcome to the stream. Arlene, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Granny in the building. Hold up. Jamie, what's going on? Kelly, nice to see you. Thank you, Liz, for the appreciation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. I appreciate the support. What's going on, Lily? Welcome. Zoe, welcome. Sandra, welcome. Michelle, what's going on? Perfect time at nighttime. We're turned up. I am anyways. Tammy, what's going on? Daniel, what's going on? Jackie, hi, Trev, and everyone from Chicago. Matthew, what's going on? What's up, my man? Ren, how are you doing tonight? How's everybody doing tonight? Sure, you said there's Trev. So happy to see you in the gang. Nice to see you too, Kathy. Every single night I see you. I appreciate the love. Aaron, same with you. Greedy Girl Issues, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Santa Rev, yeah. Give me a beer, send it over. We'll put it on. You know. Kelly, how you doing? Anthony says, hey, I know this isn't related to this, but are you still rapping? Of course I rap. I love rap. That's like a passion of mine. I mean, when you have passions, you don't just give your passions up. They don't just go away. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I definitely still do, and I still actively do it. Am I pursuing a career in it? Absolutely not. I love just making music and writing and doing poetry in general. So, but I appreciate you asking. Rachel, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Ocean Girl, nice to see you. Free Kopaka. Here we go. Free Kopaka. I already knew that shit was coming. Free Kopaka. Hey, respect it though. I actually respect it. If you think that Kopaka did not commit the case or commit these crimes, I would love to hear about it. I like to hear about it. Peggy, how you doing tonight? Professor Vanna, nice to see you. Chatty Kit Kat. So that's how I found you, huh? Damn, chat shift on me fast. Good to be here. It's great to have you. Holly Nudie, nice to see you. I'm sober. I hate it. Oh, yeah? Snowy. Didn't you say that was Amy? Amy Golden? Haven't seen the new video yet. We're about to watch it to its entirety, but I wanted to let some people get in here. Again, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share the stream. We'll be opening the lines. We'll talk about the Idaho 4 case. We're going to cover some of Elijah View right now. Day 8 updates. As far as updates, we're going to have to go through those. I know Guidance is in here. I've seen her already. Guidance is very up to date with Elijah View. Again, it's day 8. They found nothing. I'm pretty sure the reward is $16,000. So if you are in Wisconsin or in the Dells area or anywhere around that area, make sure if you see anything, have anything, you report it. Tamster, how you doing? Nice to see you. Happy Wednesday, huh? Thank you, Carolina. I appreciate the love. Thank you. Hello, everyone. What's going on, Macy? Nice to see you. You're a great rapper. I appreciate that. It's just a passion that I have. I used to chase it, but it's not like that for me no more. I lost the love for that, for like trying to chase it. I just like doing it. But let's not, again, I want to dive into this case. Elijah View, it says, hold up, Elijah View timeline of disappearance and search for missing Wisconsin 3-year-old. A small Wisconsin town is continuing to search for a missing 3-year-old boy who hasn't been seen in over a week. Elijah View vanished from his mother's boyfriend's home in Two Rivers on Tuesday, the 20th of February. He had been sent 150 miles away from home for disciplinary reasons, with details now showing that the little boy was subjected to lengthy timeouts and threats of cold showers if he misbehaved. Both Elijah's mother, Katrina Bauer, 31, and her boyfriend, Jesse Vang, 39, have been charged with child neglect. As of Wednesday, the 28th of February, the search is still underway for the little boy, and the FBI has offered a $15,000 reward. Now, they're saying it's up to 16, I see here. But here is a timeline of Elijah's disappearance so far. The 12th of February, Katrina Bauer leaves Elijah with Jesse Vang in Two Rivers, around 2.5-hour drive from her home in Wisconsin Dells. 12/20 of February, Elijah is allegedly subjected to discipline tactics by Mr. Vang, including standing timeouts, teaching him to pray, threats of cold water if he misbehaves. The 20th of February at 7:30 a.m., Mr. Vang gets up to give Elijah breakfast, cereal without milk. The 20th of February at 8 a.m., Elijah is told to stand at the foot of Mr. Vang's bed and pray while the man takes a nap. This was the last known sighting of Elijah, according to Mr. Vang's police testimony. Now, the 20th of February, at 10:59 a.m., Two Rivers Police Department gets a call from Mr. Vang reporting Elijah missing. On the 20th of February at 1:37 p.m., police issue an appeal to help or for help in finding Elijah, while an Amber Alert also goes out to the local community. Elijah is described as around 3 foot tall with brown eyes and hair. He was wearing gray sweatpants, a dark colored long sleeve shirt, red and green dinosaur slip-on shoes, and he may have been carrying a red and white plaid blanket. Now, it says on the 20th of February at 5 p.m., locals are asked to search outbuildings, vehicles, and any other areas where Elijah may have become trapped or hidden, while police use drones and search dogs as part of their efforts. Jesse Vang is arrested on suspicion of child neglect that evening. Now, that happened again at 5 p.m. on February 20th. The 21st of February, which is the next day after what we just checked out, right? Katrina Bauer is arrested on suspicion of being party to a crime of child neglect. On the 23rd of February, search efforts continue across Two Rivers in Elijah's hometown of Wisconsin Dells. Miss Bauer and Mr. Vang appear in court. Now, it says February 26th, which we actually watched those court dates here last night and the night before, I believe. So again, the 26th of February, Two Rivers Police Department confirms they are searching a local landfill site as part of the investigation. Mrs. Bauer and Mr. Vang appear in court again, with the mother receiving 2 additional charges of obstruction. The details of Mr. Vang's tactics emerge in court documents. The 27th of February, which was yesterday, a week after Elijah's disappearance, police say they are still hopeful of bringing him home safely. The FBI announces a $15,000 reward for information. Elijah's grandmother cries as she pleads for help in finding him. Now, that is the up-to-date timeline that I've seen right here. As far as what happened today, I don't know, but, you know, I love when T comes on. I appreciate that, Kathy. I see you every time, so I know you do. I appreciate that. 13th hour, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Peggy, nice to see you. Let me scroll down here. Let me catch up to you guys. See what's going on in the chat. What's going on, Janine? Welcome.
Little boy.
Now, this video right here just came out. It's Nancy Grace talking about Elijah View. We're going to watch it, and then we'll dive into some other things after that.
Just 3 years old is missing. Have you seen?
Yeah, no. Hold on. Let's restart this, right? And you say, it breaks my heart to hear what they did to him. They made this kid stand in the corner for 3 hours. Not only stand in the corner for 3 hours, but they made him sit in a dirty diaper. I mean, one diaper change a day. Imagine that for a 3-year-old that is constantly, you know, drinking juice. Not only just drinking juice, but the things that they eat, they have to go to, you know what I mean? Like, so letting them go to the bathroom and you're only changing them one time a day. Guaranteed diaper rash, guaranteed, all infections and all different types of stuff going on. And that's the type of environment that he was in, which is crazy. Marlon Brando, so many parents killing their kids. It seems to be an increasing pattern. I mean, we're seeing a rise in it for sure. I'm definitely seeing a lot more of it. Trevor, watched the older video where your very cool girlfriend was reading tarot cards. Has she read any of these cases? I'd love to see that one night if she's up for it. Nah, I don't. She's not really into that. She's not. She's not. I talked her into doing that time. That was me talking her into it, but nah, she don't like it. Guidance says, I believe I sent you the PCA for Jesse and Katrina. I sent so much I don't remember. Yeah, you did. I got it. I did get it. And I ended up finding the documents and downloading them myself too. So, but I appreciate you sending them. You definitely took a picture and sent them to me, and I got every single one of them downloaded right now here in a folder. Thank you for that. Charlie says, just in time. Hi, T-REV. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you for being here tonight. What's going on, Amy in Boston?
A beautiful little boy, just 3 years old, is missing. Have you seen a photo of 3-year-old Elijah View? Because I can't get that photo, that little face looking at me out of my head. Somewhere out there, I'm looking at him right now.
Brace my
This
heart.
little boy is waiting for us to find him. Is he dead? Is he alive? Is he alone? Where is Elijah?
And they even got, is this? Oh, that's actually on there. So they got his little nameplate on the back of here.
View. Now, this is what I know so far. This little missing Wisconsin boy, Elijah, his mom says he was a, quote, disciplinary problem. Well, I think she's the disciplinary problem. This woman, oh dear Lord in heaven, why'd you have to show me that photo? Look at that little angel. Look at him. This little boy was sent away to a, quote, boot camp to, quote, teach him to be a man, where he would have to stand in the corner for hours on end without being allowed to sit down and repeat over and over, I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy.
Thank you, Guidance.
If I could get my hands around this woman's neck,
What's
I
up,
would
Dennis?
definitely be charged with murder one. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. Where is he? Mommy was known to send him away.
Was anybody in there last night? Mom was known to send him away. Let's keep on that note, Nancy. But was anybody last night in a landfill? I don't know. That was wild.
Just to get away from her
In a
own
landfill.
son? First of all, I want you to hear what we know right now from the police
You're welcome,
chief.
Devin.
Listen.
This child was 3 years old and was reported missing on a cold winter temperature day with only a blanket and possibly light clothing. And we knew at that time possibly 3 to 4 hours. I define that as endangered. I immediately reached out with the assistance of my staff to the Division of Criminal Investigation. This is not about me. This has always been about bringing Elijah home.
What's up, Chris? Nice to see you, brother.
They led that investigation into his whereabouts with the support of our FBI. We also utilized almost any boat, UTV, drone, canine, and even National Guard helicopters to search for Elijah. Unfortunately, Elijah wasn't found.
With me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first to Aisha Morales, joining
Yes,
us
she
at
is.
BAYTV2 out of Green Bay. Aisha, thank you for being with us. I want to talk about, first
Thank
of
you,
all,
Jennifer.
when did he go missing, and when was he reported missing? What do we know, Aisha? Because those two moments in time could be very, very different.
Yeah, so initially when we got these reports, we were learning that it was February 20th, so a week ago, yesterday, February 20th. From what we know now with the criminal complaints, there is a discrepancy, and we reported on that here in Green Bay and talking about how Vang initially told police that he went missing around 11 a.m. on February 20th. And then the story did change a little bit, and now we know that he actually went missing around 8 a.m. And as you know, any minute a child is gone, it matters. And so there was that first discrepancy with regards to the time that
Thank you,
he
Dee.
disappeared, or at least the time that he was reported missing by Vang himself.
Hold on. So one report, he was
Shit's
missing.
crazy.
He was gone at 8 a.m. on Feb 20. What was the other time? I didn't get that. When was that?
11 a.m. was the initial report.
Feb 20 is a Tuesday. I'm trying to figure out. So there's a big discrepancy between 11 a.m. and 8 a.m. And
How
a
you
lot
doing,
of people
PJ?
may think,
Nice
oh,
to see
that's
you,
just
my
4
friend.
hours. Let me tell you something. Somebody driving 60 miles an hour times 4, that's 240 miles.
Right, River House?
Before he's reported missing. And I've got another
I
problem.
agree with that. She said it reminds me of that waterboarding torture tactics. And when you think about this happening to these kids in general, wow, like this is the fact that they were just or that he dumped cold water on him. He was like had this kid in like a boot camp type stage where he was treating him like complete trash, sticking him in a damn corner to stand for how long? 3 hours, and changing his diaper once a day. So not only is the kid standing, he's got diaper rash. 100%. You're gonna tell me you cannot tell me you change a kid once a day and they don't have bad diaper rash or they don't have some type of infection within that little week that he was over there, and dude had him standing in the corner and was beating his ass or doing whatever he did to him. You could bet your ass he suffered.
With that, let me go out to Thomas E. Fisher joining us, former Milwaukee PD police detective, now owner of ThomasFisherInvestigations.com. Thomas, thank you for being with us. I have a problem with that because I can tell you right now what time my children wake up in the morning. My daughter gets up at 6:05 a.m. My son gets up at 7:05 a.m. and I know they're up because I go and check on them. So how can you, at the best, Thomas Fisher, how can you not know where your child is for 4 hours between 3 hours between 8 and 11 if they're in the home? Right there, I got a problem.
That's a very good point. Basically, you have somebody that was not watching this child or transported this child someplace else. Based on what we know and what the investigation has revealed to date, is that he was disciplined that should not be given to a 3-year-old.
Well, you know, Thomas Fisher, you are the former Milwaukee police detective, and you are the owner of, let me say, a highly successful private investigative firm, but you left out another glaring possibility. They're lying. You said either they weren't watching them or something about the time discrepancy, or they're lying. And can I just point out to you, Daryl Cohen, jumping off what Fisher just said, you're the former prosecutor, now veteran defense attorney. Daryl Cohen, what do you do? How do you explain that to a jury, if there ever is one, how you weren't watching your child in your own home? I mean, it's not that hard in your own home to know where your child is for 3 hours. Coincidentally, on the very day he goes missing, a 3-year-old shouldn't be out of your sight, Daryl.
Bing bong. Absolutely correct.
Bing bong.
Changing diapers only once a day. Damn, it's insane. And if you read the documentation that we read here, I literally pulled up the PDF files, like the original PDF file or files that came from the PCA or the little report that came out on this case, and the details that are in there. He was talking. He even said he admitted to changing him once a day. He admitted it. He said it himself. Inside the documents, it says that. It says that he, and he even talked about, he like got into detail about these things inside the documents. And when you go and read them, I'm telling you, they'll shake you. They will shake you. Them shits had me sweating in here, and it was cold. That's how gory they were to me when I was reading them. Like, damn, he got failed and abused bad.
Nancy, at the age of 3, he or she, in this case he, doesn't have to be out of your sight for you to know where he is, because you hear the noises that he's making, the absolute chaos that comes with a 3-year-old. So you don't explain that to a jury. You have to keep your damn big mouth shut and not say anything. But it's really sad that he has disappeared, and we hope that he'll be located alive and located okay. There's no excuse for parenting the way she was trying to do it. It's non-parenting. It's prosecutable non-parenting. You don't have to see your child. Just because you think your child's in the house doesn't mean he is in the house. You can be in the kitchen. He may or may not be in his bedroom. You don't have to look at him all of the time. You don't have to hear him all of the time. You don't have to be with him all of the time. And suddenly when you go look for him, he's not there. That's reasonable. That's explainable. It's something that you have to deal with. Yeah.
Daryl Cohen, where exactly did you go to law school?
I think the same place you did, and that's probably in Macon, Georgia.
Mercer and NYU, because obviously you didn't get the class on BS, technical legal term. Good luck telling that to a jury. You don't have to see your child to know that he's okay. N-O. You know, it's a miracle. I've met your daughter's just beautiful. It's a miracle they grew up safe and sound and apparently sane when daddy didn't know where they were half the time. Let's get back on this case. I'm wandering far afield. I want to hear more of what the police have to say about their search efforts. And think about it. A 3-year-old little boy, Aisha Morales, WBAY, and Thomas Fisher joining us out of Milwaukee. What were the temperatures around this time? Feb 20, Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. or 11, depending on what the parents feel like saying at that moment. But what was the temp? How cold is it there?
It depends on what day it is.
I remember actually yesterday? That morning, it was
go ahead, Aisha.
Sure, it was a mild day actually in comparison to other February days. We do remember that, but we also know that he is 45 pounds or so. So anything below 50 degrees, 40 degrees, even though it's mild for Wisconsin standards, it was still pretty chilly. You would need a jacket or at least a coat, and he didn't.
What's up, Sandy?
From what I understand, didn't have that.
Okay, wait a minute. You call 30 degrees mild?
We do here in Wisconsin.
30 degrees is
I
mild.
understand that. Where I'm from, that is like you're in the Antarctic at 30 degrees. Oh, okay. So for me, 30 degrees is cold. And I'm wondering how that would have affected this child hypothermia wise. But I'm opening up a whole nother can of worms. Let's get back to the search. Listen again to Police Chief Ben Meinhardt.
Let's hear you then.
Those leads, those investigations, everything we've taken as tips have led to searching our neighborhoods.
What's up, Katie?
All our waterways, areas and foot canvases, both urban and rural, throughout Manitowoc County and even beyond. We've searched Wisconsin landfills and quarries, and we've even had additional leads in Wisconsin dells. In addition to all those search efforts, I am aware of other investigations taking place. I can confirm Elijah's mother, Katrina Bauer, is in jail on charges of child neglect and obstructing. Katrina's boyfriend, Jesse Bang, is in jail on charges of child neglect. And I do know that Elijah's father has also been incarcerated at Oshkosh Correctional Institute in unrelated matters since 2023.
Did this kid ever have a chance? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Elijah View, 3 years old, last seen Feb 20, after being sent to a quote boot camp to be disciplined by his mom's boyfriend. Last seen wearing gray pants, dark colored long sleeve shirt, red and green dinosaur slip-on shoes, may have his red and white plaid blanket. That's a blanket he's had since he was a little baby. I've seen him in photos holding
up. So they're talking about the shoe. I want to bring this up for people who haven't seen it, right? Because they're speaking on it. Where's it at? I have it right here. Okay, here's the shoe. Look, I'm gonna bring it up. Boom. This is the actual dinosaur shoe that they had, that they found.
The blanket up to his face. You're looking at Elijah. There he is with the plaid blanket. That's what he had with him. And I guarantee you, when this child is found alive or dead, he's going to have that blanket with him. And I want to point out to our guests, I don't know if you remember this, joining me is Mike Hadsell, president, founder, Peace River Canine Search and Rescue. Do you remember when Kelly Anthony was found? She was murdered by her mother, Tot Mom Casey Anthony. She was wrapped in her favorite, I believe it was a Disney princess, could have been a Winnie the Pooh blanket. She had that with her. And you know what that's a sign of, Mike Hadsell? That someone connected to the child killed and buried, disposed of the child, because the child has a personal belonging with the child when it is discarded or disposed. Mike Hadsell, what should the search be encompassing? This is cold. It's in Two Rivers, Wisconsin. There's bodies of water. You hear that they're out, boots on the ground. They've been walking the neighborhoods. They've searched the waterways. I don't know to what extent. Have they used sonar? Have they used divers? To me, waterways or a forest would be an obvious choice to dispose of a child. I'm still praying he's alive. Mike Hadsell, where is he?
Well, you have two options on this. So we have to, one, assume that he's alive and he ran away. So if he did that, children of that age don't wander far from home. They just want to get out of sight because they want to scare the parent and, shake things up. And so usually we find them within a half a mile of the house, usually near a structure, another apartment building or sheds, things like that. That's usually where we locate them because you got to try to stay warm. On the other side, if something nefarious happened and the child
whose last name spelled?
Was murdered or died for some reason, they decided to dispose of the remains. He's going to be, oh gosh, where are you going to start? I mean, there's so much wooded area around there. There's a lot of rivers. The easiest disposal, of course, would be in the rivers. One of the disturbing facts that came up was the shoe that was found in one of the dumpsters that they say may belong to the child, which I do believe led to the landfill search that they were working on. If that's happened, then
they're searching that landfill for a reason, though. They found something that has them at this landfill. They're sealed, guys. We are familiar with sealed records, right? Idaho 4 sealed records, gag order, the secrecy within the case is like, we're finding out these little details, little by little. And in this case right here, right from the jump, they're searching the landfill like they did with Quentin Simon's case. And that's just proof for me in my head when I think about this case in general and I look at it, that they know something happened. And it's disturbing. Why else would you be searching a landfill? Did you find blood evidence like they did in the Quentin Simon case? Or, you know what I mean? Is that what happened here? Because it sure seems like it to me.
They're going to have to move quickly because the remains won't last long in that landfill.
Mike Hadsell, everything you said is perfectly correct, but horrible. Aisha Morales, WBAY TV2, please tell me about the landfill search.
Sure. So as soon as they were told that the shoe, like you said, the shoe was there that was found, they initiated that landfill search. I remember that day, and our partner station in Milwaukee was able to get aerial shots of that. They had it up.
Appreciate you, brother.
Searching investigators there. It didn't seem to amount to much. We haven't actually spoken about the landfill search since that day last week. It's been nothing but people, the community searching. But as far as the landfill, we have not heard anything about what they possibly found, if they continued to search. But even after a day, it was kind of quiet at the landfill.
Thank you,
To
Mav. I
you,
appreciate you, brother.
Aisha Morales, WBAY TV2. Where is that landfill as it relates to where the boyfriend was keeping Elijah?
It shouldn't be too far away. I think it's within the same hour or so for the county, but that's just it. There could be multiple landfills too. I know that some people were mentioning that trash day, so that was a concern. The thing is that there is a lot of information that leads to some of these searches, and the landfill included in that. So I was seeing in a group on Facebook that a lot of people were chatting about this shoe, were chatting about trash day, and a lot of those tips led to the landfill search, but it's not too far from that area.
Hold that what you've got up on the screen right now. Good Lord in heaven. I take it that this is the so-called boyfriend. Is this, am I looking
Thank you,
at
Eyes on Heaven.
the boyfriend here, Jesse Vang? Because look, if I am, I can tell you right now, those aren't glamour shots at the mall. These are shots that go way, way back, and they're all mug shots.
Hold up. So they're saying, hold up. So this is the same dude? He looks mad different in some of these pictures.
Why in
Thank you,
the
Eyes.
world
Appreciate the love.
would
Thank
a woman pick this guy with mugshots dating back for years to quote discipline her child? I don't get it. Look at this. Aisha Morales, what's on his rap sheet?
There's a lot.
Oh, we know. We went over a lot of the court documents, Jessica. We went over some. We actually read the PCA in there.
Get it. Look at this. Aisha Morales, what's on his
Check
rap
this shit out,
sheet?
too.
There's a lot of different charges, including child abuse for sure, fleeing an officer. You guys have it, possession of cocaine, drug, bail jumping, lots of disorderly conduct type of charges, but child abuse is on there. So that was one of the first things that we noticed as well.
Child abuse, fleeing officer, manufacturing, deliver, possession, cocaine. That's cocaine with intent to distribute. That's a major felony. Resisting an officer, possession, cocaine, resisting an officer, bail jumping, DC, and DUI. And that's who is going to take care of your child. Joining me right now, special guest from childhelp.org. If you haven't seen it or heard of it, go online. Childhelp, one word, .org. Megan Crine is joining us, Director of Communications. Megan, do you know how many millions of people would have paid $60, $70, $80, $100,000 to...
Oh, you said it's cold to help, or that helps. How long to find Quentin? There's still time. I think they found Quentin within a couple. I can't remember how long it took them to find him, to be exact, actually. But I know that we covered it here.
Adopt a little boy like Elijah View, but yet these two keep him. And did you see what they did to quote discipline him? Make him stand for hours on end saying, "I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy. I'm sorry, mommy." Forced to take cold showers, stand for hours on end, stay in a dirty diaper, banned from playing with the only toy he had at Vang's house, a toolkit, because he was on quote extended time out. Yeah, woman, oh dear Lord in heaven. Wait a minute. Hold on, Megan Crine. Now I'm seeing all of mommy's mug shots. Oh, that's 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. Don't bother to cry in your photo.
Thank you.
This is on you, woman. 5 mug shots that I know of. Megan Crine, I don't understand. With all of these mugshots, all of these offenses, somehow this little angel was born. And then he goes missing.
Yes, it's heartbreaking. And you wonder, we have seen those beautiful photos of Elijah, it didn't seem like he was always abused, right? Like he was in that little car, he had his second birthday cake, he was well dressed. So it just wonders what happened. Was it drugs?
No. I'm sorry, I rarely disagree with you, Megan Crime, but I do now. Remember the Turpin family in the House of Horrors, where the mother and father would dress them up in matching. There were like 8 or 9 of them. There were a lot of children, and they would be dressed up in matching outfits, and I mean the whole shebang: matching T-shirts, matching bows, matching dresses. All these photos of them at Disney, at various
Asian
functions.
gangster.
But yet when they went home,
Yeah, we looked that up. We actually were looking up the tattoos, right? Hold on, let me pull it up because a lot of people were like, "Yo, this dude's Asian blood or whatever." Right? Hold on, where's it at? Okay, there it is. They're like, "Yeah, this says 920 Asian bloods." I couldn't find one like this, but let me know if y'all can. If you could find a tattoo like this, Asian bloods. It's like an Asian blood site or chapter or something like that. I was looking up all the names in Wisconsin and shit, and this was definitely one of them from there. But I'm trying to find something that'll identify that with the Asian bloods.
they were shackled to the bed, starved, tortured with putting food in front of them but not letting them eat. There were scratch marks on the inside of a closet bedroom door where they wanted in a closet trying to get out, put in a dark closet. Shane, they had 13
No, you're right. It's a
children
show.
called the House of Horrors, and they looked great on the outside.
Yeah, putting on a show for everyone else to make people think that you're a wonderful parent. And parenting is hard. And there's so many resources out there. And if you see something, if I just find it also hard to believe that nobody thought anything was going on with Elijah when he's getting shipped off to his mom's boyfriends for discipline at 3 years.
I wonder if anybody else even knew about it. Guys, we're to the point now where police are begging the public for help. Listen.
On Saturday, we announced a Crime Stoppers Award of $1,000 for information leading to the location of Elijah, and have since provided other ways that people can donate here in the community or abroad. Currently, we have those established as coming to our customer service here at City Hall, our police department, and I'm also working on establishing an online route for people to do so. When that becomes available, I will reach out to everybody and let you know.
A little bit more from Chief Minor. Listen.
This child was 3 years old and was reported missing
on
a cold winter temperature day with only a blanket and possibly light clothing. And we knew at that time, possibly 3 to 4 hours.
Is mom addicted to drugs?
I define that as endangered.
I think so.
You're darn right it's in danger. But now I want you to hear about what led up to the 911 missing call. Take a listen to Nicole Parton, Crime Online.
February 20, 10:59 a.m. Jesse Vane calls 911 to report the 3-year-old boy he cares for is missing. Vane says he fell asleep caring for Elijah Vu at 8 a.m. And when he woke up at just before 11 a.m., Elijah was gone.
Kathy.
He is last seen wearing gray sweatpants, a long-sleeved dark-colored shirt, and red and green dinosaur slip-on shoes.
Thomas E. Fisher joining me, former Milwaukee PD, now runs his own PI. Tom, have you ever noticed how many children just disappear while mommy or daddy's sleeping?
Yeah, that doesn't happen too often. No. I've seen cases like that over the years, but it's usually something else that occurred. Yes.
Exactly.
Just think about it, guys. Look at these mugshots. Of all the men in the world, mommy picks this guy to take care of her 3-year-old son. This guy. And since his last mugshot, what is that? Easton Morales, WBAY. He had to put his own area code tattooed onto his neck. Is that what I'm seeing? 920?
Hold it. Did I send you the darker color of that 920 pic? Can see a little. Yeah, nah, I don't think you did. Oh, well, I got a couple of them from you. I did get a couple of them from you. I think you sent this one too. Hold on, we'll pull it up. Right, this one right here. This is the other one you sent. So you sent two. This was one, and the other one was the one that I showed before. Let's pull this up. Now this is better. This is more clear. Now look, I mean, I guess it's definitely, you can see it a little better. The lighting in it is a little better. That tattoo, I definitely want to identify that and see if it is with a gang. But yeah, so they say it's the Asian Bloods. That's the word out there, is that this is Asian Bloods. But I could not find a tattoo to resemble this one exactly to the T. But I guess everybody could have their own, their own thing. I don't know. We'll see.
That is, and I was doing a little bit of research looking into it. I believe that it could be tied to some local gang. I've seen that in other mugshots before for this county. So yeah, 920 is our area code, is what he has on his neck.
Got to be gang related. Oh, he's getting better by the minute.
He does.
Why this guy?
MTV.
Out of all the men in the universe, she picks this one to discipline her child. Okay, that said, police asking for help. Take a listen to Rachel Bonilla, Crime Online.
The search continues for Elijah Vu.
A man's got
the
them.
public asking.
I'm sorry, hold on. Before they play that man's got look at those. Look at these eyes right here. Like I don't know. I see nothing. It's like I could see straight through you. I can see the wall behind you. Look at that. Imagine this staring through your window at night, right? Imagine these eyes going through your damn window at night. Good gracious. Boy got the Kohlberg. That boy got the damn Kohlberger ×5 in this. I mean, look at those eyes. The eyes speak very loud and clear, right? The eyes speak loud as hell. What's going on, Fun Size? Welcome. It's weird. It is weird. Again, make sure you smash the like button, hashtag FTA for the algorithm. YouTube be trying to shadow ban, but it's all right. We fight the switch all the time. We did it. I dealt with that during Cavalcante. We fought the switch. I'll always beat YouTube switch.
Rachel Bonilla, Crime Online.
The search continues for Elijah Vu, with many in the public asking how a 3-year-old can leave an apartment and go missing on his own. The local police ask for help at the state and federal level, and soon the FBI are on hand to help. Local and regional groups use boats to search rivers and streams, while air searches are conducted with drones.
I agree.
Canine units are brought in for searches on land, but 3-year-old Elijah is still missing.
And family is pleading for help. Listen.
On behalf of my family, we stand before you today with heavy hearts burdened by an unimaginable situation. The pain is indescribable, a torment no family or child should ever face.
I don't know, Sasha.
We cannot express the depth of our sorrow, nor the desperation that consumes us as each moment passes without news of Elijah's safety. To anyone who may have information about Elijah's whereabouts, we plead with you to please come forward. Your courage, your compassion, your willingness to speak up may hold the key to Elijah's safe return.
You're hearing Elijah's aunt. It's certainly not his mother or boyfriend asking for help. Wonder why they aren't asking for him to be found. That's a whole nother can of worms. But now take a listen to what actually happened to Elijah Vu while he was at his boot camp with the convicted felon. Listen to Dave Mack, Crime Online.
She said, I would my pants if those eyes were at my window. You would. This guy, I just don't understand it. I'm not going to understand it. I never will understand it. They expect us to believe that all that neglect went on, right? They expect us to believe that all that neglect went on and they're going to find him safe. Come on. All that neglection. And you think that possibly you're going to find him safe? They know something. And that's why everything is sealed right now. That is exactly why everything is sealed.
Elijah's mother is 31-year-old Katrina Bauer, but she wasn't watching her son at the time he went missing.
She lied.
Bauer's boyfriend, 39-year-old Jesse Vang, has been taking care of the boy. Bauer says She's letting Jesse Vang discipline Elijah Vu, helping to teach him to be a man. The 3-year-old is not potty trained and still takes a bottle, but Vang puts him in timeout when he disobeys an order. Jesse Vang explains timeout as a time where the 3-year-old must stand in one place and repeat, "I'm sorry, mommy," or pray for 2 or 3 hours at a time.
To Daryl Cohen, former felony prosecutor, now defense attorney, joining us out of the Atlanta jurisdiction. Daryl, question to you. Do you think, just go with me on this, what's the likelihood that these two, the mommy and her convicted felon boyfriend, were torturing the boy in his boot camp disciplinary 8 days, and then somebody else came in and abducted him? Do you really think statistically that's even possible?
No, Nancy, it's not. But on the other hand, what are we talking about torture?
What's up, Tracy?
Is it extreme discipline?
Maybe.
Is this really torture? Do you think his mom or his, quote, mom's boyfriend would torture him? They were wrong in what they did, but that's not torture. And could he have wandered out on his own? Of course he could. It happens, unfortunately, all of the time. Close your eyes, turn your head, and your child is gone. That can happen.
Yes. He did say pray. He did say pray, and he went to sleep and had him praying at the end of the bed. That's what I read.
Now, why she did? Of course he could. It happens, unfortunately, all of the time. Close your eyes, turn your head, and your child is gone. That can happen. Now, why she didn't report it earlier? Who knows? Maybe she was hoping they could find him. Maybe thinking a self-search would make him available. But that doesn't make it torture. And that doesn't mean that she knew that the boyfriend had been arrested so many times. And if you notice, his last major arrest, other than DUI, was almost 20 years ago. So I think you're making this worse than it is for these two people. As the evidence unfolds, we'll see. But I can't prejudge them. I don't see her as a good mother,
Daryl,
but I don't see her as a torturer
Daryl,
either.
please put him up. Daryl.
All right, you want to know what's even more eerier about this before Nancy goes on about Daryl and cuts him off and cusses him out and all that? I got to get this off my chest. But she kind of, even the mother resembles Leilani a little bit, just a skinnier version. Like meth-headed version, allegedly. No doubt. Like I just went and looked at the Quentin Simon case again, just because it's like reminding me of it majorly. And then when you look at his pictures and compare them to Quentin Simon, they're like spitting images of each other. And now I just looked at Leilani and her, she's like a smaller version.
I don't give a flying fig about these two people. I don't care what happens to them. You're right about that. I don't care. I want to find this boy, and it's their fault. And how you, with a straight face, look, I know you're a defense attorney, but that said, with a straight face, say it's not torture to force a child to stand in the corner for hours and hours repeating Bible verses and "I'm sorry, mommy." You don't think that's torture?
Praying on the end of the bed.
I do. Jump in.
How do you know that's the truth? How do you know that what you hear is they really made him do that? Who told you this? Where did we gather this evidence? Let's not prejudge.
You know what? Let's ask the reporter Aisha Morales. Where's that knowledge coming from, Aisha?
Well, it's hard because we have a whole timeline dating back as far as November. And then you're talking about the days that led up to Elijah's disappearance, or what we're told is his disappearance, what was reported. February 14th is when Bauer eventually told investigators she was in Two Rivers. That's where Elijah went missing for a period of time. And then the thing is that we haven't really mentioned a whole lot is that she would go back and forth between Two Rivers, checking in on Elijah, who was getting this discipline. And then she'd go back to Wisconsin Dells, which, Nancy, it's about 3 hours away.
Daryl Cohen, his last bust was in 2023. That was last year. It wasn't that long ago. And
what was it for, Nancy?
As far as DUI.
Ooh.
Big deal. That doesn't make him a
I don't care if you sold cocaine yesterday.
What are you lawyer? Did you read the files before you decided to get up on this show and speak? Did you read the files of him admitting that he had him stand in the corner for this long? Did you read the files that where he admits in the investigation room that he changed this child once a day? Did he read the files where he admits to pouring cold water on him? Did you read those files, Mr. Lawyer? Let's not prejudge these people.
Get the fuck out of here!
How about that? Prejudge that. He obviously didn't read the papers. Talk about let's not prejudge them. Come on, guys. Let's not prejudge these people. They only poured cold water on this little boy, but let's not prejudge him. I'll be his lawyer. Shut the hell up. Falling for that shit. Sorry. I just didn't like that.
10 years ago, you're not babysitting for my children. Bam, there you go.
No,
And as far as where we're getting the information, right now, the mom and the boyfriend are sitting behind bars on other charges related to mistreating this child. The mother, 31-year-old Katrina Bauer, arrested 2 days after Elijah goes missing, charged with felony child neglect and obstructing police. Currently unemployed. Surprise. Jesse Vang, the lover, he's behind bars right now too. And he is charged with mistreating the child as well. So what do you mean? Where am I getting my information? I'm getting my information from what the cops put in an arrest warrant. So are you doing the whole O.J. Simpson defense? The cops are lying. The cops planted the evidence. It's a big conspiracy. What?
Thank you, Daisy.
The cops made the arrest. The police made the arrest. That doesn't mean the information they made the arrest on is accurate. Where did it come from? PFA?
Guys, we are trying to help find
I feel like Nancy just pulled old boy up and he just did not look at any of the papers. He just came on fiery. He was just like, yeah, you can't prejudge these people. I mean, if you read the files and look at their own statements, there's a picture painted for you right there. It's a perfect picture painted for you. Tells you a lot. It tells you what he admitted to out of his own mouth himself. So Mr. Lawyer over here is wilding out.
View a 3-year-old little boy. The tip line is 844-267-6648.
Right,
and
Janet?
speaking of what the parent, yes, and there's a $16,000 reward. As a matter of fact, let's take a listen to Chief Ben Minert describing that reward.
Today, the FBI has now provided an additional reward up to $15,000 for information leading to the location and return of Elijah Vu and or the arrest and conviction of any individual or individuals responsible or involved with his disappearance.
Hey, Janet, you know what? I agree with you. And you know what I used to not do? Read before I speak. So I used to be one of those idiots that wouldn't read and would just speak. But you quickly find out how important it is to read, gather details, gather facts, even take some of the speculation. Let people know, hey, this is speculation, but this is being talked about. You got to be able to take all the facts. And I learned the hard way. And you can't just read one thing either. You need to go through everything. Collect all the data. Don't just collect the left side of the data and then not pick up everything else along the line. You got to collect everything and build that tree and come up with, okay, these are facts here in this case, and this is speculation. Or
there you go. I find that really disingenuous, Thomas Fisher, former Milwaukee PD, now Private Eye, to say they weren't torturing this child. And where do you get the information? And the police are probably lying.
I doubt that the police were lying. You get this type of information through taking statements from the individuals involved. You're talking to other people that have knowledge of what's going on or may have some knowledge of what's going on. To sit out here and say the police are lying and putting this in a criminal complaint, that doesn't fly.
She just shut him up.
The parents are they're two terrible people. And what we need to do is let this criminal justice system take care of them down the line. But right now, we need to find that child.
I want to go back to Mike Hadfield joining us from Peace River Canine Search and Rescue. Mike, I know that there has been as Aisha described it, a landfill search that cooled off. But at this juncture, don't you think starting at the
Agreed,
apartment
Michelle.
complex and going out with canines would be helpful?
It was in the first couple of weeks after after the child went missing. You would want to use the canines at that point. However, the weather doesn't play well to canines. When the temperature drops down below 32 degrees and into those lower temperatures, the dogs become ineffective because there's just not enough odor available for the dogs to work properly. So you have to wait for the good weather.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for a cadaver dog, you have to have at least 38 degrees to get the dogs to work well. Take your freezer at home. You put the meat in the freezer, the meat freezes, it doesn't smell anymore. The same problem with human remains in the field. It's you got to wait for it to at least get up to over 38 degrees for the dogs to be able to work effectively.
For the dogs to be able to work effectively, did you hear that? 38 degrees. Noted. Got you. And also, just me, I don't know who you're talking about. Good news, they found the missing kid in Minnesota. Thank you for sharing. I don't know who you're pertaining to or talking about, but thank you for sharing that information.
They may bump into something. If you're doing a tight grid, you might get lucky. But even in the water work, if the water's too cold, it's going to be hard to get odor up for the dogs to be effective. So that's one thing. They're using helicopters. They're using drones. If they're using thermal cameras, which I'm assuming they were, thermal drones, the temperature between if the boy is alive, you're going to get a really good heat signature from that. If the boy's remains are out there, again, we have to look at the lapse rate of when it was warm versus when it was cold. Can we still find remains? If it's, it has a lot to do with the weather. And unfortunately, up there in Wisconsin, they're having a wild winter this year. It's 65 degrees one day and 12 degrees the next. So it's interesting to see how well they would be able to find it. Landfill searches, as you brought them up, it may have cooled down on that because
it's 15 degrees there right now. You were asking. It's showing me 15 degrees as we speak.
Landfill searches are a nightmare, and they take a lot of manpower and a lot of time to do them effectively. You basically have to take all the trash out from that day. You have to spread it out in sections. You have to have about 20 people to go through it all, and along with the cadaver dogs to try to look and find what you're looking for. So it's a very expensive and labor-intensive thing, which is probably why it cooled off, because they don't want to spend the money right now to do it until they're really sure they have nothing else to look at.
The grandmother of 3-year-old Elijah View has just spoken out.
Oh, wow.
In the last 24 hours. Emotional, crying, begging to help find Elijah View. This 3-year-old boy was reported missing Feb 20 by Jesse Vang, the boyfriend of Elijah's mother, who told police she had sent her son, her 3-year-old, to stay with Vang so he could teach the 3-year-old boy, quote, how to be a man. That is in the criminal complaint filed at the county level. Vang then tells police he was taking a nap and miraculously, coincidentally, oddly, wakes up to find the baby is gone. Now, both Vang and View's mother, Katrina Bauer, have been in lockup on charges of child neglect.
Mm-hmm.
The family is begging. A child missing, says Chief Ben Meinert, for any amount of time is every parent's worst nightmare. Hundreds of resources have been used in the search. Drones, helicopters, canines, all used across the entire county and beyond. Aisha Morales, when the chief says county and beyond, where else are they looking?
They have been going now in multiple counties. It's not just where he went missing. It is now even as far as the Milwaukee area, even into central Wisconsin, which is about 3 hours away, where Bauer herself was going back and forth from. So she was, it's from what it seems, according to this complaint, she was not there that day. She was there the days before, but not that day that he went missing. So because she was in Wisconsin Dells, 3 hours away, and they have resources elsewhere, they're just searching far beyond where he went missing in that neighborhood.
I know this. The county sheriff, Dan Hartwig, closed his press conference in the final plea to the public and was fighting back tears as he thought of this missing 3-year-old boy. There is now a $16,000 reward in the search for 3-year-old Elijah View. Tip line 844-267-6648. Repeat, 844-267-6648. Please help us bring Elijah View home. Goodbye, friend.
Good episode. Good episode. Little all-star panel up there. We appreciate it. Man, this case. I hope they find him soon, honestly. I'm going to open up the lines, too, for a minute, and then we'll dive into Idaho 4. But I'm going to open up the lines on this case. If anybody wants to call in, 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. And I actually downloaded the app. Hopefully it works better from the app. We'll see, though. We'll see. I see someone tried like 2 minutes ago. Huh? Pulls on your heartstrings. Guidance has a lot of information on this case. I know that. 214, you're in the door. What's going on? You're live.
Call from
Brian.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot I put that on. Brian, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, what's going on, T-REV? You see me in the chat and your buddy. I just wanted to let everybody know, and some of you guys might know this. If you check out the mom's photos, those pinpoint pupils is a 100% giveaway that she's on opioids. Okay. Now, if one pupil is smaller than the other,
yes, sir.
Say one is slightly larger, it's a 100% that she's on meth.
Meth, damn.
So if you go back through, take a look at those photos, every photo of those eyes, she's on either pills or she's on meth.
I think I heard meth, allegedly.
But
out of all the photos that like you said, though, there could be opiates. We never know that. You know what I mean?
Out of all the photos that I've seen so far of the 6 or the 7, I'd say 80% of them, those pinpoint pupils, she's on pills.
Yeah, allegedly.
I only know that from experience from an ex-girlfriend. It's a dead giveaway. I know.
What do you think it happened here, though, with this whole situation? So you got mom, this guy, like 150 miles away, sends him over here for disciplinary reasons, and he ends up being tortured.
I think he unfortunately threw the boy out in the trash after he killed him from the torture. And mom is so high and so gone, she may not even have known. She still may not know, of course, because they're not talking. She's sitting in jail and I think she doesn't know. I think she doesn't know what happened.
Damn. So you think that she don't know what happened, but yet she lied to police. She lied to police about being in the area. Why would she lie about that if she didn't know anything?
She may know something bad happened, but I don't think she knows what the guy did.
I can see what you're saying. She probably, maybe he told her, hey, he's missing, or got out the house or whatever, and she just believes him. I don't know. But
I don't know. But I'll keep this short. I just wanted to put that out there for anybody that doesn't know. The pinpoint pupils on anybody is always a dead giveaway that they're on pills.
So you think that they're on what, like perks or some heroin or
opioids?
All of them, all the above, no doubt. I appreciate it, bro. So that's from the jail pic that you seen?
All the pictures, all of them that Nancy just showed, they're all of them except for one. She's got the pinpoint pupils. The blacks on your pupils are normally a regular size. If you go into the dark, your eyes are going to dilate. The blacks of your eyes are going to dilate more. When you go into the light, they're going to get smaller. But when you're on pills, they get really small.
Super, super small.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks like it might be Phil. You never know.
But you have yourself a good evening, sir. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. God bless you, brother. Lock your doors. Stay safe. Shout out to him. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. I see a few people calling in now. But yeah, he's correct. Always the giveaway. I see 149. Okay. Not always, caller. If you have a neurological disorder, your pupils funny or play funny games. Trust me. From what I read, that's her drug of choice, allegedly. I'm gonna leave it. I'll leave it open for a minute before we dive into Idaho 4, because when we dive into Idaho 4, I got a lot to talk about with that. Details that are weird in the case that I have yet to touch up on. 831, what's going on? You're live.
Call from
Mab.
I keep saying that. Mab, what's going on? You're live, brother.
What's up, T-REV?
Hanging in there, man. What's going on? Just trying to figure this one out here. Where is this little boy? Is he in the landfill? They're searching the landfill for a reason. So they obviously believe he's there, like Quentin Simon. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is so close to Quentin Simon, it's kind of eerie. But this Jesse dude definitely was torturing this little boy. Something went wrong. But what I don't understand is how is this guy got an autistic son himself and took care of his autistic son successfully. He's still alive. And so he gets his autistic son off to school, comes back, does something to this poor little boy, and something goes wrong. And the hypothermia in the cold water. I don't know what the hell he did, but he did something bad. And he either put him in the dumpster or he did something else. But once we get the data from his vehicle and the cameras from around that area, we'll find out where he's at. They wouldn't be at the landfill if they didn't have a really good reason to be there. They didn't just go to the landfill and start digging around. They either had a dog hit or something more than a shoe. I mean, I don't think that just a shoe by a dumpster would warrant digging up a big landfill and having a certain grid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this shoe obviously belongs to him, or that, they probably connected it already with some DNA, or who knows.
Yeah. But this Jesse dude, he just looks like a killer. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at those pictures that were flashing across, I was like, what?
Yeah, this dude doesn't look good. And you don't send 3-year-olds to boot camp. I mean, this is just kid after kid after kid after kid. I mean, when is this going to stop? It's never going to stop. That's the sad thing about it. People need to, these days, we should have a mandatory class. If you're pregnant and you're planning on having a kid, you're going to spend, a few months in child raising classes.
Yeah, that's
because, everybody just doesn't have what it takes to be a parent. I raised a daughter by myself.
Damn.
And I had to learn on the fly. And it wasn't easy, but I did it. She's 30 now, and she takes care of autistic kids. She shadows them to school and, has in-house visits and gets nonverbal kids to speak and talk. She really has a gift, so I'm really proud of her. Anyway, I just wanted to pipe in.
Yeah, man, this one is another one of those Quentin Simon cases. Another one of those Quentin Simon cases, and they got, and the difference here is they actually have 2 people locked up. And reading the PCA that I read was telling to me, because everything in there is admitted to, but
yeah,
why aren't you letting everybody know where the location of this baby boy is?
It's just another Adam Montgomery dude.
Did Adam
not gonna
Montgomery do the
tell,
same type
or
of thing? Did he do the same type of thing? Admit to some things, but
he never.
I didn't follow
he
that
never,
case, so I can't speak. I don't know.
Harmony Montgomery never. He beat the crap out of her and killed her, but never told where the body was ever. He got convicted and sentenced, but never did tell where the body was. I mean, he did. I'm glad you're glad you didn't call that case, because he did some stuff that I've never even heard of to that poor little girl. I mean, some really nasty stuff after she was deceased.
That's crazy.
But man, these people these days, crazy.
It is. It is, man. It doesn't make sense. It's getting wilder too, and we're hearing more about it because it's everywhere. It's plastered every day.
I know. Well, you're never going to run out of content, man.
Yeah, yeah. You never run out of content here. Talking about these cases, there's something new every single day, brother. And it's again, I haven't heard nothing on. I've been waiting to hear on the Kansas City 3 case, but I have nothing on that at all.
That one? I got to fire up back on my channel. I've been going through so much pain in my face from that surgery that I haven't been able to go live lately. But I got to get back on it.
Yeah.
All right, brother. You take care. Lock your doors. Watch your six.
You too, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community, Mab. And have a blessed night. I hope you feel better, brother.
All right, brother. Thanks.
God bless. Shout out to him. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I'm still taking them. Let's go. Before we dive into Idaho 4, I want to take a few calls pertaining to this case, and we'll get right into Idaho 4. There's some details that I heard in there that are just insane. Insane. You said I've called in before. Now it's your turn. Excuse me. The Harmony Montgomery trial is very hard to watch, Candy Rapper said. Bardis. Harmony was punished for toilet accidents. Damn. Harmony's case really got to me. That one is one to remember. I didn't see it. I didn't see that case. Believe it or not, I didn't. I did not see it. Do we know if the guy is even here legally? I'm sure they would have put that in the papers, right? I feel you, Mab. I haven't gone live since the end of October. How if boy got a hold of the drug and actually knocked out somewhere? Or you think he got a hold of some drugs possibly and got out and was knocked out? I feel like they would have found him though. How far can you really get? And if somebody, you know what I mean? Like how far could you really get? Especially with dogs being out there. Had 40-mile-per-hour wind all day and last night where I'm at, just over an hour north of 2 rivers. Oh, so you're actually close to this area. Interesting. 928. It's never too late. What's going on?
Hey T, how you doing tonight, buddy?
What's up, Tracy?
I am furious about this case with this 3-year-old. I'm gonna tell you what. I am not happy because I've got a 3-year-old little angel laying here next to me. Lay down, sweetheart.
Oh.
And, she has been through it, like with her mom and stuff. And, at age 3, they will test your patience a lot. They are transitioning from being a younger baby into being a big kid. And what the heck was this mom even thinking that this baby needed to be taught how to be a man, for heaven's sake? I mean, that is absolute utter insanity. Like this little girl with me, it's like when she lifts her dress, I'm like, put your dress down, lady stuff. But like, I would never, treat her like that. Kind of training is for an adolescent, when they start maturing more into a man. And then for this guy to like torture this poor little kid, and who knows what he might have done, losing his patience with him or something like that. It's unacceptable. Team, my blood is boiling tonight over this little kid.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing, the details, and then people acting like, well, we can't prejudge these people. Well, I mean, we can go based
Well,
off
heck,
their words.
yeah, well, heck yeah, we can, because obviously in their care, this little guy is gone and something happened to him. So yeah, I'll judge them. I'll judge them now till kingdom come, because children are helpless. They need us adults to look after them and protect them. And this is making, I am so angry. I'm going to tell you what, over this case. I usually don't get this upset over these cases as much, but this one here has got me smoked, like real bad.
Yeah, this one is definitely a hard one to look at the details and listen to, and then know you have the two prime suspects in jail right now with a $15,000 bond and the other one a $20,000 bond.
Yeah, and I think that it needs to be higher.
It does.
If you ask me. It's like, what is going on with our cotton picking court system nowadays? You know, people are doing stuff to kids and they're barely getting a smack on the hand, you know? And this thing with that Adam Montgomery, what he did with his daughter, what your last caller was saying, you know, he ought to thank his lucky stars he's in New Hampshire. They don't have a death penalty there. But I'm going to tell you what, if they had it and I was on the jury, I'd be like, smoke that sucker because of what he did to that child. Absolutely. And I'm a Christian woman, but I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to these little kids, they're helpless, T. They can't, you know what I mean? They can't get away. They can't do anything to defend themselves against these ridiculous, crazy adults acting like that.
That's true. Very true. And I mean, you can't, it's not like they could pick up and leave and go somewhere else, or the only people that can save them is family members.
Yeah, and most of the time they're scared.
I mean, the state can too if they find out, but even when, like, this is the problem that we have in America, is that things are reported and people that are effing up, this happens all the time. I've been in a household where I've seen this, where the household was reported by CPS and they came, I was a kid, CPS comes to, the house was always trashy, but when CPS came through, my mom made sure it was clean. So we could have been saved up out of the house, you know, early on, but they've came multiple times, and as long as the house is clean when they come, we're gone. And it's that simple. And then you could have, and that happens a lot, where they go to these houses and then later on down the road, one of the kids pass away from somebody killing them in circumstances like this. It's crazy.
Right. And like with my granddaughter, she came on Monday. You know, her mom voluntarily brought her to me. This child is covered with bruises. She's got a cigarette burn on her ankle, you know, because of this woman, same woman, you know, that I was talking to you with regard to my case. And interestingly enough, this child, every time I double check her on her story about her bruises, she tells me the same story every time. Who did it? And one of them was from her grandfather in that drug house she was stuck in over there in California.
Wow.
And I am fuming over that. And then here, you know, the more I look at this case with this other little boy, it just, you know, it's like, I don't know. Why didn't this woman if she was having a hard time handling him, why didn't she take him to grandma or somebody else, you know, rather than this gang member, you know, put him in the hands of somebody who's not even blood related to him. You know, it makes me mad. These moms, I'm going to tell you what, they don't have a right. They need to be sterilized. If they cannot raise their children and take care of them and be protective and look after them, they all need to be sterilized, in my opinion, because this has gone far enough.
Yeah, I agree. Something's got to be fixed, because something's wrong. There's kids that are failed every single day, and it is just constantly going on, and nothing is done about it. And even with reports being made in some situations, yes, you hear situations where, you know, kids were taken away from said location and moved out of there, and they got a better life. But then you hear a lot more stories about the failed ones. You hear more about the failed ones. I swear, I hear more about the failed ones than I do the success stories.
Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, I'm going to court to get custody of this baby, because this is just, you know, how sometimes you'll take a hold of a little one and turn them around and make them look at you to scold them a little bit, right? And not in a bad way.
Mm-hmm.
This little girl, she flinches and blinks her eyes and about comes up out of her skin. No, this child will never be going back. Nope. Because I will not fail her. I will not allow this thing to happen to her, because I could just see, because of what this woman drove my son to do and the things that I have witnessed, and then her coming to me covered with bruises with a cigarette burn on her ankle. You know what? The next thing could be, God forbid, something would happen with her, you know? And so I'm one of these grandparents. I will step up, and it bothers me that this little boy's grandparents did not get involved. They had to have known something was going on if they're involved at all. Yes, I know.
Sounds cute.
She's adorable. She's something else. But yes, I know. It's an owie. We put medicine on it. She's talking about that burn on her ankle. It's very, very tender. And she's like,
a burn on her ankle?
Owie. Yep, it is. And I've had medical people that told me that that's what that looks like to them.
Damn.
It's perfectly round and it goes down into the skin.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're going through that right now? You're going through that right now?
Yep, I've got her on Monday. Honey, lay down, please, okay? Yeah, you need to go Niner. It's late. Yes, you do. Yeah, so I got her on Monday.
Yeah, that's.
And she was smacked. You know that bone that goes around your eye?
Yes.
She was smacked there. She had like a spidery pressure mark from the concussion of her skin going against her bone. I've got it all in pictures. God.
That's crazy.
Yep, and she'll be 3 on March the 5th, and has already gone through that.
Orbital bone.
So I've been talking to my tribal social worker, our own welfare department and everything, letting them know everything that she's been through. And this is the same one that was born meth addicted because of that same crazy woman.
You did say you took pics, reported to police?
Oh, yeah.
Parents arrested? What's going on?
Well, right now she's just all over the place, and she's on probation. It's like, what in the world? So, we're working on that. She's only been with me since Monday, and I've been trying to kind of get her sued down a little bit because she's been kind of heck on wheels, Yeah. But I've been talking to the social worker of our tribe because she's an Indian baby.
Yes.
So that she's protected under the ICWA Act. They cannot remove her. They can't do anything without notifying the tribe, etc. So that's my first course of action, is to work with the tribe first, and then do what else we need to do and get some more documents and all that. But I ain't letting this child out of my hands. Nope. Absolutely not.
Well, I don't blame you after seeing that and hearing that. I mean, and what can they do about it?
Yeah. She ain't getting her back. I'll guarantee you. I got money. She don't. And she can't fight me. So she ain't getting her back. I'm telling you that right now. And this is the thing with this poor little guy. See, that's, we're back to the case at hand. Why did his family not step up? That's what bothers me the most. And usually Asian families are a lot like Native families. They're very hands-on. They're very observant. They pay close attention. They get involved.
So how would you put it? How are you looking at grandma in this case?
Because most grandparents, from a grandparent standpoint, okay, I've got my grandkids are age 1 to age 23, and I'm also a great grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what's going on with all of them, and they don't all live anywhere close to me,
mm-hmm.
And like my granddaughter, my first granddaughter, and the great grandbaby, and the baby on the way, they're in Indiana, and I know everything that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we look at our grandkids as they're just more children of our own.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's how it's supposed to be, and that's what's getting me. It's like, how did all this happen underneath this family's supposed observance, right? You know, and they didn't clue in on any of it. This kid had to be showing signs of things going on.
Yeah, there had to be some telltale signs there. I agree. Something.
Absolutely.
Especially like
Absolutely.
diaper. I mean, with a diaper not being changed but once a day. I'm sorry I keep repeating it, but I'm stuck on it. That's what's stuck in my head, is seeing him say in the documents that he only changed his diaper once a day. And that right there, and he was there since the 12th of February. So imagine from the 12th of February up to the date that he went missing, with his diaper being changed once a day. Imagine what was happening. You know, infections that he got, anything like that.
Yeah, because I'm like thinking, you know, because I've raised boys, and I've got a grandson who ended up with a yeast infection because that woman would not change his diaper and wouldn't clean him. You know, these things show up, and it's just, I cannot understand it. I cannot understand it at all. It just makes, it's boiling my blood. I don't know if it's feelings that I'm going through with this situation transferring to that one, but you know what? If it's my grandchild or somebody else's grandchild, they're still just as important. And it bothers me a lot.
Well,
I don't like it.
Are you who? I don't know. Like, do you have custody of her, or?
I'm gonna go get custody. Because otherwise she could show up here and demand this child, and there wouldn't be a thing I could do about it.
Yeah, nothing you can do. Not one thing. Not one.
But I would
for the moment. But you could change that easily, just walking down, pulling out pictures, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, it's a wrap from there.
Yep. So, and I don't trust her. I don't trust her that she wouldn't snatch her and run with her. You know.
That's crazy.
So yeah, but that's all I want to say. I just, you know, it just doesn't. This bothers me, and I just have really got a sinking feeling about this little baby, that he's not alive, and it bothers my heart. All a kid ever needs is love and attention, support and guidance, you know, and this little child, and then these other little childs like Audrey and like Harmony, you know, they didn't get that. They don't ask to be born. It's our responsibility to look after them. So anyway, I'm gonna get off my soapbox.
No, I appreciate you calling in and giving us your input on it, especially with you dealing with something right now. Maybe what you just shared with people can help a lot. You never know who is listening that you possibly could help to just reach out and get help, or you could intervene in some way. There's things that you can do. You can take pictures. You can, you know what I mean? Like you're doing now. So it's like, there's steps that you can take to shut stuff like this down. You can't just keep it hush hush because it's your family member. You don't want them arrested. You don't want this. You gotta take.
They need to be arrested. If they're hurting a child, they need to be arrested. I don't care who they are. You know, these kids, they can't defend themselves. They need to be arrested. That way they can't hurt nobody no more.
Exactly. This one's heartbreaking. Day 8 right now for Elijah View. Day 8, no sign of him, no nothing. $16,000 reward. Hopefully they find him. Now they're searching in the landfill. They have sealed records here in this case. The sealed records, probably some evidence, maybe pertaining to the little boy, maybe DNA. Who knows? But they definitely have something in those sealed records that they're not showing to the public, and it's got to be some type of evidence.
Yeah, I hope that it comes to a closure for him, because it's just sad. I mean, you know, how can they throw a child away like trash? Really? What the heck?
Golfer girl said, then you need to turn in whoever is abusing your granddaughter. Huh?
Yeah.
Did that person is that person in trouble right now?
She is currently going to be, we'll put it that way. My tribe, because this is a tribal, how can I say, a tribal situation, because my granddaughter's enrolled with our tribe, it makes it federal. So we got to handle the paperwork just right on that, because when they go after her, they'll hit her hard. So they're working on things, and I'm trying everything I can to keep DCS from stepping in at all too, because the DCS out here in Arizona is retarded. Like, they've got my grandson, and they're trying to make me get a federal fingerprint card just to step up and be there for him. It's just insane, and the pressure that they put on people, it's ridiculous. So we're trying to do this tribally and stay ahead of them. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and file for guardianship first, and then I'm going to hit her with custody, because she ain't getting this child back. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to let her have her back.
Yeah, good plan. Good plan.
Mm-hmm.
Good plan.
Yep.
I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in, Tracy, as usual. Thank you for giving us your thoughts, and also thank you for sharing your story too and what you're going through right now and the steps that you're taking. I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, for anybody that's listening or viewing, if you see kids acting, you know, like they're being abused, pay close attention and then get involved. Please get involved on their behalf.
Where's the good father's rights attorneys out there, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? We'll be getting into that soon. I'm gonna have a live stream on that. Father's rights attorneys. We're gonna be talking about that here one day. I'm actually within the next couple of weeks. I'm gonna do a live stream about that. There's a lot to talk about. About. So I appreciate you calling in again. Thank you for being a voice in the community. I hope you have a blessed night. I know you'll be in chat. I'll see you. But Tracy, again, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for giving us your input on this story. And again, keep us updated.
Okay. All right, T. God bless you.
God bless you. My prayers are for you and your family and everything that you're going through. And you'll get through this hump. Keep your head up. If you need somebody, you know where to find me.
Okay, T. Thank you. Good night.
Bless you, Tracy. Tracy, thank her for calling in. I appreciate her calling in. You know, I love and hate Washington. 978. It's never too late. What's going on? He said, no way. He got through, but maybe you're tripping. Leisure chick, thanks, lady. Sure will. Prayers, it works out. Does anyone know when Elijah's maternal or paternal grandparents or family has seen him? Good question. I don't think I've seen that yet. I don't think I've seen a statement where it said the last time grandma has seen Elijah. I don't think I've seen that yet. I don't think so. Is it about time for Idaho 4 though? Isn't it about time for some Idaho 4, or what are we doing? Idaho 4. Idaho 4. All right. So we were just talking about Elijah View, right? Now it's time to dive into some Idaho 4, because I heard like there were some details that I seen not too long ago, and I think it was this one right here. Let's dive into it. This got to me when I seen this interview about a month ago. I think it was about a month ago. When I seen this a month ago, shit blew my mind. It blew my mind because they talk about how Kaylee was sitting up in the house. She was sitting up. So listen to this.
This morning, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents sharing exclusively with GMA never-before-seen pictures and videos of their 21-year-old daughter.
This is a type you can like season with
You
them.
get one
You
too.
can't really season with them, but you can cook with them.
Yeah, I know that's in front of the tower.
Yeah.
This is in front of the University of Idaho Tower.
The family still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from authorities.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here fighting with somebody who just doesn't care.
They were able to collect some of Kaylee's belongings from the university over the summer, which raised concerns for them about how well possible evidence was processed, including a trash can from Kaylee's room that was full and appeared untouched.
We opened it. It was a little squeezy applesauce thing like you would give to like a toddler.
Yeah.
It did not appear to have been gone through.
Police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of physical evidence from the scene, along with some 4,000 photos and 3D scans of the residents. Still, frustration mounting for the family over what they consider a lack of communication and a rush to tear down the home on King Road.
A fact.
Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
So when I heard that, that blew me away. So she was sitting up in the corner, trapped. I wonder if she got hands on him. Did she get hands on Bryan Kohberger and rip skin out from under his ass? I don't know. Sitting up in the corner of the bed, trapped in the corner, and she had defensive wounds. You never know. She may have grabbed the shit out of his neck.
Yeah. You're in the
Tiny,
bed.
tiny room.
Thank you,
The
Jennifer.
bed, the bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed.
Thank you, Jennifer.
And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on, it was up against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she was trapped.
The home on King Road was torn down in the pre-dawn hours of December 28th.
Those details, again, when I heard him a month ago, that was the first time I heard about him anyways. And maybe you guys seen that interview too, but I actually seen it when it first came out. I was going to do a video on it. Then some other stuff came up with cases and I was covering those, but finding out that she was sitting up and the more details that comes out, I'm hopeful that one of the victims were able to get their hands on Bryan Kohberger. Allegedly. I mean, I believe it's Bryan Kohberger, allegedly. But, we'll see how it plays out. Sweet Pete, thank you. Welcome. Thank you. And he had a court date today, too. We're going to check it out. Hold up. Let me get to it. This bad boy right here. So, Bryan Kohberger was in court again today, and they're talking about this trial being 12 to 16 weeks. You know how crazy that is? Again, the judge overseeing the murder trial, well, it says this specifically, continuous hearings in the University of Idaho murder case features debate over trial date. The judge overseeing the murder trial of Bryan Kohberger, the man charged with killing 4 University of Idaho students in November of 2022, once again failed to set a trial date Wednesday at a hearing in the case. Attempts to pin down the trial starts at the Latah County Courthouse hearing quickly turned continuous, with the defense team arguing that more time was needed than what the prosecutors wanted to offer because the huge volume of discovery evidence expected from the state. Second District Judge John Judge and the Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson wanted to set March 3rd of 2025 as the beginning of the trial, but Ann Taylor, Kohberger's lead public defender, said that wasn't feasible. She suggested the trial begin in June of 2025. Before we dive in on the rest of that, let's check out. This is the court hearing from earlier.
Do not attempt to record, film, or transmit during the proceedings. Thank you for that. All right, so we have some motions to address today. And I thought we should first go with the defendant's motion to allow experts and investigators access to view IGG information. If that makes sense, I think also the motion to clarify sealed order for disclosure of IGG and merges into that. So go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. You're reading the state's response. I think the state has no objection to the 3 named experts having access to the sealed IGG materials or the materials subject to protective order. So I think what we're really talking about is our investigative team for Bryan's case to have access to the IGG materials. And the state has objected to that.
I cannot believe they're still stuck on the same thing. Like, literally, they're talking about the same shit from months ago into last year. The camera views, this camera view sucks. And Sasha, to answer your question about like the back door, which way he went in, a lot of us speculate that he went through the slider, but then you got some that speculate that he crawled up a ladder, or that whoever it is allegedly crawled up a ladder. And what was it, a window in the back? But that's like an unpopular opinion to me.
Rejected in part because they are not
Hold on, Renee,
named
welcome.
in our motion. So I want to address that first. Your Honor, they
up,
are
Stephen
not
A?
named, and I can name them. That's not a problem. But the reason I didn't is based on consistency. These same investigators have had access to the grand jury materials to assist us in the case. They've had access to other things subject to protective order, and they're not named in those. They have access, there's three items subject to other protective order, and that's medical information from hospitals, that's University of Idaho records, and most recently, police procedures. They haven't been required to be named in orders in any of those. And so for consistency, I did the same thing. But we can name them if that is a sticking point. I would note that the members of the FBI that did the analysis are not named in the materials either.
Right, Sandra?
Your Honor, the reason why our investigators are important to have access to the IGG materials is because of the kind of case this is and the kind of investigation that we're required to launch in the case. We have to have investigators on a death penalty case, and we have them. These materials or these items in the IGG binder, those are things that
she's definitely getting paid.
Filing motions in court. In order to prepare for those, we rely on our investigators to help us with side tasks, with big tasks, with all of the tasks. We would need to utilize our experts. If our investigators can't have access to the materials, they'll have to be shut out of those meetings with those experts, and they'll have to be shut out of court proceedings that we might launch related to those materials. Your Honor, to meet our constitutional duties in Brian's case, his rights to have effective assistance of counsel, to have a full investigation, to have a fair trial, we have to have investigators. Those investigators are on board and have been on board, and they help us understand things that are given to us by the state. They help us find witnesses, they help us find experts, and they're necessary to be part of the conversation of what the IGG materials are and what they mean. This matters.
Right, Travis? I agree. You should trial should have begin in the summer of oh damn. I don't agree to the 2072. That should have been started this year. I mean, I know there's a lot going on and they want to change a venue and all that, but
in figuring out how Mr. Koberger ends up on the police radar and subject to these proceedings here.
Trial that long.
I know we've talked about this before, and I still don't have all of those answers. I believe today, with our experts getting access, we're going to make some headway with that, but we also need our investigators to be part of those discussions as well. Again, Your Honor, if their names appearing in a court order is an issue, that we'll do that. We'll do that. That's inconsistent with the other protective orders, but we'll do that. And they'll be subject to the protective order just like we are, and they'll abide by it just like they've done for the other protected materials they've had access to. And while we're on that line, if the court wants me to talk about the clarification, I can do that.
Let's hear from the state first. I mean, I understand the having investigators. I think what we're talking about though is just with the IGG that we have to be especially careful about, you know, who's going to have the access, what they're going to do with it. I think I agree. It's clear that the state has no objection to the three experts that you've named.
The three experts that they named. Hold up 1 second. When this trial comes, I don't care what I'm doing. I don't care what content I'm doing. I will be watching this trial every single day. I won't miss a second of it. I will not miss a second of this trial. I will be watching this trial live the whole entire time from start to finish. We covered this story crazy. Like literally, we covered this story crazy. When the trial, 2025. All right, fine. We'll be in 2025 watching it. Again, I don't care what's going on at the time. We will definitely be covering it. Now, my thing is who do they have for witnesses? Also, CCTV footage. Were they able to capture Brian's vehicle? Were they able to figure out if he was Papa Roger? Which I allegedly believe he is Papa Roger. Some people don't. A lot of people believe that this dude's innocent. But then this dude's DNA was found at the scene on a knife sheath. And people argue, okay, it's touch DNA on the knife sheath. But then in general, there was leaked footage. Steve spoke about leaked footage. He said, I seen leaked footage. Not only that, Steve or Christy said exactly out of her mouth, word for word, that she seen when Kaylee and Madison got home on video. So if you've seen Kaylee and Madison get home on video, what makes you think that they didn't capture the perpetrator on video? Mask, whatever. I don't know. But if they seen them get home and get dropped off at home, I'm thinking that there's some CCTV footage there that should be able to help you identify who your perp is and the vehicle, the license plate, maybe even you never know. We'll see how it plays out. Exactly. Let's get revved up. What's going on, Max? I seen your comment earlier. Like, well, yeah, cover the Idaho 4 T-REV. I believe the prosecutor has video of BK going in and out or around the house. Hold on, let's read that. What'd you say? You said, I believe the prosecutor has video of BK going in and out or around the house the night of MDR. Okay, I got you. And the defense keeps going after every single piece of evidence the prosecutor has. Yes, they're definitely going for everything, and they keep saying that. I remember when Bill Thompson stood up during a court hearing, and he goes, they're asking us for stuff we don't even have. And I thought that was interesting. Okay, I think they have a lot on him. I think they do too. I mean, why would so much be sealed in a case that you can't look at? This is Ann Taylor's chance to be famous. Just hello, T-REV. I completely agree. Defense is asking for experts to break down and decipher data evidence pertaining to the case because the defense gave them all of the crap evidence too. He said, I agree that I think they have so much more evidence on BK and we haven't even seen or maybe even thought about. Right. Again, that with Kaylee sitting up in the corner and the defense wounds, we already knew that there was defense wounds from the beginning of this case. If you go back and watch the pressers, they specifically say some of the victims had defense wounds. With defense wounds doesn't mean that they were able to grab him, but you would think that there is a shot that possibly they were able to grab one, onto him and maybe get some skin under the fingernails, which would make DNA in this case. I feel like if there is skin under any one of their fingernails or even just a fraction of DNA from Bryan Kohberger on any of the victims, he's getting roasted. He is getting roasted in court if there is DNA on any one of these victims.
So I don't think that's a problem. But let me go to Ms. Denny's. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor. And Your Honor is.
How long after the murders did it take them for them to get to BK? I believe he got arrested on December 20. It was right after Christmas. December 20, was it Christmas? It was like December 27th or the 28th. I forget the exact date. Now I'm gonna look it up. What date was Bryan Kohberger arrested? It's been a minute since I looked at it. Yeah, no, actually I was wrong. December 30th of 2022 was when he was arrested. So we were going into 2023, currently in 2024, and they're talking about 2025. So 3 years down the line. I thought the Papa Rogers account was active after Brian was arrested. I hear 50-50 things on that. Some people say it's not the same account. Some people say it is the same account. That I wasn't able to find. I really wasn't. I pray for that. That'd be slam dunk.
familiar and aware of the materials that we're discussing, and you're also aware of the sensitive nature of those materials. The state is really just following the court's lead in your protective order, where you named specifically who on the defense team would be allowed to have access. It follows that if we're going to expand that access, that those individuals need to be specifically named. And it's really going to be the only way the court can have control of any unauthorized dissemination, is to know exactly who was privy to what was enclosed. So at a bare minimum, we need to know who it's going to be given over to. Your December 29th sealed order also said that any further dissemination of the materials or the information contained within the materials, including to any investigator or experts, must be approved by the court after a showing by the defense as to why such individual needs the information. In the defense's motion, their stated reasoning is, quote, to investigate how and when Mr. Kohberger was identified as a suspect, end quote.
What's the gavel to this from?
State maintains they don't need access to all of that highly sensitive information. To satisfy that purpose, that is laid out in the November 28, 2023 letter from the FBI to the state. So we would ask that, one, they be named. If they are granted access, that it be to that letter, and that the balance of the materials be protected. And we would ask that you follow the proposed language in the state's response from February 9th to ensure further protections of the materials.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Sailor?
Well, Your Honor, I know what letter Ms. Jennings refers to.
I think he is completely.
And I think our experts should have access to the actual materials. That letter is a summary. It's a police summary. Our duty is to investigate police work. We do that in every case. And with our heightened duties in a death penalty case, our investigators should have access to the entire record. Our investigators understand what a protective order is, and they'll abide by that protective order. Again, if you want them named in any order allowing them access, that's fine. That's just fine with me. It's most important that they have access to all of the materials. The summary contained in the FBI's letter isn't the totality of the materials. It doesn't show some of the particulars about things that were happening on certain dates. And that's what's important to put into a timeline so that we can try to understand how the state did its work in this case.
Stop the cap.
Well, one of the issues with this IGP is relevance.
Right? What's going on, Yolanda?
And so the way I'm viewing it is maybe it needs to go on steps, maybe where it's justified.
400 witnesses? Holy cow, though. It's 400 witnesses. That's a lot of fucking witnesses. 400 witnesses. I wonder what these witnesses seen. Imagine 400 witnesses. Damn, this trial might be like a full 3 months. I mean, longer than that. It's gonna be a long trial. You buckle up. This is probably gonna be the trial of the century when it goes down. Reverse image search.
With the relevance or the potential of relevance for some of that information, because from the very beginning, the state's position has been it has no bearing on the case. It will not have any bearing on the trial. But I allowed the access to what I thought was potentially relevant, and to allow your experts, now allowing your experts to view that information. So let me just kind of move into the other clarification, because I also understand particularly relevance of mitigation. Okay, what your investigators need to cover. They likely have to have contact with Mr. Kohberger's family, and that we're not. I don't think we're talking about that kind investigation.
That's a good point
I
too.
mean, that is your responsibility. It's also your responsibility to dig in wherever you have to. I mean, I think you're required to do that.
I agree.
So my balancing responsibility is to keep it in control to some degree. So I guess what I'm asking is that I have some justification for making contact with certain families that may have no bearing whatsoever on the case, unless it's in mitigation or something like that. Now, the DNA issues, especially, I mean, maybe especially in the IgG, it has to have some relevance if there's some context, okay, that connects to the case itself. That's how I'm looking at it. I might be wrong, but so you can respond. Okay.
All right, we're talking about a couple of different things here. With our request for clarification, I was talking specifically about people that are already known to our team that we may be in contact with, friends, direct family, parents, sisters, aunts and uncles.
And those I interrupt you just for 1 second. That has no relevance to the IgG information that you were given.
Those are people we already knew before.
Okay.
So I want clarification that I can continue to talk to the Koberger family.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm not running afoul of court order. I want to be really clear who I'm asking for to have access to the IgGs. It's not our mitigation investigator. That our mitigation investigator, I think the court heard me talk about going 3 generations back to do her work. That's required under the AVN. I'm not talking about her. She wouldn't have access to this. I'm talking about our criminal investigators dealing with the innocent space for Brian.
Right.
Those are the people that I think should have access to the same materials under the same protective order. They're not doing the generations back. None of the IgG materials would be used for that part of the mitigation work. She's doing her own thing, her mitigation.
I agree. Why was he sorting the trash with rubber gloves and separating it? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I get I mean, I understand everybody's aspect and take and respect everybody's opinion just as well, just as well as you probably do the same. Some people think that Koberger's innocent. Some people think that the investigation's weird. But I mean, can we look at this aspect though? This guy's DNA is in that house, right? And it's on the sheath. And allegedly, the same vehicle is seen going around that area. That right there is enough. I mean, they have it enough. They have enough probable cause. They got it. They got him in jail, waiting to fight for his life against the death penalty. But again, it's the DNA that's inside of the snap of the sheath. Yeah, it could be, did anybody touch this, that, and the third? But why isn't there any other DNA on there and it's just his? Right? Why is it only his on there? So I think that's where the problems come in for me. When I hear DNA, I immediately am on board. I'm like, okay, there's DNA here. Okay, they got a case. That's how I'm looking at it. DNA already, it tells me a story when I hear DNA. Now, if they didn't have no DNA in this case, I'd be like, yeah, nah. If take the DNA out of here, take the knife sheath out of here, and let's just say they had his vehicle only Brian Koberger or whatever, only a white vehicle that looked like Brian Koberger's was riding around there. If you take the knife sheath out the equation and you take off that aspect of it and especially separating the trash, that one, I don't know. That one's weird to me. Separating the trash from the regular trash can in your household is absolutely sus. Why are you doing that? I agree with that. That just shows that something was going on there. DNA doesn't lie. That's what I'm saying. DNA doesn't lie. And if all right, let's say Brian Kohlberger sold a knife on Facebook, or, sold a knife on Facebook Marketplace and this, that, and the third, then that would have been brought out already. He sold a knife to somebody in the area recently. He sold a K-bar knife, and I feel like that information would be put out there. I don't know. That's how I feel. So shady. They tore the home down. I do think that is shady too. Karen says she is so over her head that she is asking Judge to do part of her job. Come on, Taylor, back off.
Oh my God.
What's going on, Sabrina? Welcome to the stream. Deborah said, yeah, my DNA will not be in a murder house unless I was there. A murder house, not just yet the murder house, but it's under the DNA is under the sheath of what was right there, wedged between them. So I mean, yeah. Then you got DM. So we got to jump in. You got DM and BF. DM and BF. What did they hear? What are their accounts? I mean, that's going to be big. And I think when that trial comes and we finally hear from DM and BF, I think we'll be a little bit surprised about what we hear. But there is rumors that they were texting each other during the murders, allegedly. Again, that's per reports that came out. And I remember hearing that from one person, and it spread it around like a wildfire. Once I said something about it, that shit went crazy. They're saying that Bethany Funk allegedly was texting Dylan Mortensen allegedly during the murders, and it had something to do with sound allegedly. But we'll see if that's true. Again, it was rumor. That's what came out. And that's what I heard myself. He said, we will be. Oh my God. Yeah, I know, right? We'll see. Not necessarily true. You go somewhere and something occurs later. Lisa says that she wants all the evidence so she can then make up the alibi. That's a good point. That's a good point. Is that what's going on? She want everything so she can create the best defense possible? Obviously. I feel like Janice says DM for sure, and BF is going to help, I think. Right? That is what I want to know. What did they hear? All that commotion, four people murdered. You don't hear nothing. 4 people murdered. Yeah, I know. I get the time. I get what time it is at night. I understand sleeping, but we know that she came face to face allegedly with them coming. And if she came face to face with them at her doorway, did she come face to face with them coming down the stairwell, or did she come face to face with them after whoever it was coming out of out of Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin's where they were in the bedroom? Is that where she's seen him from?
Investigator looking backwards as she's supposed to at the things she needs to. That's not the IgG material.
What about DNA from the car?
So putting aside that investigator and thinking of only our criminal investigators that are going to be dealing with our innocence phase of the case. Those are the investigators that I'd like to have access. They're the investigators that participate in the meeting with our experts. They're the investigators that help us put the timeline together to understand different things that were happening in the case before Brian's name was ever spoken by anybody. And we're missing that big piece about why was Brian's name spoken and how, and how does that connect to the other pieces that we have. That's what our criminal investigators are going to do. They're not looking at IgG materials, if allowed, to do any of the mitigation work. That's separate and apart. So I want to make sure that that's really clear. Also, when we're talking about whether something is relevant or not, I think that we're thinking of the standard for information to come out in court. That's not what I'm talking about. The court found that the IgG information was material under the discovery rules to the defense and allowed us to have access to some. It's for that same purpose and under that same rule that we're asking the court to allow our investigators to have access to the same materials. Whether or not any of this is something that comes into the court or into trial, that's a question to be answered later. I can see how, I think, this is why I'm really happy to have our experts involved, but I can see a way that there may be Emotion.
Don't shoot the messenger, Tracy. You know, don't shoot the messenger. That's just what I heard. Now, should have been calling the cops to save the friends. I gotta come back at you with a rebuttal, right? So how can I call the cops if I don't know what happened on the other side of those doors? How could I call the cops if I heard something that was normal, or maybe I'm used to people running through my house at night because we party all the time? What if you get what I'm saying? Because that's all a possibility. It's all a very well to be a possibility in this case of the reason why they didn't call the cops. There was always people at this residence. We seen multiple body cam footages of police being at this residence at nighttime, daytime. So depending on what you heard, and if we go back and we listen to those details that are in the PCA, the probable cause affidavit in this case, which was filled and loaded with so much, I haven't seen that much in no PCA. I've read a lot of PCAs up to this date now, and still haven't seen as much as I've seen in the Idaho 4 PCA. But when I think about that and the time it was and them texting, allegedly, it goes like this. Bethany and DM were texting. This is just allegedly the story. They were texting, and what was said was, what it was most likely about the noise going on, what was going on. You know what I mean? And that kind of makes sense with yelling up the stairs and stuff like that. But and I got to bounce back to what you're saying. Should have been calling the cops. Did they hear something that was so alarming that cops should have been called? I don't think we'll ever know that until we hear it from them. I don't think we'll ever know the real story as far as what happened that night until we hear it from their mouths and we hear their accounts of the stories about the night of November 13th. So I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a weird one for sure. Tracy, that's assuming she knew they were dying. You don't call 911 unless you know the situation. I can agree with Tracy about calling the cops up with Dylan Mortensen opening the door and seeing a man that had a mask covered up over his face. But did she think it was a covered mask and it really wasn't much of anything? Or did she begin to fall into that frozen shock phase that they talk about within that PCA affidavit? Is that what happened there? Did she see this guy? What did he have in his head? Did he have a knife in his hand? Was it dripping? Was she scared? You know what I mean? Like, what happened? Did she freeze up like that and was in a room in the dark and just hid? We got to hear that account. I feel like without that account, we can assume the worst, we can assume the best, we can assume whatever we want. But without hearing it and hearing the investigation and what was said during the investigation and making sure that everything that was said by them is the same when they get up on the stand, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a consistency in the story, witnesses, things to that nature. You said depends what? Hold up. To me, Judge seems very lackadaisy. Tammy Fletcher says. Tracy says T-REV, yes. Or yeah, I'll give you that for sure. My apologies for not being familiar with the case. They stood no. Don't apologize for having an opinion. Hell no. Don't ever apologize for having an opinion. Respected. And that's brought up all the time. But I try to be super realistic with the details when you think about them, because we have not heard from Dylan or Bethany. So it's hard to really speak for them. But I can't speak for them. I could speculate all day long, but speaking for them, I can't do. We could say what we thought we would have did as people, but until you're in that situation, and again, we don't know what happened that night. I mean, we know what happened in the house that night, obviously, but did Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk allegedly know what happened? That's the real question.
Practice that happens that relates to this. I'm not there yet.
That's where I'm.
I'll check it out, Mary.
If you have these experts, okay, go through this. I've been through all this information, and so if you can go, using your experts, and your experts kind of can tell me and state that.
Thank you, Mary.
You need to investigate particular people, okay, that were involved in this, then we can have a hearing about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not quite ready to be convinced that without getting this information from the experts, that we're gonna find some pathway, okay, that's going to be helpful to Mr. Coburn.
If, I mean,
I don't know.
courtroom, so if that's what you want to do, we can. I'm here. We waited a while to come to this hearing. I'm asking for it all with a protective order. If we do it the other way, we can do it. It's just everything takes time. And if that's the preference, that's okay. The court knows and would order us to not reach out to any of the people in this material, and we wouldn't do any of that. If we have a motion to file that references any of the content of the materials, that would be filed under seal. These are sealed items. If there was a hearing, I would guess the court would have a chance to look at the filings before granting me a hearing and hear from the state, and that would be sealed. I'm not asking our investigators have access to run out and start interviewing people. I'm asking they have access to not be shut out of conversations, considering what this means and how our client.
You think this is a Christmas hat? Really? It's not. I swear it isn't. It's far from a Christmas hat.
Came to the attention of law enforcement, and to plug things into the timeline of us trying to understand how we got from November 13th to December 29th. That's it. Not to go out and try to talk to people. I can just see that there's a potential motion to be filed, but that wouldn't be contacting anybody at all. That would be a motion.
And again, we gotta give Ann Taylor her respect on it as far as being a defense attorney. She's doing everything that she possibly can to try to flip the court upside down. I'll give her that. She's living up to, fighting for people's rights. So I'll give her that. I'll give her that. She's doing her job here, and she's combing through everything. I mean, as much as we hate the fact that it's taking so long, the last thing that we want is some fuck up in the trial, and all of a sudden it's dismissed, or we have to go through all the steps again. You know what I mean? So after sitting back and pondering on this case for so long, I really don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting because we want them to get it right, regardless of the fact of if Brent Kopaka did this himself, allegedly, or didn't do it whatsoever, and it was somebody else. We want them to get it right. That's it. So I do appreciate her doing her job here, but I do think some of the arguments are weird. I'll give her that. She's kicking ass on this case. I'll give her that. She's going through every single thing, like every nook and cranny. I mean, for instance, if you type in Idaho docs in chat, right? ! Idaho docs. Have fun. Let me know. By the time you're done reading from the top to bottom through every single documentation, it'll be 2026. By the time you read through all those documents, it'll be a little shorter than that. But I'm saying in general, that shit'll be like 2026 by the time you get done with those documents on that page. I mean, it's a long list of documents.
That's reassuring. I mean, that's one of the concerns. I mean, pulling a lot of other people into the case that, are completely innocent and don't even have any connection to the situation. So let me go back to Ms. Jennings. Do you have any response to any of this?
No, Your Honor, I'll just reiterate that Ms. Taylor keeps discussing their ability to just understand the timeline. Again, you're very familiar with the materials. Understanding the timeline and how we got from November 13th to December 29th is all laid out in that letter. None of the other materials are going to answer their questions regarding the timeline. So that's that they be given access to that, named investigators to that letter.
Thank you. You may remember a few hearings in the past that the state from the very beginning said there was played no.
You're right. They did say that, Diva. You're absolutely correct. a while back, I heard the prosecution say they didn't even need the DNA evidence to get Kohlberger convicted. You're right. That's true.
No, I don't know how you. It wasn't when I asked them in the hearing that did you?
Hey, Judge, can we donate you a better mic, please, sir? I think it'd be awesome. Come on, man. Let's send them in a shirt. We need to donate them a better mic. Damn, is this what the quality is going to be like for the trial? We're going to have to sit through this and listen and try to fumble with the audio. Good gracious, I hope they fix this audio. This audio is horrible. I'm over here trying to like listen and shit. Like the audio is bad. They need to get a new mic for this courtroom. Seriously, it's almost hard to hear what they're saying in a sense. Especially Judge. I could hear in, but Judge is a little hard to understand. I think they need to fix that.
Use the IGG, any of the information of the IGG to get the warrant, to get Mr. Kohlberger's DNA that was not part of it. So in terms of the time frame, don't know that it's that complicated because a lot of what happened in the time frame happened before that. Now, that's up to you to dig into that, obviously. But there was a lot of information in the letter, too. Just their sequence of using the IGG at all. So we're going to have to sort this out, obviously. But going back to what I'd like to do is just get some justification for digging in deeper, if necessary. And I'm not sure it's necessary, but I'm going to keep an open mind about that. So for right now, I would say let's just get your experts looking at the IGG stuff and exactly what they can read from that. And we'll go from there.
I mean, do we need captions? Damn.
Now, with regard to your clarification, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that your investigators can't contact people that they've already contacted without relying on the IGT information. That work for now?
Yes, Your Honor. Our mitigation expert has done her own family tree based on her work, and she has nothing to do with the IGG material. She's not an
Absolutely, he's in court.
expert that would have access to that. She's not named. So she needs to keep doing what she's doing as far as her work goes.
No bail, by the way. No bail. No bail. I mean, you killed 4 people. Allegedly. You're being charged with killing 4 people. He hasn't been found guilty yet. So, but in general, they're coming for him. They don't have anyone else, no other suspects, no other anything. It's Brent Kopaka.
And I think the proper clarification is that the IGG materials will not be used to develop any investigative leads.
I think that's fair. And what Ms. Jennings proposed in language in their response to your motion, is that something that you would object to at this point? I'm sure you probably read that language.
I did read it. It's a little bit less straightforward, but I think it covers it. It allows me to continue to speak to the people I'm speaking to and that I need to speak to that are on my list.
Okay. Anything else about that?
No.
These issues. Okay. Ms. Jennings?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, the next question I had is, I know that
it is
Mr. Kohlberger filed for a permissive appeal to the Supreme Court, and I just wondered what you know about that, because I have heard nothing about that. I know it was filed.
I know the states filed their objection, and that's the last that I recall seeing about it.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
So at this point,
in chat, let me, if you think Brent Kopaka was involved in this, I don't know. Do you think Brent Kopaka was involved in this? People think that and talk about that all the time, still to this date, believe it or not. But I just don't, for some reason, I don't see Brent Kopaka being involved with this, because if he was, you figured you'd hear something about it, right? He's deceased now. So if he was a suspect or a prime suspect, I mean, I feel like that information would have been divulged, or could that be sealed? Allegedly. No, I'm saying in general, I'm on the side of believing that, hey, leave that guy alone. Brent Kopaka, man, that guy served our country. He got into some weird situation over there, and something bad happened to him. Rest in peace. But is there anything connecting Brent Kopaka, whatever you want to call him? Is there anybody connecting Brent Kopaka to Brian Kohlberger? Can anybody show or give me a document or a picture of anything with Brent Kopaka or Paka, standing with Brian Kohlberger, them being friends on Facebook, them having each other's phone number, them out in the public together? I've yet to see it. I haven't seen it not one time. Now, I get that they talked about it in the video when they got pulled over, that him and his dad brought it up or whatever, or his dad did. But I just don't, for some reason, I'm not seeing a connection. I feel like it would already be out. And if you have been on the channel, you know that I've talked to his best friend, Brent, or what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. Off the top of the head, his name Brent. It's Darren. We had an interview with Darren on the show, right? And we talked about Brent Kopaka, and his case is pretty insane. They said, or allegedly, he died to the officers, right? And his phone was found factory reset on the kitchen table. Pretty insane. But I just don't see no connection with Brent Kopaka and Brian Kohlberger. I've yet to see those dots connected. I've seen people try to connect dots and make a little something out of nothing, but it didn't add up.
we don't know if the Supreme Court is going to take it. Okay, we don't know. You know anything else, Mr. Thompson?
Not other than the state's response was filed by the appellate division of the Attorney General's office. And I think we're just waiting to hear from the Supreme Court at this point.
Correct, Your Honor. We're just waiting to hear from the Supreme Court. I can tell you there's no deadline in the rule for them.
You mean Darren?
Deadline for themselves. And in my experience, it can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a month or so. So at this point, we're just waiting to hear.
So I don't know the answer to this. If it's filed, does that pause what we need to do here, or do we just pause it only when they pick it up?
My read of the rules, Your Honor, is the latter, that we continue as we are, unless and until they decide to take it, and then they would decide at that point what exactly is paused and not paused.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about that, Ms. Taylor?
No, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
That's a good point.
All right, I think we're now to schedule. Starting with, there was a request on change of venue, maybe late April, you were saying.
Yes, Your Honor, either that last week of April, I think it starts the 29th and 30th, or the first or second week of May for the actual hearing is when we'd request. And we would ask that we have until maybe the second week of April to get our initial briefing in, and then the state's response and our reply after that.
So what are you thinking would be the hearing? Like, give me a day or a week.
I would say that first full week of May, maybe that's May 5th or May 6th.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Okay. Beatty, then. Right?
Your Honor, we're asking the court to either deny this motion for change of venue as premature, or to set a hearing date closer to the trial date when that trial date gets set. And the reason for that is when courts look to change of venue and whether or not that's appropriate, the courts look to affidavits that have been filed. Importantly, they look to what jurors say, prospective jurors say during the voir dire process. Another thing that courts look to is the amount of media coverage and the proximity of that media coverage and the intensity of that media coverage to the trial. So in this case, I think we don't have sufficient information to even determine whether or not that's appropriate without seeing what prospective jurors actually say. But B, we're far enough out from trial that we can't really gauge that anyway. So we would ask the court to either deny that motion at this time or to set a hearing further down the road and closer to trial. If we do proceed to hearing, the state would just ask for a scheduling order. At this point, the defense has filed a motion. They did not file any affidavits, disclose any experts. They haven't even filed a supporting memorandum. And so we're not even sure what specific cases they're relying upon. So we can't really respond substantively to that motion until it's briefed. So we would ask the court to set a briefing schedule as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Well, my interpretation was that they were going to give us a lot of information, affidavits, maybe testimony for the hearing. Is that right, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, you're right. The motion was to put everybody on notice that we'd like to have this addressed. We do intend to have a presentation for the court. We do intend to have briefing for the state. I anticipated we'd get that scheduled today. But no, I didn't file the motion. I filed it to put everybody on notice that it's coming, and I think we need to address it. I think we need to address it before a trial setting. It doesn't make sense to set a trial, get right up to it, and then have to have everybody who's under subpoena rescheduled and have to have the public and the families of everybody disappointed because we're going to reset it at the last minute. So I think we should take care of whether or not the court should change venue sooner rather than later, especially given the length that this trial is anticipated to go. We'll need to schedule a courtroom either here or in another county in Idaho. I mean, we'll need some advance notice to get that done. It'll take a long time to try this case.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
And Your Honor, the state is asking for a briefing schedule so that we're not in a situation where the state is learning for the first time during a hearing what experts the defendant might be calling and what their arguments are. We would ask that all of that information be disclosed prior to hearing, including the CVs of any.
I heard that somebody tried to say Enan Harsh is a witness, or they were gonna call him as a witness. I'm like, well, if that dude was a witness, he definitely wouldn't be on no fucking YouTube channels. They wouldn't be going for that. They would definitely not be allowing old Enan Harsh, if he was a witness in this case, to be going up on YouTube channels and talking about this shit. No way you could ever convince me that. That's why I argue with that when people go, oh, Enan Harsh. I heard he was a defensive, he was going to be a witness. That dude ain't no damn witness. A witness to what? Homie changed his Facebook status to insert himself. Edited it all. Weird.
Experts that will be testifying.
Well, that's certainly what I would expect. But it's quite sticky, right? To think, you're going to wait until ready to seating the jury, which is probably a 2-week process in this case. And then figure out, hey, we can't see the jury, so we have to move the trial. At the same time, how do you really know if there's some prejudice right? Without trying to see the jury? It's really a catch-22.
And all of the logistical concerns that Ms. Taylor is describing are totally correct. The problem is that is what the law requires, and that is what the case law says. The case law does contemplate that. So certainly it's correct to note that there are going to be logistical challenges to that, but that's what the case law requires. But even if the court weren't inclined to wait until we're actually going through the voir dire process, at a minimum, I think it would be appropriate for the court to look to some jury questionnaires and at least go through that process.
Burger is listening.
Okay. This morning I was looking at State versus Haddon, where that was, you're probably very familiar with that, but that's Court of Appeals case, 2012, I believe. And there was a request to change venue well before the trial. The judge denied that, and then it came up again when they were trying to seat the jury, and then the judge denied that at that point. But kind of a double step to figure out if it was necessary. I've been struggling with this, for months. And so it's hard to know. Now, that doesn't mean that one of the parties can't present evidence. And the standard is kind of fishy, in my opinion. But they can provide that kind of information well before the trial. At the same time, I want to make sure that the state has the opportunity to respond to whatever information.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Mr. Koberger is going.
But that dude is not. He's not going to be a witness. There's no way. Not with him talking like he was. They shut that shit down.
Present. So now I'm scratching my head about, well, is May, first week of May, does that allow enough time? Does that allow it enough time for you, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I think it does. I can present the information to the state. I can have my briefing and I can have affidavits and let them know of any witness that I want to call. I can do that probably by the beginning of the second week of April. And that would give them, if we do this in May, that would give them ample time to read it over and respond to what we intend to present.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, as far as the duration of time between the briefing and the hearing, the state has no concerns about that. The state would just have concerns about those factors that the courts require us to look to as far as the timing of the hearing compared to the timing of trial. But as far as a briefing scheduled prior to the hearing itself, that timeline makes sense to the state.
Well, let's explore that just for a moment. Because I've been thinking about setting a trial, well, also for months, but I listened very carefully to Ms. Taylor and Mr. Thompson in our last hearing, and I really, it wasn't clear that I'm not really happy about setting the trial in 2025. It seems so far away.
Right.
Now, it's not just, doesn't just affect Mr. Koberger and his defense, but there's a lot of other considerations. So I am trying to be fair and realistic, okay, about when we could really be ready for trial. Now we want to do it once, okay? So let me go.
This is probably one of the most boring court dates, ain't it? Like, what updates are in here besides y'all talking about IGG when you already had multiple court dates talking about IGG and still going over information, talk about witnesses and all this different shit. It's like, what?
First to you, Mr. Thompson, about when. I know that it's been complicated, the discovery. I mean, you have these different agencies, FBI, state police, the state lab. We've got Moscow Police Department, Latah County, Pullman Law Enforcement, Pennsylvania Law Enforcement. And I think you mentioned it's hard to get all this stuff together. And that is one of the things that has delayed setting the trial, not to mention the motions about the grand jury procedures, also the issues about the investigative genetic genealogy issues,
This
and
case getting out so much.
I'm kind of curious. Okay, when do you think that you will be completely finished with providing discovery to the defense?
Judge,
it is annoying.
Most current projection that we have would probably be at the end of the summer.
We could create a better argument here.
Majority of the discovery has been provided. That's not to say that Mr. Koberger has been able to, and his defense team been able to digest it all, because it is substantial is an understatement. We are still awaiting information that the defense both wants and needs to have, and we're going back through all the discovery to make sure that nothing's been overlooked. We have 2 members of our team, an attorney and a legal assistant, who are essentially assigned full time to that task. And that's projected. We got from them. It could be up to 6 months, which would put us with initial discovery completion at the end of August, 1st of September of this year.
Because last time you were talking about August for the trial.
Sure enough. And that's what we had hoped for. And when we filed our motion for trial setting scheduler back in December, a couple months ago, we felt that was realistic. And as we are looking at where we are right now, I'm not sure that it is. We know that the defense has already indicated just on the death penalty alone, they will be filing multiple motions, and they've been very lengthy. We've seen the same filings in the Nez Perce County.
What you doing, son? I might have to bring you up on panel, man. I need somebody to debate with, you know?
Homicide case that recently resolved. Those I could see taking a couple months in and of themselves to address. In addition to motions that actually directly relate to the merits of this trial, discovery, motions of limine, and that sort of thing. Our team met again this morning with our companions from the AG's office here in Moscow, and we actually have a proposal to make to the court for a trial date and a scheduling order, if Your Honor is interested.
I'm very interested. I'll tell you before you say anything about that. Yes, I was looking at whether or not it was realistic and fair. Okay, you know, trying to be compromising to some degree. I think it was March 3rd.
March 3rd.
2025.
Well, Your Honor, it just happens to be in pink highlight on my ad here, March 3rd, 2025.
March 3rd of 2025?
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
No, it doesn't do that to me. But BK has the psychopath stare, creepy. He does. But does that mean he did anything? I said, I'm ready for debates. I might have to send you a little link here in a minute. Pay attention for it. You know, we'll turn up a little bit. Jim says all they do in these hearings is wasting time. It's so frustrating. I agree. Talking about the same thing that they've talked about in the court multiple times. IGG information, when to schedule the trial, when to do this, that, and the third. It's like we're seeing the same exact court case or the same exact court hearing every time we see him step into court. Literally. I mean, the worst one was when one of the defense's experts was up there talking. Oh my goodness. I'm talking about get a bunk bed, you sleep through that. I mean, this guy was just not making sense. Good, great stall tactics. Code green for sure. I feel that.
Okay, I had no idea. I wasn't reading your mind or anything, but I thought that's about the mid. And I remember, Ms. Taylor, that you said that would be the soonest you could be ready.
And that was if everything went right from that point.
And I remember that.
And it has. It has.
Call down.
I'll hear what their proposals are.
Okay.
Emotional damage. So we would propose that the court set March 3rd of 2025 as trial. we would propose a September 6th, 2024 preliminary discovery deadline that would include exhibits known at that time. November 8th, 2024 for the defendant's discovery deadline. That would give them a chance to respond to any last minute discovery that comes out from the state. February 7th of 2025 for the state to disclose any basically reply or rebuttal to what we've learned from the defense discovery. That would include rebuttal experts. The defense's deadline would also necessarily have to include their mitigation evidence. We would suggest the court consider a final pretrial conference, kind of the pretrial wrap-up details conference for the week of February 12th to 16th, 2025. Since the death penalty related motions are already known and they aren't dependent on discovery, we would ask that any death penalty related motions defense have be filed by September 6th of this year. That the state have until October 11th to respond. The defense can then reply by October 25th and schedule a hearing during the week of November 4th through the 8th of this year. So we can get that wad of 12, 18, however many of those motions are going to be filed, we can get that handled. We would suggest that the court direct the jury questionnaires, if we can't agree on one, that the record suggestions from the state and the defense be to the court by November 1st of this year. That would give the court the opportunity to finalize a jury questionnaire that the court is comfortable with, and it can be ready at the start of the next calendar year, which is when the next jury pool would be pulled or would be drawn. And the court can, at that point, get questionnaires out to an initial panel and can assess in a timely fashion, are we really going to have venue issues in the early part of next year as we approach March 3rd. We propose the jury instructions exhibit list be exchanged by January 31st of 2025. And finally, as to pretrial motions, which would be case-specific motions in limine and those sorts of things, the deadline for filing, that would be November 22nd of this year, with the understanding that parties could file them early. I mean, the state already has been developing a list of various pretrial motions in limine that we think we'd like the court to consider, and we can file those early. But the deadline would be November 22nd, responses by December 13th, replies by December 20th, and then schedule a hearing on any of those pretrial motions sometime during the week of January 6th through the 10th. And I think
you have to write that down.
I have it all written down. Yes, sir. And we can get it to you in writing. That's not a problem.
Okay. Ms. Taylor, so if things aren't going perfectly, of course they never do.
They never do, Judge. They never do. And I'll say it again. Death is different.
What about, like, does anybody remember the conflict of interest? If we take this back a while ago, right? And we go back into 2022 coming into, or actually 2023. Remember the whole conflict of interest? What's going to happen with, because if you think back, Ann Taylor allegedly, wasn't she Xana's mom's lawyer? Correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I'm pretty sure she was Xana's mom's lawyer. So what is going on with that? Isn't that a conflict of interest when you were already, I don't know. I mean, I guess not at the same time, but I don't know. Yeah. JB says, yeah. Is the commercial over? We're getting there. Shit. I'll speed it up too. If I got to, I'll speed it up so we can get into talking about it. Alicia, I have it on 2. So it's the lowest. I can really feel like it's doing something. Conflict. Yes. Yes. She was Xana's mom's lawyer. This case is crazy, like Sarah Boone case. Isn't that the Sarah Boone case? Isn't that what the suitcase? I took a little glance at that. That was pretty insane. They already had a hearing on conflict of interest. Judge found that there wasn't. I must have missed that one. Yes, she was. Now she's back in jail. I seen that also. Dietrich says, I think they said she never went to court for her, but handled her paperwork or something like that. Peppy says she dropped from being her representation. I guess with this case, right?
This is a capital case. I've heard the court say the court only wants to do it once. And I've heard the court ask, what
Damn.
can I do to speed things up? I need discovery. I need all of the discovery. I need the things that we've asked for. I need to not have to fight in motions to compel for things that was done on behalf of the state by the FBI that ends up being used against Brian or used in the investigation. I need that stuff. I need, when I ask for something, I need to get it rather than have to go back and ask and ask and ask again. And I'm not saying anything mean about Bill Thompson.
That's crazy.
I'm just not. I think he tries his very best, but I think he's hampered by the agencies and the information he gets from them. I can give you some examples. We asked for x-rays. We were told they don't exist. They're listed repeatedly in reports. We asked for them again. And I'm not sure if I'm getting them or not. The response is we have thumbnails, but we haven't found the actual x-rays. There's one example.
I had to speed
I asked for certain mapping data done by a member of the CAST team. They said, you have it all. I said, no, I don't. I only have November 29th. And they said, oh, well, I guess we just didn't get that. Something didn't copy right. And I'm not saying anything mean about Bill or his office. I'm saying this is really difficult to drag the information out and get it to my experts or to understand it. And to hear that we're going to have a discovery deadline by the end of August is great. I need to have every piece of everything. I then have to have time to double check and make sure I really got it. I need to have time to get it to my experts and for them to have an opportunity to understand how that impacts their opinions, if at all. So I'm prepared for this case. And then we need time to get things to the state and for them to respond to what we send to them too. I know that this court wants to set this trial. These kinds of cases don't happen in a year. They don't happen in 2 years. They take a long time. This case is challenged with the way discovery has come at us. I'll give you another example. I open up, I get them and I list them in my computer by date. At one point, I gave the court a printout of that so the court could see how I'm getting it. And when I look in a folder, it has subfolders. And I might get some reports from Moscow Police Department with an FBI report. And an FBI report might reference an email. It might reference a photograph. It might reference a screenshot of a picture or of a phone that they took when they interviewed somebody. That's not with it. So maybe a few months later.
Oh, Ann, are you giving away some details here? They took a phone away? Which phone was it, Ann? Can you tell us the name of the person that the phone they took? Which one was it? You got close to giving up some information. I think she's honestly referring back to some of the things in the case. So listen to what she's saying, because she said about the phone being taken or whatever, right? She's talking about a phone. And what if with the FBI information attached to you, they took a phone and then they got the information from the phone? You're basically just telling us, yeah, this is some of the stuff that you got. Yeah, I get it.
I get some photos that has these screenshots in it. And now I have to try to figure out who gave that screenshot, whose phone did that come from, which officer did that interview.
Pure examples of what they have. She's giving some examples, not all the way matching to the details of what they do have and what she's looking at, but she's definitely giving us a decent example here, I feel like.
And get them matched up and figure out that somebody I need to talk to. So not only do we have a huge volume of information, the way I get it is completely disorganized. And it's like if you wanted to play 52 card pickup with 100,000 decks of cards and throw them in the air, and I have to go figure out how to put them together. And by the way, the backs of every one of those cards look the same. That's what I'm doing. We also have science questions in this case. We have DNA, we have cell phone analysis, we have video analysis. The video analysis that the state really likes in this case, I don't have the full scope of that video with audio that should be available. They're working on it. They really are. I don't think they're not working on it. I'm just saying this is a real thing that takes time. And then you have the public nature of this case, and people don't want to talk to us. They're not wanting to talk to us. So we have to try to get witnesses, people that are listed in a state's discovery, to talk to us. We have our duties that are required with mitigation because there's no break. I don't get to go to trial on the innocence phase, and then if something goes wrong and Brian's not acquitted, I don't get time to go prepare that mitigation. I have to take another breath and start right there. So I have to have time to do all of that. Our mitigation expert is working as quickly as she can. She is meeting a lot of resistance to collect records and to conduct interviews. We're working through that as best we can. She has travel obligations to try to interview people. These things take time. I want all the discovery by the end of August. I love the discovery deadline by September 6th. That does not allow me enough time to get ready for trial by March 3rd. That deadline, that cutoff for us to get mitigation materials, that's impossible.
Is it?
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you,
We don't care.
just impossible. We've got the year pretty well scheduled out with what travel still needs to happen and what records still need to be obtained. So to have that to the state, I think they said by September, October, that's just impossible.
Got me, really.
I would request that this court take up our venue motion in May, make a decision on venue, and let's see where we can get with the discovery. I still need to read every bit of discovery that's come, and I haven't. I scan it when I get it, but to go page by page and read it and understand what it means, I'm not in 2023. I have a long ways to go. So I don't think that is realistic to set it. I think if you set it for March, I'm going to be back here after the discovery deadline, and I'm going to be telling you there's no way that we're going to be ready for trial. I would rather this court set the change of venue, make that determination. Let's see where we get with the discovery by May. Probably the court would have a decision by the end of May, early June. Let's see where we are with discovery by then and set a realistic day. I hope we can go by summer of 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Ms. Taylor. I can help in any way to speed things with, if there's problems with discovery, I'm happy to do that on very short notice. So that we can.
Hold up, did Judge steal my laptop? I swear he did. Oh, I must have the newer one. He's got a ThinkPad too. I see that. I was like, damn, did he steal my laptop?
Keep going.
Jersey sent a dope.
But you say, it would be fantastic if you got all the discovery by August. Your mitigation person has been working already, right? And just to know that I'm not being insensitive about this, I did read the ABA supplementary guidelines for mitigation function of defense teams in death penalty cases, and it's
right, Jay.
It's huge. Okay, I get it. There are so many things that if you don't do, then it comes back as, well, you were ineffective. And those standards are high standards for sure. And it takes a lot of time. So, but I'm also thinking, if you get all the discovery, if you can, assuming that, which may be inaccurate.
I hate that, like, you're still talking about discovery too. Like, that's like, why are we this far down the line in discovery we're still talking about?
For the end of August, you're saying that you wouldn't be able to respond to all of that, assuming that it's even earlier, that you could not be ready for the beginning of March 2025.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I love that discovery deadline. Let's shoot for that. And I think that would help me make a June 2025 trial. Mm-hmm. I think once we have that discovery, and I agree, we can file.
Excuse me, man. What'd you say? 48 what? Hold on, let's go back to that. She said a June what?
March 2025.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I love that discovery deadline. Let's shoot for that. And I think that would help me make a June 2025 trial. I think once we have that discovery.
I think that'll help me make a June 2025 trial.
Oh my God.
What? A June 2025? That's wild.
And I agree, we can file the challenges to the death penalty earlier, but the challenges to some of the things that are going to be contained in discovery, those we need to see it all and see how it interplays. I can do some things early, but I may be coming back and asking the court to reconsider if it doesn't go our way and we found something that we didn't have. I think a discovery cutoff is great, and I think the court has to manage that discovery. If we finally are up to the eve of trial and there ends up being a whole new dump of discovery, then the court has to look at that discovery and understand, is it exculpatory? Is it something that we didn't have a chance to prepare for and should be excluded? If it relates to anything to do with the death penalty portion of the case, then the court's going to be asked to strike the death penalty. I mean, the discovery deadline is critical in this case. So I love that. I love that. What that means, if I have all the discovery by the end of August this year, it means that there is a stopping point where I can know I have it all. So I can confidently get the motions filed. I can confidently tell my experts, this is it. This is the scope of what you have to do. And I can have some space to read it all and understand it and get ready for witnesses too. If the court makes that deadline, know that mitigation is not going to be done by then, but if the court makes that discovery deadline, and then we follow that with our motion practice, and then our deadlines for expert disclosures and whatever's going to come from that, and our mitigation, we should be in good shape by June of 2025 to try the case. If we have that discovery column, I think that's a great idea.
We can stay with Mr. Thompson.
Trying to figure out where to start first. Yes, discovery is fast. Yes, there have been things that
What was it?
Mr. Koberger has asked for.
What was it?
That we've inquired, and we were initially told, no, you don't have that. And then we have gone back at the prompting of defense saying, you sure? I mean, it ought to be there. And for example, x-rays for the autopsy. Well, we just got those. The first came in with thumbnails. In today's discovery, Ms. Taylor's going to have the full size, which we were able to obtain when we saw he gave us thumbnails. These are useless. Give us the real thing. And through the coroner's office, we were able to finally achieve that. According to Ms. Jennings, we are better than 95% complete on discovery. So we're getting close. There are some things that are outstanding. There are some issues with what information is actually available to us. We have given Mr. Koberger everything that we haven't asked for a protective order on or had some sort of dispute about. And we've given it to them, and frankly, in the order it's come in, instead of waiting to try to package it together and give it to them in a different format, just because they want it as quickly as possible. And I appreciate that. And we're going to continue doing that.
What's up, Andy?
It's going to benefit to have deadlines for everybody to have to work for here. I don't think just setting a deadline for state's discovery does anything other productive other than that initial stage. So if we're going to set discovery deadlines, we need a state's discovery deadline. We need a defense discovery deadline within a reasonable time after that and a reasonable time before trial, because we're going to then have to investigate whatever the defense tells us they might be using. And then, of course, an opportunity after we see what the defense is proposing or is disclosing to rebut that in some fashion and give notice of that. So that package of 3 days are important. Pre-trial motion on the death penalty. I think that's
Bill, calm down. I got your hat. I'll be sending it back to you after you walk out.
important. We need deadlines, so just get it done and over with. And both teams can prioritize based on the timelines what needs to be done when. I don't know the first thing about what's going on with defense mitigation. Apparently it's been going on for a while. It sounds like it's going to be massive. That's something that we just don't have any insight to. We think that our proposals are realistic.
I know, right?
The fact that something could happen where it turns out that they aren't realistic, that something happens and we have to revisit. And I think we need to be prepared to do that.
How you doing, Riley?
I think the last thing that I want to touch on real quick is
enjoy the commercial. We're watching a commercial right now, and after the commercial, we'll have some conversations.
The proposal to set a state's discovery deadline and set hearings on the change of venue is inadequate. As we've indicated, change of venue under the law, that motion is premature. We need to be able to give the court the benefit of what impacts publicity, for example, is having on our actual jury pool. We know there's publicity. Everybody can agree. There's been massive publicity, not just in Latah County, but I see more about it in Boise or hear about it from other parts of the state than what we're seeing locally. So the massive publicity, that's a red herring, realistically. There's publicity everywhere about this. The issue is whether the publicity and the nature of this case is such that we cannot pick a fair and impartial jury in this county.
I've seen him do it.
Of course, we know that just being aware of publicity about a case does not disqualify a jury. There has to be a showing that that publicity or whatever has impacted the juror to the point where that juror cannot sit in this box as a fair and impartial juror and make a decision based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom. That's the issue that Your Honor is going to have to decide on the change of venue question, and you can't do that based on a bunch of affidavits.
Do you think that they're going to change venues though? Like honestly, and I'm talking to everybody in the stream in general. Do you think that they're going to end up changing the venue in this case?
It's from experts who say, Judge, there's been a lot of publicity. That doesn't cut it. So I think just having a state's discovery deadline and trying to prematurely move forward with motion for change of venue is not the right approach. We think that the proposals that we've made are reasonable, understanding that Ms. Taylor has concerns about whether she's going to be able to meet those. And I think there are enough stages in there that if that becomes a reality, there's the opportunity for us to discuss that. Like everybody here, we only want to do this once. We do not want to invite error that we can avoid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I think you said maybe you're like 98%.
But probably a little bit more than 95%. It's what Ms. Jennings just told me.
Okay. So if it's 95%, I mean, is it possible that it could be done before the end of August?
It's possible, and we aren't going to wait till the end of August to do anything. We will continue to disclose information as we receive it. I mean, that's not fair to the defense. That's not fair to anybody. Just sit on stuff and dump it.
Okay. How many times have we heard Bill Thompson say that? How many times have we heard Bill Thompson say the same thing in the courtroom? That's the third time I've now heard him say that. Anything that we get, we'll hand it right over to him. And then Ann Taylor proceeded to say, talk like they weren't giving over what they needed. And that's when he stood up and was like, sir, they're asking for something we don't have. It got pretty fiery in the courtroom that day. I remember.
So we are hopeful that it'll be finished by then, but we don't want to have to face a deadline that we think there's a chance could be difficult to meet. And that's why we propose the early September date, which would be essentially 6 months from now.
September 6th, that's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Agreed, Diane.
Ms. Taylor, you said that would be fantastic.
That would be fantastic, Your Honor. And Your Honor can give us a January 2025 deadline if the court wants to set a discovery deadline for us too. Expert disclosures, I think maybe would take a little bit longer, maybe February 2025. The court gives us a deadline for expert disclosures. I want to comment on the motion for venue change. Your Honor, because I filed a motion and the court doesn't have affidavits or the briefing to understand how we're going to approach this, doesn't make it untimely. I'm fully aware that the massive amount of media coverage by itself isn't all of it. But I'm also aware that this case has had more media coverage than most other cases, and it continues. So there is an impact of that. There are other considerations besides just the massive amount of media and an impact on potential jurors. That's what we're going to talk about. I think it's timely. I think it's appropriate to set a change of venue motion. I think it is what makes the most sense for the court to make that determination and set a trial date from there. If the court sets one here and has to change it later, a lot of things have gone into play to get that trial date set here, to get the courtroom reserved, and a lot of people really waiting until the court has heard the information, more than affidavits saying there's a massive amount of media coverage. The court can make that determination. If the court agrees to change venue at that time, then it makes a lot more sense to just set that trial from there. I would think by the end of, or by May, when we can have a hearing.
Best alibi ever, driving around town while putting the phone on airplane mode. Greatest alibi ever. That reminds me of somebody. Serenos? Is that you about? You said the same shit like Serenos.
I would think I would have a better handle maybe on the process the state's going through now with its discovery. I will continue to make the utmost effort to get all the way through every piece of what I have now and continue to follow up with questions to the state so that we can try to have this discovery issue put aside. Once we have the discovery completed, I think that we're going to have a lot better idea of what the motion practice is going to look like and how long that's going to take. And it'll be a more realistic way to disclose experts to one another with the materials that's required under Idaho Rule of Evidence 702. I think that's a better way to go, even though you might not set a trial date today, because at least you'll set one that's really informed that maybe everybody can rely on.
We'll see.
Thank you. Well, I want to make an informed decision about changing venue, and it makes sense to me. I mean, it may be premature, but I'd like to see what the defense has to say about that, what you're going to present.
We're talking about change of venue. Here they go.
Just curious. Yes. I can always deny it, but if it's
get my attention now.
Sufficiently strong and persuasive, then maybe it makes sense to do that. Obviously.
Do you think it matters at this point, John? Judge? Do you think it matters? Changing the venue right now, I don't think it matters, just for the simple fact that it's all over the nation. Damn near everybody knows about this case.
Reasons. I particularly want to go to another county for weeks.
Yeah, waste time and money to do all that for just another group of people to know the case. Yeah, that's great.
I'm not, as I sit here, I'm not persuaded that we necessarily have to change it. I think that's
here. Let's leave this town where they know the case and take it to another one where they know it also. Make it make sense. Waste time and money to switch venues.
And there are a lot of factors, and that's one of the reasons why I was looking at this patent case, which is that's court of appeals, but it goes through all of the other cases that have dealt in this issue. So I'm thinking, you said mid-April that you would be able to file all of your declarations, affidavits.
I can understand this with the change of venue, though. I do, while it's on my mind, I had to say it. That's why I paused it again. But I'm thinking about the change of venue. The only part I will agree on with that change of venue part is that what if, they pick out some people and it ended up being somebody who knew one of, you know what I mean? Like something like that. So you got to be careful with shit like that. So I could get it. I could see why they would change venue. I could see why in this case they would change venue. All jokes aside and being serious. You never know, in the town, especially if you're in the town of Moscow or around there in general, you definitely heard of this case and it probably fumbles with your heartstrings. So I could get them changing the venue for sure. I could definitely get them. I mean, because you gotta figure the town took this very seriously, and it hit them hard. It hit everybody in this town hard. Every single person. I feel like. I mean, I've watched plenty of interviews with just people around town, and everybody was baffled and blown away by this case. So moving the venue to a different town, I could see why it wouldn't, with people in that town, it wouldn't be so personal because it didn't happen in their town. I mean, you figure people in Idaho, a lot of people in Idaho own land. Are they really sitting around watching TV all the time? You got some people there. I know I got people from Idaho in chat right now, but you definitely run that risk everywhere. I agree with that. I do agree with that too. That's a fair argument. Just change venues. Let's get this ball rolling. That will happen everywhere. That's true too. That is true too. Change it so it doesn't come up on appeal. That's a good point too, Michelle. A Libra's moon. You said this is not uncommon at all. This happened in 2022, not a long time ago. A lot of trials take years.
Whatever you're going to do, let the state know who is going to testify. If you're going to have witnesses to testify, there's going to be experts.
That's a good point.
We got a taste of that, sometime at the beginning of one of our hearings. So maybe I'll hear the same witness. I have nothing to say. So we'll say April 17th.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I can make
Okay.
it.
And maybe we say the state has enough time to have their response by May 1st.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Okay. I think it's appropriate, Your Honor. Thank you.
Because there may be experts on the other side too. So, and I expect the information that you're going to present both sides and with a brief. So obviously. And I'm going to be in Boise the next week.
That's a good point. Suntos Flow.
You actually have other cases. Be surprised.
I actually have other cases. I mean, I said I actually got other cases. No surprise. Come on, John. You're taking too long.
Emotional damage.
Hit different.
How do you feel about afternoon of May 20th? That's a little bit far out, but we've already been talking about maybe having a trial starting in June. So.
Your Honor, can I have it before May 25th? The witness I anticipate is not going to be available starting May 25th. Starting May 25th, I think, for 2 weeks. So if I could have it ahead of May 25th, that way we can
have a jury trial back in week, May 20th.
Complete silence.
This afternoon of May 14 give you enough time, Ms. Beatty?
That was May 14th, Your Honor.
May 14, that's Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll say, how about 1:30?
Sounds great, Your
Okay,
Honor.
1:30, May 14. I am going to make a determination about that presentation on change of venue before I set the trial. it could still be March 3rd or
Yeah, I know.
maybe
I know.
beginning of yeah, that's 2024. I know. I'm just still thinking of 2024. But it's hard. It is hard to think it. It's so far out. But I'm listening carefully to both sides, and it's a complicated case, and it's a death penalty case, and that adds a lot. It really does. So I'm gonna hold. I would like you to send me your scheduling list, and I will think about that. We're going to have a deadline of September 6th for discovery from the state. And Ms. Taylor, did you say beginning of January?
Yes.
Okay, January. Give me a date.
9th.
9th. Okay, good job. All right.
You said good job.
2025. Ms. Beatty.
Could we address one more deadline briefly?
Yes, of course. You all give me deadlines. I'll write them down.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been an ongoing discussion beginning most recently with the state's request for scheduling order, and I believe Ms. Taylor briefly addressed it at the last hearing. There's been an ongoing discussion about the alibi
Oh wow, she talks fast.
deadline, and the state is asking the court to either limit the defendant to presenting evidence about the disclosure that he made related to the alibi, which was that he was driving around the night of the homicides, but not allowing any further discussion or evidence of an alibi, given the amount of time that has passed since the state requested that alibi disclosure. Alternatively, since it was in the court's scheduling order initially prior to the trial being vacated, we would ask the court to set a 10-day deadline now, because that is consistent with the alibi statute. The state does not believe it is appropriate to tie the alibi to the jury trial date in this case. The statute that sets forth that 10-day timeline is completely separate from Rule 16 and other discovery deadlines through the litigation process. I think at this point, there has been so much time that has passed, and it has frankly causes the state great alarm that the defense is discussing calling upwards of 400 witnesses during the innocence phase when we don't have, potentially don't have a full alibi disclosure. And when you look at cases regarding appeals from issues that arise during alibis that come up at trial, these cases are all defendants appealing a conviction because the state doesn't get a second chance.
What
If the state
alibi?
gets ambushed at trial, that's it for us. We're asking the court to hold the defendant to a fair alibi deadline, and I think that the time has come.
Why are we still talking about alibi deadlines? Brian long lived for rides at night. We know this. I'm not getting this alibi deadline shit. My client long lived for rides at night in Moscow, Idaho. He loved the shopping there, and that's where he went. And in fact, he put his phone in airplane mode while he went shopping. The shopping was so great. Nope. Oh no, man.
Well, my understanding was that was it, but I may be wrong. Ms. Taylor.
No, when the court vacated the trial setting, the court vacated all of the deadlines, including the alibi deadline. That wasn't carved out as one that was still held through when the court vacated the rest of its scheduling order. So I don't think that we're foreclosed from that. The court also has the ability to give an extension besides the limited time by statute. In this case, it's more than Brian was just driving around. We have let the state and the court know that we expect that will be supported by expert testimony and by cross-examination of the state's experts. I need their full cast report and the rest of the discovery related to that before I can say more about that. So to tie me to a deadline when I don't have the rest of the discovery that I've been waiting for that would relate to that will mean that I will be back asking the court to reopen it. My expert can't finish until I get the rest of the discovery as well.
And the discovery you're talking about is
It's a long ass commercial.
The car.
No, I am.
What do you?
So the video that we talk about is one that I think the state's going to use in its case that I don't have full video on. That I'm not talking about any video of Brian's car. When I'm talking about an alibi defense, unless there's video that shows it elsewhere that I haven't gotten to yet, which may be possible given the fact that there's a lot I haven't seen yet. What I'm talking about though is the cast report
the drive testing
Good night,
information.
Bona. Good night, Bona. God bless you. Thank you for coming by. We always appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you are being goofy, Chantel says. Chantel says, stop being goofy, and because this is fishing. I'm just saying in general, this whole alibi thing, we've heard about this a long time ago, covered it live, talked about it. I mean, we did the whole 6-7 hour live on it, debating and talking literally about long lived, loved, dark drives over to Moscow, Idaho. The shopping's great, by the way. If you haven't been to Moscow, Idaho, the shopping is awesome. Trust me. It's got organics there. I mean, you travel 20 minutes out the way and go down back roads and put your phone in airplane mode when you're traveling out there, especially at night.
Report meaning the identification of the particular car.
That is the cell tower information. So what that is going to show, and what the drive testing data is going to show, and what other reports related to that are going to be things that my expert needs to finish.
Whoa. Drive testing info. Did they get the I don't care. I'm gonna keep pausing it as I keep thinking about this shit. I'm thinking about it, right? Car testing info. Did they get the information from his vehicle? Because you know how they can collect data from vehicles now. What was it? The year of the vehicle was a what? 2015 Elantra, right? Wasn't it a 2015?
Our investigation,
they collect data from
things that I need to formulate my cross-examination against the state's expert. So when I'm telling you that I'm going to do those things in alibi, I can't tell you more than that right now, but that's how we're going to support Brian's alibi, that he was out driving that night.
Okay, so you're saying that you have not received the cell tower reports?
I have some data. Some cell tower data, some phone record data. I have a draft of a CAST report. The most recent information I have CAST is the FBI doing their work.
Okay.
The most recent information I have is that on March 31st, they expect for that report to be done through the peer review process. So I may get it a month from now. I need to get it to my expert to digest. There's materials that support their report that I don't have full disclosure of. And the state's aware of it. I think they're working on it. And maybe they're on that drive that I'll pick up today, but I haven't had them yet.
So you expect to get that in mid-March?
I expect to get their report after March 31st, after it's done. The supporting data, I'm not sure when it's coming. They tell me it's coming.
Okay, I'm gonna kick it back to the state.
Your Honor, I guess I'm a little confused because
I obviously am too. So,
okay. I'm confused because if the defendant's alibi is that he was out driving around that night, I'm not sure what additional information this cell data could add
every now and
then to an actual alibi defense. It seems like what the defense is asking for, and they're being completely upfront about it, and I appreciate that. But what they're asking to do is essentially double check all the discovery before disclosing their alibi, and that's not what the purpose of an alibi does.
Thank you, Callie Dime. Ding dong.
Oh my God!
Tell him again. At least Callie Dime understands. That's exactly my thoughts when I'm looking. I'm like, how the hell we got another alibi deadline? So, I mean, I guess today in age we can come up with multiple alibis or change them or rearrange the alibi, because I'm pretty sure we read that alibi about 6-7 months ago. At least it feels like that to me. I mean, wasn't it during the summer or somewhere? I can't even remember exactly, but it was definitely a while ago that we heard about Brian Kohberger's alibi and read the document on the live stream, the live PDF file. So I definitely agree with you on that, Callie Diamond. That's exactly what I thought about as soon as I heard that.
Is, in fact, it's quite the opposite. There is case law that describes that given the ease with which an individual could fabricate an alibi, and certainly that's not what the state is accusing the defendant of doing. I'm using language that is in case law, though. Given the ease with which an individual could fabricate an alibi, That is a very legitimate deadline. It's a reasonable deadline. It's a reasonable demand of the litigation process. There is a reason why there is a 10-day deadline in the statute, and that is because the defendant is able to tell his counsel where he was that night. They can work together and formulate a defense, and they can disclose an alibi. That is the whole purpose of an alibi deadline. The state has complied with the discovery up to this point. We will continue to comply with discovery. We are disclosing everything that we have to the defense when we get it, unless there's some protective order issue. We are asking that the court hold the defense to a fair standard that has been set forth in this statute and that is constitutional under the United States Constitution and the Idaho's Constitution, that has been repeatedly upheld by the United States Supreme Court and the Idaho Supreme Court. Thank you.
Okay, I maybe dropped the ball, that went through the cracks, that I didn't. I guess what I interpreted that as that was it for what we were going to hear about where he was and how he was established, the evidence that he was in a particular place. So once again, trying to be compromising, I'm going to give you until April 17th. You can submit the other information that you need to find for then. And that should be plenty of time because you're going to get some additional information from FBI apparently by the end of March. And we can talk more about that later at the hearing on the motion for change of order. So that gives you some cushion. I'm not going to set it for 10 more days, but I understand that setting that. And the reason for that is so we don't have an ambush at the trial. I mean, that's why that is established with the law. Okay. Well, I think we've gotten somewhere.
Is this commercial over?
Is there anything else we need to address today, Mr. Thompson?
I don't believe so, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all.
Into this day. Into this day. To this day. To this day.
Well, there goes that court hearing that we just listened to. Good gracious, that was a long commercial. But there was some things in there that were interesting. I'll give them that. There was some things in there that were interesting. I'm especially talking about this alibi still. Like, we're still at this stage and you're talking about, or we're at this stage and you're talking about the alibi. I thought that was already hashed out. Wasn't there an alibi deadline a long time ago? I remember posting about that on Twitter. I just can't remember the date. I just know it was over 6 months ago. That's all I do know. You said Judge needs to read this chat. Angelica said the way his alibi is, it's like open-ended. I don't know. It's like they can take and add pieces to the puzzle, right? That's what I feel like with this case. Again, though, I don't know. Let me open up the lines. Let's see what y'all are talking about, man. I want to hear from you guys that want to talk about the Idaho 4. 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts on this case and where it's at now? I ain't heard from y'all in a minute. Mystic, that still wouldn't be his alibi, though. She is not giving up info until she finds out what the state has on him. That is a good point, too. But it's like you pretty much know what the state has on him. I bet they got CCTV footage. I bet they got, well, we know they got we don't know if they have any other DNA. Now, they said that they didn't need the DNA to convict him. Does that mean that they have other DNA evidence that's better than the presented one? Because they probably know an argument's going to come. Well, it's touch, it's transfer, it's transfer DNA. And needs to watch Grizzly. His alibi needs to be explained from his lips completely and then to his lawyer. And then the lawyer gives it to the state. Or gives it to the state, yeah. Julia says she just told the judge by law he has to give her 10 days. T-REV, do you think with the trial date being pushed out longer and longer will affect the case? it's just putting in my opinion, it's putting the prosecution in a better position to prepare to hit Brian. So the longer they wait, I think the more that they're going to keep building. You know, it's like preparing for a show or whatever. It doesn't, like I'm saying, they have time to get crazy shit together, stories, everything. Imagine if this went to trial on the original trial date that was set. Remember, we were all like, there's no way this is going to happen within this amount of time. And it didn't. It didn't. It ended up being about what? 3 years out, like some people have suggested. I know Alicia said 2 to 3 years. I know a lot of you said 2 to 3 years also. But I don't know. We'll see. Let me take it off. Oh, damn. I had it on Do Not Disturb. My bad. We're good now, though. You're good. Rolling down the street, smoking it, though. Sipping on gin and juice. Are you wearing a T-REV hat? I want to buy one. What T-REV hat? Where? I need one. Someone mentioned Brian's dad might have been sitting in court behind him. What do you think? Does it look like him? Back here in the back, standing right here? Kind of. You can't tell, though. This was like 720p camera. Yeah, it is 720p, 60 frames per second. I'm addicted to hats. T-REV, I love that. Yeah, I love hats. I do. For sure. I can't even imagine. Never knew you could be arraigned. Oh, yeah. She has had 10 days and 10 days again, and then 10 days more for a complete alibi. Shut the fuck up. And she is over her head. I know. Judge needs to upgrade his cam. I'm over here saying I need to upgrade my cam. But damn, Judge is out back. She will get a full picture of the case in the courtroom. Everything else is overreacted by the defense and co-defense. Let's see. Driving around their house. What's the alibi for that? I don't think there is one. There isn't an alibi for that. Hold on. I'm just checking something real fast before we get into this. What really devastates me is that Kaylee wasn't even living in Idaho anymore and was only back visiting. They were all on the brink of beginning their adult lives. So incredibly heartbreaking. I don't know. What's weird is that allegedly he showed up at the crime scene in the morning. You know what I mean? It's crazy to think he got pulled over in Indiana. Yeah, I'll give you that. It was crazy. He did get pulled over right in Indiana, dog. Interesting. Kohlberger burgers. We figured that a game out a long time ago. She wants evidence to know what they know so she could build a case to free him around the evidence. Yeah, but you can only do so much. You know? You can only do so much for evidence. I just hope he don't get off on a technicality when I sit here and think about it, because it seems like there may be something that they could work with to maneuver in there, honestly. But I don't know. T-REV, I'm a little behind in this case. What all do they have other than the DNA? Well, they got the knife sheath, which has the DNA on it. They have they got that latent footprint, which to me, when I see the latent footprint, which I've said multiple times on the show, that I think that they maybe have found a shoe to connect back to this latent footprint, maybe the size of Kohlberger's. I don't know. I've yet to see that, but is that in the sealed records? Also, there was a person by the name of Papa Roger online. Again, it's not confirmed that it was him, but a lot of people speculate that it was him. We'll have to find out and wait. But I don't know. Is that latent shoe print Brian Kohlberger size? There was rumors that came out about the shoe print that was in the PCA affidavit. And hold on, matter of fact, speaking of the PCA affidavit, let me pull this bad boy up real quick. Speaking of the PCA affidavit, the whole thing with that I don't understand when it comes to this case in general is the interaction that DM had with allegedly Brian. Allegedly Brian. We'll just say that. I'm trying to pull up these docs real quick. Where's it at? Idaho. Okay, Idaho judicial cases of interest. There it is right here. Jeremy Albert Best. That's a whole different case. That's a different case too. That's a different case. Creech. Everybody's been digging into that Thomas Eugene Creech. I've seen that on there. State of Idaho, Majoran Allen, Kaler. Where's this other one at? Affidavit right here. So in the affidavit, I don't know if many of you seen this affidavit. I know a lot of you have, the people who've been here, but in general, in the affidavit, it specifically said the below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the Latah County, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by the Moscow. Okay, so we already know a lot of this. Let's skip down and go straight by where DM. I want to get to what DM was talking about. Then follow, of course, upstairs. Okay, here we go. So County Medical Examiner blank dated December 15th of 2022 to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves, hereafter Gonsalves' room. I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor on November 13th of 2022 that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. Of course, Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the bedroom, or a single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. So if you're in the house, which we pulled up the model to this house multiple times, right? We've looked at this house multiple times. You come upstairs, Kaylee's room. Kaylee, she didn't live there at the time, and she just had moved out, but her room was to the left. As soon as you get to the top, you make a right, you go down. There's a bathroom there. You could go right, and it's in her room. So if you could see it from that door, if you could see the knife sheath from that door, where would that be? If you open that door, the bed was right here. So if it's visible from the time that you open the door, that's crazy. Again, as I entered the bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. When viewed from the door, the sheath was later processed and had K-Bar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia. What is it? Insignia? What? Stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF, DM, and both BF and DM were inside of the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th of 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Pierce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that approximately at 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. There's something that I'm picking up on that I've read this so many times, but I totally missed this. What about you? What about you guys? I totally missed that on the evening of November 12th. I don't know why I missed this, but it's actually pretty interesting. That's why I'm saying BF's story is going to be pretty good when you hear it. Because not only was she in the house, she's seen Chapin and Kernodle over at the Sigma Chi house. So there's going to be some, it's going to be interesting to hear her account, to be honest with you. For me, I'm looking forward to hearing from what DM has to, or BF has to say, and DM. Because allegedly BF seen a naked man running out the house too. Allegedly. Again, that was a report on Daily Mail, and you could never say on Daily Mail, I don't know. It's 50-50 with me because I've seen some false stuff up there. So good morning, Camellia. Welcome. Naughty Bethany Funk. You think she's naughty? Shortly after the murder, the students came back to town being told, don't talk about the case, stay off social media. That's a fact. K. Smith is bringing up. That's a good point. Did his 2015 Hyundai Elantra have any tracking GPS in it? Allegedly, from some people's research, it does. Now, when I looked it up, it said something about 800 cycles. So you're starting your vehicle 800 times. It said it keeps up or data information up to 800, or maybe I think it was 800 or 700, one of the two. But again, I picked up, I never picked up on this detail when I first read this. I don't know why. I maybe skimmed through it and wanted more of the, the other information. But here again, it says that Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence, and BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle's. And hold on, let's catch up. Was a guest of Kernodle. Now, Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar. We know that, the Corner Club. We talked about it so much here at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Now, Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on a video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on the video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck, which we watched that plenty of times here, at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, Blank, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow and in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home at the time, or were home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated, here we go. Now we're jumping into the DM part, and this is where it gets, for me, it's like, oh shit. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything. When she heard the comment about someone being in the house, DM stated she opened the door for a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. So now when I look at this statement, the DM stated she opened the door for the second time, and when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room, Xana's room, right? I do got to pose the question, and I don't want to be that guy, but I do got to pose the question of, okay, So if we heard what we thought was crying coming from the room, why didn't you check on her? Or why didn't you call the police? And that's something that the defense is going to ask. They're going to completely pick this apart. They're going to see, oh, DM stated she opened the door the second time when she heard what she thought was crying. So your friend was in the room crying and you didn't help her? That's what's going to be brought up. That's exactly what's going to be said. That's what these defense lawyers are going to do. They're going to have her on the stand and say, oh, well, you opened that door for the second time. I heard your friend crying and did absolutely nothing. That's exactly what's going to happen. Get ready for it. And that's exactly, I see that question being posed just by reading that one sentence. That one sentence right there tells me that the lawyers are going to eat her ass up on that. But I think she'll make it through there. I think she'll make it through it. I think she'll do a good job. So, but I mean, just get ready for that. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So at approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at the 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's room. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in all black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in. So again, when she says this, right, this certain statement right here, DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard crying and saw the figure clad in all black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Now, this person was walking towards you. Was it past your bedroom? Because the bed, when you open the bedroom inside of this house, right, or the door inside of her bedroom in the house, you could see into the hallway where Xana, anybody that's in her room coming from down that hallway, you would be able to see him at that angle. So is that the angle she's talking about? Or not the angle that she's talking about, but is that how she came somewhat face to face with him? Did she crack that door open and he was walking right there and she froze and then shut the door back? I don't know. But again, the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in here. In her room. I'm sorry. DM locked herself in her room. After seeing the male, DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, in a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern. Now, this is another topic I want to dive into, because this detected shoe print, why put it in the PCA if it doesn't belong to Brian Kohberger? Anybody got an answer for that? Why put this latent shoe print inside of the PCA and it not be connected to Brian Kohberger? I think that'd be dumb. Wait, you said the northwest of the house and the blue house would have been south side of the house, right? Wait, you said northwest. I'm trying to think. The northwest side of the house, the blue house on the, yeah, I think that's what exactly it is. And it's the house on the corner is the one that had the that ring cam sound, right? The thud, the barking. That's the house on the corner. If you turn left, yep, you turn left, it's the house right there on the right as you're passing it and pull into the driveway. But again, during the processing, that's what I'm saying. Why would this latent shoe print be inside of this document if it didn't belong to Kohberger? Please answer that. Please, somebody. Because people just dismiss this latent shoe print in this case. They dismiss it like it belongs to DM or it belongs to somebody else or some of the people that were walking through the house. Why would they add that to their PCA to lock him up? Why? But during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test. Okay, we just read that. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of Vans type shoe sole just outside of the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Ladies and gentlemen, if that is not screaming, we think that this is the suspect's shoe print or we have matched the shoe print to this. I don't know what is. As part of the investigation, an extensive search commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in the effort to locate the suspects or suspect vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses.
Oh my God!
So when I look back at this, it's screaming. We got an ass ton of evidence. We got digital evidence. We got DNA, and we don't even need to use it. It's screaming that. That's crazy. I keep forgetting that they have a lot of video footage. 53 terabytes, 51 terabytes, something like that. So it says this video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in effort to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle traveling or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle number 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow and approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle number 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle number 1 starting at 3:39 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle number 1 makes its initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leaves VIA Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of the 500 Queen Road and number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle number 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle number 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle Number 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle number 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle number 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive in Constaga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County. Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle number 1 to forensic examiners within the Federal Bureau, or FBI, that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience and got the absolute wrong car year on it. I just had to throw my own words in there. His specific training includes identifying 2015. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing numerous observations of suspect vehicle number 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that the suspect vehicle number 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could be also a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage of the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that approximately at 2:44 a.m. on November 13th of 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle number 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street and Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle number 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being 2011 or a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. See, there's a lot of arguments and fuss about, oh, well, they got the vehicle wrong. Well, if he went back and said 2012 to 2016 or 2011 to 2016 or 2014 to 2016, if you pull up the similarities of each one of those Hyundai Elantras, I mean, they are very similar. They are. They just are. River House. The house, you said the house faced straight north. I know everything, every word of this PCA. I done looked at the PCA so many damn times. Oh, bet. I got you. Let me see. I believe that people with larger than a size 12 foot is less than 1%. Keep grinding up. Oopsie. Consistency. That will be evidence. Consistencies. Yeah, that's a good point. Again, at approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle number 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Konstaga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Hyundai Elantra, or the white Elantra, was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depiction showing Moscow showing Moscow and Pullman. We definitely can't see that. That's horrible quality. Horrible quality, but I get it. Kind of shows everything in here, huh? Now it says deception. Let's go down here. This depiction. White Elantra leaving. Okay, White Elantra seen leaving WSU campus. Is it this? No way. No, this one. Okay, so it's this one. And then the red is White Elantra seen returning to WSU campus. Wherever that is, arrows are camera locations and indicate vehicle direction of travel. Okay, so on November 25th of 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th of 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tingo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate LFZ-8649. This vehicle was registered to Brian Koberger, hereafter Koberger residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way. Last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. That same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and returned to Koberger with a Washington tag. Reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver license information and photograph. The license indicates that Koberger is a white male with the height of 6. Hold up. So I get this part, but the officer Whitman says he ran the car and returned to Koberger with a Washington tag, and it returned to him with a Washington tag. He says, I reviewed Koberg's Washington State driver license information and photograph. So was he able to pull that up, or did he have a conversation with him about his Hyundai Elantra? I reviewed Koberger's Washington. When I'm looking at this, it's like, did you talk to him and he showed you his ID, or did you have a conversation with him, or did you just pull his information up? Right? I don't know. We'll see. But again, it says students this license indicates that Koberger is a white male with a height of 6 foot and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Koberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Koberger's physical description is consistent with the description of a male, or of the male, that DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th, which I feel like they got details out of that, because if you just can't say, well, yeah, he had bushy eyebrows, and then you get a guy and his bushy eyebrows. There's no way. There's no way. She had to explain more of his features, what he looks like, his build, and different features about him. I just can't see them nabbing an arrest. With them saying that, it's telling me that DM she gave more information than what we know, than what's told to us too. She gave more. That's what that says. Because if it's consistent with how she described, there's details left out of that. And that's a fact. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st of 2022, Brian Koberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by CPL Duke. At the time, Koberger, who was a sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with the license plate LFZ 8649, which was set to expire on November 30th of 2022. During a stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Koberger provided his phone number as blank, 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 8458. Hereafter, the 8458 phone as his cellular phone or cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic base inquiries and learned that from 8458 phone number is a number issued by AT&T. Now, on October 14th of 2022, Brian Kohberger was detained as a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving the 2015 or the white 2015 Hyundai Elantra. On November 18th of 2022, according to Washington state licenses, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra, which is right after the friggin' crimes. Right after the crimes. Right after the crimes. What's the chance? What's the chances of that? You have PA license plate, you only got a back one, and then you go and get the shit switched a couple days right after this took in place. I wonder, I'm sitting here and thinking to you guys, I'm thinking out loud right now. I wonder if any of those witnesses is a DMV or wherever you go and get your license plate changed. I wonder if any of those witnesses noticed any markings on Brian Kohberger when he went in there and they went to those places and they questioned him and they said, yeah, I did notice he had a mark on him, or I did notice this, or you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe they're one of the witnesses. There's a lot of witnesses in this case. You said, I'm being serious now. What you talking about? Who is Brent? Janet, she talk about Brent Kopaka. All that info is on all of our driver's license. That's a fact. Anonymous agreed. I swear she said 5'10". Who did? Who said 5'10"? He had switched his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington on November 18th, 5 days after the murder. Good catch, T. Agree. I'm just saying in general, think about it. There's so many witnesses in this case. Brian Kohberger shows up. All right, so the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th. 5 days later, I don't care if you've been scratched or whatever, you're still healing. If you were in some shit and they defended themselves or were able to grab you or, you know what I mean, put their hands on you in any type of way, maybe. Because when you look at him, when they got pulled over, it seems like there's some scratch marks on him, but that's way later down the line. So was that scar on his neck? Remember we seen something on his neck and it was like super big. It was weird. But again, on November 18th of 2022, according to the Washington state licenses, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received the Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because the vehicle was captured on December 13th of 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database. Now it says Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th of 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th of 2022 at approximately 2:50 or 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Brian Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on the information provided on WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member on the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed that Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. Now it says, As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th of 2022 between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. And after determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to the location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime was committed. Now, let me go up here a little bit because I'm thinking of something. When I think back to the actual survey that he had, did he take pointers from somebody? Was there a criminal that was like, before I pull up over here, I turn my phone off and I do, you know what I mean? I get out here and do these crimes and I make sure I wear gloves. You know what I mean? Who did he talk to, or what surveys? Like, what did he learn from those surveys when asking criminals, like, what happens to them when they get out, or whatever? What are they thinking before a crime? Shit like that. I don't know. Whatever the questions were close to that. So did he learn it? Did he take information from criminals and add in his own twist to it? Allegedly, because we don't know if he's the guy or not yet. At least I believe he is, but we'll find out. And if so, did he use information from criminals and try to compact it into his own shit? That's how I'm looking at it. Wow, I just read online they knew he was a person of interest by November 29th. I figured it was early on. The rain cam next to the house will have an Elantra back and front plate where he just takes drives. We'll see. We'll check it out. Hopefully, maybe they do. I've got some observations that I'd like to debate with you on aroused suspicion. All right, bet. I'll send you an invite right now. We could debate it. What's going on? I got you. 1 second. Boom. I just sent you an invite so you can get back here. I got you. It's crazy. A good question. It's something that I think about when I have to look back at this PCA because I feel like at this point where I'm at, after going through a lot of documents, I'd say Idaho was one of the first cases where I was actually diving through like every single document. And I figured out like Idaho taught me that, or this case has taught me that not only one, you need to go through every piece of documentation. You need to pay attention to every little detail that comes out, because if you miss one thing, you'll be lost. You'll be lost straight up. And in reading documents is so important when it comes to following cases. It just is. For me, anyways. For some people, you don't got to worry about it. I'll bring you the information myself. I've got, I seen that. Hey, everyone. What we talking about? We're talking about Kohberger. Just going over stuff in the PCA. Talking about it. They had that court date today, and they were talking about during the court date, which kind of blew my mind, was the deadline on the friggin'. We already heard the friggin' alibi. Why are they talking about a deadline to an alibi? Why are we still talking about that? I thought we got past that. It just doesn't make sense that they're still speaking about this alibi. I don't think he learned much from that. I think he used information from the teacher that studied BTK and all of them. Interesting. One of the real ones. Yeah, we had a few. Maybe, I don't know. Is it working? I see more tried, but it didn't go. I didn't get it. 618. Is that you? 618-623-757-865. 540-918. Oops, my bad. I wanted to go back through this. Brian, hit that thumbs up. Appreciate you. I don't think he learned much from that. Hold on, let me take this down too for a second. What's going on, brother?
What's up, bro? Can you guys hear me pretty good? Is my audio pretty good?
Yeah, you sound good to me. What's going on? What's your
All right,
observations we were talking about?
All right, so a few things that I made note on this guy, Brian Koberger.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a PhD. Well, he studied for a PhD in criminology, which is actually the study of crime and deviant behavior.
Right.
So he had the knowledge to study criminals, how they do their devious acts of like murder, all that stuff. So he kind of already had a familiarity of how he could go in, commit these murders, thinking that he's going to get out of there without getting caught. He also had a associate's degree in psychology, which he can study the human mind, how it works. So he could go in this house, commit these crimes. If he was to see anybody that he wasn't planning on killing, he could convince them that he's not a bad person because he already has this whole entire persona of like, I'm going in, I'm going to take these people out for various reasons of what he has. Now, I did look up some stuff about him. Apparently, he was a teaching assistant at Washington State University.
Right.
He was terminated due to his behavior and conduct because he was not able to get along or conduct any kind of teaching matters with the faculty.
Right.
So they terminated him on that for that. So that right there already shows me that the dude's unhinged. He's not very good with social aspects. People have said that they went to parties with him. He wasn't very social. And he was not outgoing either. So he's already showing some signs of somebody who's got some dark stuff, in his past, or I wouldn't say not necessarily like dark stuff, but he's like a sociopath or a psychopath,
Right.
So I got those. Now the bushy eyebrows thing. He does have bushy eyebrows. That is a fact. I saw pictures.
Yeah, but it would be hard to identify them off. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to identify somebody by their fucking eyebrows, so that there's other. Elements.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I mean, and plus it was dark, right? I mean, how can you tell exactly who it was?
Exactly.
In the nighttime, plus he's wearing a ski mask, so I mean, is his eyebrows that bushy where they're sticking out of the ski mask? You know what I'm saying? That's the wild part about it, dude.
That's what I wanted to know.
Now, I'm sure you probably seen this too, where his cell phone data pinged the towers in Pullman around 2:47, then went cold for a few hours, which could have been he tried to turn his phone off when he's committing the murders. So, I mean, every cell phone has that where you can turn it in airplane mode. So maybe he thought he could get away by turning his cell phone off or in airplane mode, went in, committed the murders, tried to get back out. And then his cell phone was picked back up again.
Sorry, everybody. Everybody's asking. T, who's this? This is my boy Smoke, man. We've been boys for over 8 years, so it's my guy. We like I said, I've known him for 8 years. It's a good friend of mine. He's a family friend of mine, and he's done a lot for me in the past. It's one of my boys. We stopped talking for a little while, but we made our differences. I met him halfway, hit him up, and was like, "Hey, bro, I'd like to, rekindle our friendship because it was bullshit why we fell out anyways. You know what I mean? So
life's too short to be hating on each other, man.
Life's too short for that, brother. So always glad to have you around and hear your opinions on these cases.
I mean, personally, the way I see it is, I mean, if the evidence is damning and he did commit these murders, he should be put to death for it. I mean, if you can go in the house and take 4 lives away, then your life should be taken. And the one thing that like I said in the comments earlier, our justice system in this country is shammed because, you got these people in all these cases I see you doing, and you're investigating these cases. The one thing that I always see is these people who are committing these heinous crimes, they'll go and they'll sit on death row for 10 years. Okay, these families don't get any justice for that because this guy is sitting and we're paying our taxpayer dollars on these guys that sit in death row for 10 years and then finally get executed. But families want justice now because their loved ones are no longer here. They lose them.
Right.
So we don't want to see Brian Kohlberger sit in death row for 10 years. You kill somebody, you kill 4 people, you deserve to die.
That's a
And
fact. No,
and I mean now, like, no waiting 10 years, just get it done.
Chat's asking if we think he killed before, or somebody in chat was asking, do we think that he killed before? Do I think he killed before? I personally, when I looked at this case, I started to think that, but then I started to say in my head, damn, how fair is that for me to think that this guy is a murderer with no evidence? So I started thinking in a real mind state. I was like, how could I, if he's found guilty here and the evidence matches up and everything, I would definitely be looking at him as suspects in other cases, or possibly, or just to see, who disappeared in the area that he lived in and grew up in. I mean, this guy was literally a teacher or teaching in school and grading people's papers. I mean, there's a guy on the news that says specifically that he was great and harsh, and then after the murders, he was happier.
Yeah,
like,
that's
crazy.
There's some mental illness there. Now my thing is, how come he hasn't given a motive yet? How come he hasn't given one? How come he hasn't said anything yet about the case? If he's actually innocent, you would be thinking that he'd be fighting for his life, because he's up for what, 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary. I mean, you're going away for a long time. That's his entire freedom there is going to be out the window, and he has not given a motive. He hasn't given a single testimony. He hasn't given nothing. He just kept a straight face like a robot, in court, just sitting there, keeping a blank, look on his face, like he's confused. He's trying to analyze everything. I mean, personally, do I think he's killed somebody before? Probably not. But studying that long in college for criminology and psychology, the dude has an obsession with crime and deviant behavior. That's why he's pursuing that kind of education, to study it more. So when you study something so long, you think to yourself, well, when do I become a master of the art? When do I become a master of something? And getting your PhD, you're becoming, like, you are going beyond master's level in education system. You're going to be a professor.
There's her question. She said, picking your brain, do you think the dad knew when they got pulled over? Dad started talking about Brent really quick. Oh, so do I think the dad knew? I mean, that's a good question. Do I think dad knew that he committed these murders? Shit. Wow. That's a question for me that it's hard to answer that. It really is. Because
about this, would you tell? Okay, so if you were in Brian's shoes, would you tell your dad something that you did that could possibly get you locked away for a long time? Would you tell him?
No way. Absolutely not.
Just picture that happening. You're in a car with your dad and you're trying to get back home to Pennsylvania. And I'm guessing from in that time frame, the murders had already been committed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he would tell his dad, because, I mean, yeah, it might be your dad, but is your dad going to roll you? Is he going to roll on you? Is he going to say, "Oh yeah, that's bad, son," and then turn around and then call the police?
Right.
I don't know the relationship him and his dad had, so I can't really speculate on what he said to him. But if I had to guess, he probably did not tell his father.
She said you did. I like this. I usually don't bring too many guests up, but I got a select couple people that I mess with that I know are solid. So, but yeah, this case, this case, bro, it's got weird elements to it, right? I mean, there was leaked footage. And I don't know if you've seen any of that leaked footage, but it was a Linda Lane footage, and you see this vehicle drive around. It goes around like 5 or 6 times, and on the last time, it's all near the time of the murders, bro. All near. He pulls in, right? He pulls into the parking lot, backs out. Now, we don't know for 100%. We can't say it's Kohlberger, but when I look at it, I'm like, I think it is. I really think it is. I think it's his vehicle, or the perp's vehicle. Let's just say that. I think it's the perp's vehicle. The person who committed the crime, it's definitely their vehicle. Allegedly.
Do you think he could have a possible accomplice? An accomplice who could possibly drive him to location A and B, and then
that's a great question, and that's the big fuss is about. I know you followed some of this case, but not all of it. Let me break something down to you. A lot of people speculate that Brent Kopaka was a playing factor in this crime. They think that him and Kohlberger got together and committed these crimes. So, and Brent Kopaka, listen to this. Brent Kopaka is dead by police in Pullman, Washington, about not too far from where Kohlberger lived, bro. Not too far at all. So literally, when he got pulled over, that's what they brought up in the vehicle. Because on December 15th, there was a standoff between him and police, and he got killed. And then that's when the Brent Kopaka speculation came into play. So it's like, when I sit back and really think about it, is it possible that Brian Kohlberger and Kopaka hung out? I haven't heard nobody say that, so I can't believe that until it's brought out. I have to see them being friends, pictures together, then I can speculate that. But you're not even giving me a picture of them together, or them being friends on social media, or
nothing to tie it together. Yeah, I got you. Nothing to tie it together, because I mean, as far as he could have been somebody they met online. Hey, we got same interests. Let's hang out or something. But there's no proof that is showing those two linked together, like you said. So you can only speculate the possibility that they could have been accomplices. But with him dying like that by the police, I'm guessing the police raided his house and he kind of went crazy and got shot.
Parental. She said, I think there is a certain parental instinct that something's not right, but he did know, but did he know what wasn't right? The parents had to feel something in their guts. And that's a good point too. One DIY mama. That's a good point too.
I will make this point. My son is 16 years old. He's a teenager. He's in high school. I don't know what he thinks and what he does. Sometimes when he gets in trouble and I have to, talk to him about certain things he does, I don't know what he's done, and I have to let him confess to me what he's done. So in this situation with his dad, he may sense something is wrong with his son, that his son may have done something, but he don't know what it is. So he's not going to press on him about it and be like, what you do,
Mm-hmm. See, that's the thing. I'm sitting here. I'm really thinking about it since Chad's bringing it up. They're talking about the dad. Did dad know? And I sit here and I think about it, and it's like I can't come up with an answer to that. But if we look at some of the warrants that were found, or if we look at the warrants and some of the items that were in the warrants, he wrote a note to his dad, though, Smoke. So what was in that note? Did he confess to anything in that note, to the letter to his dad?
You know
what I mean?
Has the note been uncovered and released to the public yet?
Not that I've seen. Not that I know of.
I mean, one could look at that and consider that a confession, though. If it is something that's not been released yet.
Mm-hmm. I got some stuff right here. Hold on, let me look. I got a folder file of this case.
The last time I checked into this case, we were all watching it as it happened, and
oh my god, yeah, I remember that.
They were investigating the house. And we were looking at all the camera angles of it, showing the actual investigators there with the cameras flashing in the room, looking for the handprints on the glass. Remember that?
Absolutely, I do remember that. Yesterday.
So my final thoughts here, because I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I know you got callers wanting to come in and stuff and speak. So here's my final closing.
No, we're chilling. We're talking. It's chatter time. It's tea time, baby. We got time.
So if I had to guess. So let's say I'm Brian Kohlberger and I just committed these murders and I'm going back home and I'm riding with my dad. Unless me and my dad had that kind of strong bond together to where I can confess to anything I've done, I don't think his dad knows.
Interesting.
Because no one knows how strong his bond with his dad is. No one knows.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, and that's true too. There's really no. Hold on, let me silence this. There's really not much information about dad with as far as the relationship and were they good? Were they close? I don't know that. But They could have been. You never know. They could have been very
Is there
close.
any information on what his dad done in the past? Like what kind of career his dad had? Like what kind of field his dad did? Because if his dad was in any kind of like psychology or criminology, then there could be some correlation that could tie him with that.
See, in my opinion, Dad, Carrie Little says, in my opinion, Dad knew. Why else would he fly to Idaho to ride back to Pennsylvania with his son? Not to mention they took the long route avoiding folks. Bro, that's
true. I mean, if you do go up to a tow and you are named a high suspect in a murder case, you don't want to be seen at all, period. So avoiding any road with tolls makes sense. I understand that one. That does make sense.
When I think about that route, though, and then when you look at this location where they're at, another thing that's interesting to me, statement made, I always got to bring it up. I bring it up a lot, probably too much, but I mean, it's got to be said because Kaylee's mom said it. She said specifically that the food truck footage solidified the timeline of their, departure from the corner club to the food truck to the house. She said that on video. She's seen them get home. So if you've seen them get home on video, what else are you seeing on those video footage? What else are you seeing on that video footage? Are you seeing a guy drive around with a white Elantra or what? You know what I mean? Like that's the shit that plays into my mind because they got home the same way that dropped off right in their driveway, probably walked right in the door, right? So if you're seeing, if they captured that, you're probably going to capture this vehicle coming by and driving by.
That's the thing, though. My thing is, my point on that is the way he did all that driving around looking goofy type stuff. He made himself look like a complete, a complete dumbass. Because doing the whole reversing, pull up thing, reversing, like parking like a frantic maniac. It just made it's just weird how all that correlated. Like I see how I pictured it would be going down would be he would be waiting in the prowl for them to come home if he had such, anger and like jealousy, because anger and jealousy will drive people to do crazy things. It really will. Jealousy, especially, anger, especially. So if he had a hatred for these girls, then I think he would have been waiting in the prowl for them. He would already, I did read somewhere that I think it got ruled out by police that one of them had a stalker, but I think it got ruled out. Was Brian Koberger the stalker?
Brian Koberger, as far as stalking, bro, all right. So for instance, when people thought that Brian Koberger called me and all the news stations were reaching out to me and I remember being backstage on News Nation, right? And I recorded the whole entire thing. I got it recorded, still stored. I think it's like 30 minutes long, but I was backstage with the producers. They were setting it up. They were trying to get me to take my YOLO hat off, and I just left it on. But there was a girl. Let me skip through all that and get to the story. There was this girl that claimed she went on a date with him, but he was super aggressive and, like coming out the woodworks. But I don't know if I believe her or not, to be honest with you, because it's not till something like this happens that people want to come out and say shit like that. Oh, he was aggressive and he was this and he was that. Well, if he was that, why didn't you make a police report?
Right. Well, not only just a police report, but to make a note to the school system. You're talking about Washington State University, a guy who was a teaching assistant who dealt with students on a daily basis, who like you said, graded their homework. And he got terminated because of his behavior and just the way he conducted his non-professional attitude and, daily routine. So, to me, that's a red flag there. Like, no one really knows for sure if she really went on a date and he was aggressive. It could just be something that, added on slander to, rub his name in a bad way. But I'm not condoning anything Brian Koberger's done. But what I'm saying is, those type of situations can happen to where when things have already happened like this, murder, sometimes people will come out just to add a little bit extra smear.
Well, in this too, his sister, I found this interesting. Brian Koberger's sister feared that her brother was involved in the stabbings of the 4 University of Idaho students before police swooped on their parents' home and arrested him for murder, according to a bombshell report. Now, it specifically says here, bro. It says sources told NBC Dateline that one of the accused killer's older siblings grew increasingly suspicious of her brother and his behavior when the family gathered to spend the holidays together. Her suspicions were so great that at one point, several family members searched for Mr. Koberger's white Hyundai Elantra for possible evidence of the crime, they said. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin were found brutally stabbed to death in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho, that the three women shared with the other two roommates on November 13th. For more than 6 weeks, no suspects were publicly identified, and leads appear to have gone cold. But it says in mid-December, Mr. Koberger, a 28-year-old criminology PhD student at Washington State University, embarked on a cross-country trip with his father from his student rental home in Pullman, Washington, back to the family home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, to spend the holidays together. Now it says, but during this time at home, his family members noticed that he was behaving somewhat bizarrely. Here it goes. The source said that Mr. Koberger was constantly wearing latex gloves, including inside their home. One of his two older sisters began to wonder if he could have played a part in the murders, and at one point she raised her concerns with her other family members. She loudly pointed out that at the time of the murders, her brother was living just a few miles away from the crime scene and that he drove a white Hyundai Elantra. The make and color of the vehicle at the center of the investigation, my bad, along with bizarre tendency to wear latex gloves at all the time, she believed that the family should consider that Mr. Koberger might have killed the four victims, the source said. Mr. Koberger's father allegedly defended his son and insisted he could not have been involved. But the concerns were clearly big enough for several of the family members to reportedly decide to search the 28-year-old's vehicle to look for possible evidence. It says by that point, police said Mr. Koberger had already been spotted cleaning his car out with bleach, and so that family members didn't find anything of note, the source said. It is not clear if Mr. Koberger was aware of his family members' suspicions that he could have been behind the murders, or what prior behavior may have led his own sister to suspect him capable of carrying out such a brutal crime. Soon after, in the early hours of December 30th, law enforcement descended on the family home and arrested him for murders. At the time of his arrest, the source said Mr. Koberger was wide awake, standing in the kitchen, wearing latex gloves, bro, and putting his personal trash in plastic bags.
I did see that earlier.
Good.
That I read too.
Bro, so much, like there's so much in here. And it says the attorney close to Mr. Koberger's family declined to comment on the revelations outlined in Datelines the killings on King Road. On Monday, the 22nd of May. All right, now we're past that. Never mind. We're way past that.
Okay, so
But
my
I did want
question
to
is
read
this,
that.
though.
That was crazy, right?
So him cleaning his car out with bleach is already a dead red flag. I mean, who does that? If this happened and he cleaned his car out with bleach, then he just made himself look like the biggest suspect that there could possibly be.
I mean, and that's the thing too. That's the thing. He made himself look like the biggest suspect. Latex gloves in his parents' kitchen, splitting up the trash bags. What is going on with that?
That's to me that again, that's where that whole thing with he studied criminology, he studied the deviant behavior of criminals. You know, he's probably watched a crap ton of what do you call it? Those CSI shows where you gotta wear gloves so you don't get fingerprints type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's already locked in his head. He's trying to be that mastermind criminal, and he's not understanding he's an amateur, so he's going to make mistakes and get caught.
That boy made the biggest mistake he made. Smoke was dropping a piece of skin in that snapped of that K-bar. I mean, if people are out there though and think that he's not, the guy, but when I see DNA, it's like, come on. There was no DNA, but inside of the snapped, inside the button, boom. You get to push it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was inside of that. So hold on, I actually got a picture and I could show you. It gives you a little visual. I think Donna has sent it in to me a while ago. Where's it at? I'll show you. Where's it? Oh, here it is right here. Look at this. Here it is. This is exactly where it was. Boom.
So now that is possibly, so that right there is the button that snaps on the actual holding sheath of the knife.
Mm-hmm.
And his DNA got into the socket. Yep. I mean,
Yes, sir. Quality exists. Yeah, that's a good. We know what Latent is.
So then here's the real question. Then the real question is, why did he do it? Why did he kill those those 4 people there?
Yeah, no, he killed Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. All 4. All 4 gone.
So then you might have
Never
to
coming
rule
back.
out possibly him being a stalker, because if it was a stalker stalking girls, he wouldn't have the need to kill Ethan.
I know that when this case first came out, I think I had you. You were on maybe once or twice,
mm-hmm.
and the case was still developing. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's progressed so much, but we're still waiting for a trial date at this point. There's no trial date. They're still arguing over IGG information. They're talking about the same shit in the court. Almost every time I've watched the court date, they're talking about the same exact thing. IGG. They're not giving up this. They're not giving up that. It's like, I don't know what's going on, but they got 51 or 52 terabytes of evidence on them. Is what they said anyways. Or was it 53? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I just don't understand why they're taking so long to go ahead and prosecute him and get him done in death penalty and then lethal injection. Because he took 4 lives away, he deserves to die.
That's the tires. That's the tires, right? I'm just popping up some pictures. What, it go away? No way.
I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, you took 4 lives, so yours deserves to be taken as well. Because I mean, if you roll your hand in that dice, that's what happens.
So what's your thoughts on this person right here? DM, one of the roommates. Did you hear the info that I said on that I was reading about her, with her coming face to face with dude?
So she said at least he was 5'10". Now Brian Kohlberger is 6 foot. Now, yeah, there could be, not everybody can just look at somebody and say, oh, he's 5'9", he's 4'8", he's 6'10". You can't look at somebody and automatically know their height. So I mean, it's hard to tell really. I mean, but it was dark. The house was dark. I mean, yeah. See, look at this. 4 young people lost their lives because of this maniac, and he's sitting there behind bars eating, free meals every day. These 4 young people, they don't get to have any kind of justice with him sitting there, because what's going to happen is the case is going to keep getting pushed back and back and back, and then he's going to sit on death row for 10 years and then finally get executed.
Yeah, he would be on death row. He'd probably sit for what, 10, 15 before even going out, right? He'd probably sit for that long. And then the change of, like, I heard them talk about the change of venue, but honestly, in a case like this that was so nationwide, all day, worldwide, right? I don't care what town you move. I mean, I get the whole, we want to move it out this town, but at this point, I think it don't matter what town you go to. Everybody knows about this for the most part. There's a few people that don't, but those people are closed off from the world and don't look at shit. If you're turning on the news, you're seeing this.
Now, I don't know if you remember this as vividly as I do, but when we were hitting this case right here, that was actually developing, that first time we did the spirit box session together, we got a lot of responses. I mean, there were like 4 or 5 different voices. We couldn't really tell if they were actually the 4 victims here, but there were a lot of voices coming through
That's still up too. That's still up on this page actually. On my, instead of my paranormal channel, I think I put it on. It's on this one.
Yeah, so I mean, there was a lot of activity to happen with that. I mean, there were voices coming through. They wanted to be heard, because I mean, I think that their spirits haven't been laid properly to rest, because justice hasn't been served.
It hasn't. It hasn't at all. And the fact that their friend, not only this is the thing, and this is probably one of the biggest problems in this case, particularly when speaking about it, is the 2 friends that were at the house. Now, I don't know if you heard me earlier when I said that there was rumors that they were texting during the murders and stuff like that. I get that, but people are like, oh, well, if they were texting during the murders, then there's part of something. Or you don't know if they texted each other to see, oh, this, what's that noise? Are you up there? Is that you?
Yeah.
It's probably something like that, innocent, right? But who knows?
Who knows?
Texas executed yesterday. Christy says no lethal injection. Correct. Isn't it firing squad? Isn't it a firing squad? Yeah, they did pass a bill for firing squad not shortly after he had got arrested, I thought. I remember that coming out. We read about it. We did a show talking about that. I remember that. All I think about are all the appeals. BK kind of has a hunchback, in my opinion. They have an execution scheduled in Idaho today, and it was postponed because they couldn't get the IV administered.
See, no, that's crazy right there. See? Like, you can't get the IG administered, and you can't put someone to death after they put somebody to death. Come on, dude. It's crazy.
Somebody said Texas executed yesterday. Michelle did. Michelle said that. 52 terabytes. That is crazy. That's what I'm saying. That's a lot of stuff. And that's telling me that it's a lot of digital evidence.
Yeah, but like the real question is, why are they putting it off so long? Are they stumbling with this case is the question.
I think it's the defense, to be honest with you, because we were like, what, 30 days or so before going in, or close to I can't remember exactly what date it was, but we were so close to this trial date that they initially set from the beginning.
Yeah. And
as soon as it got near it, they changed it. They They folded it. So it was like, damn. And then they postponed. Now it's court date. After court date, we're hearing the same shit in every court hearing. And they just keep talking about, IGG information and different 400 witnesses. That's crazy.
So me and you weren't talking at the time this happened. What happened with the Brent Kopaka calling you? Like, what actually happened? Like,
with Kopaka? Listen.
Yeah. What did he say to you on the phone on your panel when he called?
No. It ended up being a troll.
Oh, it was a troll?
It ended up being a troll. Nobody contacted me and told me otherwise. So but in general, I think it was a troll, straight up. Some people still believe it's Brent Kopaka. I don't believe it's Kopaka. I think it was a troll calling in to get, a little 15 minutes of whatever. Or they were just trolling in general and didn't expect it to blow up like it did. But guess what? It did. Somebody posted it on Twitter who had a bump in Twitter. And, bro, when I looked on Twitter, it had freaking 1 million views within like an hour or 2 hours, bro. I was like, what the hell? Somebody took the call, went back, recorded, and took the call and uploaded it straight on Twitter. And then it went from Twitter, TikTok. But you want to hear some effed up stuff? His friend, Casey Arntz, said that was him that called in. She's like, that's 100% him, allegedly. And took the video down and deleted it, but said that was him. 100%.
Yeah, that doesn't add up with, why would she take the video down, though?
I don't know, but she did say it. She definitely did say it, and people seen that video, and they know. If you're here now, you probably seen that video of Casey Arntz saying that. The state isn't handing over stuff to Ann Taylor. So she needs time to go over every piece of evidence. 400 witnesses has to be some kind of record, right? I agree, Rando. That's weird. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people to be talking. And that's going to be a long trial, too. Probably, 6-7 month trial?
Yeah. Well, did they say something about 2025? 2026?
Yeah, June. I think they said June of 2025. She's like, I'll try to get ready for June of 2025. I'm like, what? We're not even in June of 2024.
Yeah. So it's going to get drawn out in court. And it's just, he's going to sit on he's not even on death row yet. So he's basically sitting in the confines of just probably segregation, because everybody knows who he is. He's wanted dead by everybody, because everybody knows he took 4 young innocent lives away. So there's no way this man's sitting in Gen Pop. He's not. He can't be. He'd be dead by now if he was.
Papa Rogers. You talk about Papa Rogers. Well, have you seen that aspect of the case, Papa Rogers?
No.
Well, people think that he's possibly Papa Rogers, right? Papa Rogers is this guy right here who used this profile, this right picture as the profile picture. Now, the reason why they think it's him, and I'll pull it up just to show you, right?
You know what that is, right? Looking at that right now.
You need to see it. Here we go. Papa Roger.
That's an AI generated image of his face. He used one of those aging things on that face app thing where he aged his face, make him look older. The nose matches everything. It's an AI generated image.
Here it is. Papa Roger post. I'm angry that I can't even have a break without people talking smack about me. My fishing trip was good. Caught 32-pound trout, which is my personal best. Leave me alone, please. I'm safe and well. Just needing some time out. And it's been very stressful the past day or two. Thanks. I don't know what that's from, but I mean, let me find the part that I was talking about, though. Actually, I made a specific video pertaining to this.
Papa Rogers, huh?
I'm going to show you right now. I actually made a video on this. Papa Rogers. Okay, that's a stream. That's a stream. That's a stream. That's a stream. There's the video. No, that's not the video. Brian Koberger, fire lawyers. Nope. That's not it. That's not it.
Well, he actually fired his lawyers?
No. I made a video. I was like,
okay.
Like, meaning I thought he should. That's Judge John. He banned cameras. No, that's not it.
I was gonna say if he fired his lawyers, that's another red flag. That's just it just keeps heading up, man.
Yeah, that boy didn't fire his lawyer. Where's it at? Breaking? No, that's not it. That's not it.
So I remember when we last touched up on this together on the stream when we were watching this case, we were looking at the food truck footage, and we watched as they left the food truck and they went back to their residence.
Mm-hmm.
So was he already at the residence, or did he arrive later?
No. Did who?
Brian Koberger.
Did he arrive to whose residence?
At the residence where he committed the murders.
Nah, see, that's the thing. They don't, as far as we know, as a people, they don't know exactly. I mean, they have an idea, but that's what we're trying to get to. We don't know when he went or like where he went in at or anything like that. As far as I know, he never hung out over there. I haven't heard anything pertaining to him hanging out or nothing to that manner. So him being friends with any of the victims, the closest thing that I found was a possible pool party connection. That's all I could really, say on that.
What about the dog situation? Was like, didn't they say something about like the dog wasn't alerted by a presence or anything? Because there was a dog in the house, right?
They're saying you're talking about the dog. They're saying on the rain cam you can hear the dog barking. Okay. And this rain cam is at 11. What is it? 1122, I think.
Okay.
No, is it 11? No, it's right next to there. I think it's 11. I just read it in the PCA and seen it, but it's that corner house and it has a camera. This corner house has a camera and it's like looking straight. You know what I mean? You can see it actually has a good shot because I seen a video uploaded on YouTube that shows specifically a shot of how that camera looks on the rain cam. So I'm wondering if it captured anything, but then a rain cam has to be alerted for it to start recording anyway.
Right. Yeah. It has to be some kind of movement or some kind of like close proximity movement for it to even start recording. So he had to be like right up on it to cause it to go off, or not necessarily him, but anything that creates motion would have to trigger that to go off.
How the hell can I not find this Papa Roger video that I made? Nope, that's not it.
For some reason, I just always thought that there was a dog inside the actual residence where he committed the murders.
Was Brian Koberger framed?
Lined up to things that nobody knew pre-affidavit.
Okay,
right?
so
It's
as most of you know, like this, I've gotten Jennifer on here. We were talking about, was it not a new post from me, but still very relevant? How long was the killer in the house? 15 minutes. This is some of the posts here. Suspect vehicle.
15 minutes though. That's fast for somebody who has committed a murder though.
Hold on, let me play this right here because this pops up a lot of the screenshots. Actually, let's go back. Let's play it right here. If BK is indeed Papa Rogers, would specific scenarios he discussed on an open forum be considered as like a confession or anything in that to that matter?
Well, the reason Papa Roger always caught my eye, and it was not only the specificity he
Damn,
gave.
son, I was weighing like 228 in that video right there. I weighed 228 pounds in that video. I weigh 185 right now.
Damn.
That's crazy. I look way different.
That really lined up to things that nobody knew pre-affidavit, right? It's really intriguing. Do I think Papa Roger is Brian Kohberger?
Right there. So there's a lot of these screenshots, right? So did the killer drive, walk? Well, let's skip past that. He was talking about more of the sheath. He said something about the sheath being somewhere, and it kind of was accurate. It was accurate. Did he leave the sheath behind? Makes me think that he left the sheath behind. That's what he said.
Right.
This Papa Roger account. And that's why a lot of people are like, yeah, that's weird. This dude's weird. I'll play a little more. So
I'm still not sure. I think it's very possible. But
dog present. Yeah.
If it is him, oh my gosh, this would be an amazing piece of evidence for the prosecution, because it really falls to tantalizing the public, putting what he did out there and asking questions about it, which would show his knowledge. And it would be very important piece of evidence to show the jury.
Because I looked at a post that he put up on November 30th, and somebody, or he actually posted something about the knife sheath, right? He was like, no, I think right here. Of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to the autopsy.
Okay. That's
what do you think about that? For that being said, on November 30th, before he was, or right around the time he was a suspect, allegedly the 29th.
Right.
So do you think that this is possibly him? Allegedly, I still think that it might be.
I mean, it very well could be possibly him. You know, to make it, you know, that account to stir up some things. I mean, yeah. I mean,
I really do. For some reason, I don't know what it is or why I can't let this one slip by. But why else would they have all the records sealed and shit like that? You know, why would they have it all packed up? If it wasn't
him, then they would have already released him due to lack of evidence, I think.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they would have definitely got him out. And people, if he was as innocent as a lot of people think, which I hear when I hear arguments, like certain things be brought up, I'm like, well,
but see, but here's the
they
question.
got DNA, so he's not, you know, if it was really that, when they let him out, like if they really had, for instance, people are like, well, you know, DM, they think that DM and BF played a part in a role in these murders. Let's just go ahead and address the elephant in the room right away. They think that BM or BF, which is Bethany Funk, and Dylan Mortensen, which is DM, they think that they played a part in these murders. A lot of the community does. So, and I say to them, I'm like, well, if they played a part in these murders, the FBI would have figured them out a long time ago.
Yeah, they would also be in custody as well.
Right now. That's what I tell them.
As an accomplice.
And that's where I'm with it. I'm like, look, come on. So we're going to say that they called in all these agencies and they couldn't find out, and BF and DM were slick enough to get away with it and be able to hide shit from the FBI and all these different agencies. No way. I wouldn't believe that. I can't believe that. No way. Show me that, and then I'll believe it. Show me that. I mean, come on. I've watched investigation shows my whole entire life. My grandfather, that is now gone, he was a homicide detective. There is no way.
So why are people saying that Brian Kohberger got framed? Like, why? I mean, where did that one come from?
Oh, my bad. I didn't see it. You said him being framed? So you're going to tell me that 3 agencies, I always say this too, you're going to tell me that multiple agencies came together, states, all that, and framed Brian Kohberger? You're going to tell me that when they went down to Pennsylvania, or when the Pennsylvania search warrant was conducted, and allegedly, we don't know this for a fact, but it was rumored that they found an ID that ties back to this location. Allegedly. Now, that was a source that had reached out and it said some information, but again, allegedly, there was an ID that didn't tie back to the victims, but it tied back to around the King Road area. What's your thoughts on that, if true?
Well, that's what I was saying, basically. That's what I was saying. I was more so basically meaning that where did that whole speculation come from that he was framed? Because if he was, I mean, it just doesn't make sense why, like you said, for all those, you know, I don't understand why they would think he was framed.
Yeah. Infamous. She said, what about the blogs he wrote when he was in high school? Approximately talking about his visual snow. I have all those in my archives. I've seen some of it. And we've talked about that visual snow. No, I don't. How do I know that's not true? Everything's sealed. Again, it was a source that mentioned that. I don't know that for a fact. That's why I said allegedly. So I don't know if it's true or not. It possibly is true. And in fact, excuse me, Jennifer Coffin or Diaper even cleared it up and said where it came from. She said, no, this is what happened, T-REV. Somebody called into Chris Cuomo's show or called up Chris Cuomo's team and said that there was ID that tied back in the King Road area to, it was found in Brian Kohlberger's possession, allegedly. Again, I don't know that to be true or a fact. It's all alleged, and it came from a source. I could never answer if that's true or not, but it'll be interesting if it ends up being true. You know what I mean? It'll be interesting if it ends up being true.
I mean, also with it, you know, them saying also that he was possibly a stalker. I mean, could you see him being a stalker?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. And he followed some of them online too? Yeah, absolutely. I could. Now, in order, I could believe that he was a stalker. Show me it though. Right. Show me that evidence of him stalking, and I'll be like, okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he stalked them or whatever, but they're sure trying to paint that picture. He followed him on Instagram. He did this.
There has to be a motive, though. There has to be a motive to why he chose to kill these 4 individuals.
Okay, so when they did a search warrant on his house, right? They did a search on his apartment. They knocked on the door, boom, 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 and then you hear him go in, and then they're walking around, and he comes out, and the guy's like, "Oh fuck, he's gonna be all over that." I wonder what they were talking about. It was like a shocking find. You know what I mean? That's how they played it off. Release the gag order. You said release the gag order, and then we could talk about what they have and what we believe before 2025 or 2026. Here, I'll play a little bit. Let's play the rest of this. The killer left the night sheet at the scene, and when I seen that, I was like, wow. I had people in my community that tell me, Rev, I was in this Facebook group and I seen Papa Roger's name disappear in front of my eyes. They said it just completely disappeared, vanished. So I was kind of blown away by that. The whole suspect vehicle number 1. Is there a vehicle 2? Is there a vehicle 3? Could you tell people what that means, or is it law enforcement lingo?
Right. So as somebody who, when you write a probable cause affidavit, it's really up to you, the author, as to how you want to refer to suspect vehicle 1, how you want to refer to the suspect, how you want to refer to suspect telephone, and all these things. I think that this individual, that was their writing style. I've seen it both ways. When there's a singular suspect, I've seen it as just suspect. In other words, when there's not more. But I've also seen people want to designate that 1 just so it sticks out a little bit. This is our vehicle. This is number 1. This is the vehicle we're looking at. I really think it's a writing style. There's no other vehicle.
Did you give some background on the strength of the defense case? Are they sticking to bad police work, or have you seen something they would bring to the table like a clue?
The defense is going to really hone in on this touch DNA. And I'm getting ready to do a tweet about this. People probably understand or may not understand that touch DNA is the skin cells and fluids, possibly, for instance, if your fingers are sweaty, that
you know who she is?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure, because she's got her experience. I mean, she was FBI, so it's good to get. I feel like personally, I like to talk to people that have been in the field, because they can educate us not only on what's going on inside of investigation, but you know what I mean. They got good insight.
Plus, they pick up on things that we would normally miss because they have experience doing it.
Exactly, and that's why, man, having her on was great, and all the questions were crazy. There was a lot of really, really good questions that y'all sent in. She's a good formula.
you leave when you touch something, but typically there's friction involved. Not always, but there has to be some sort of friction to some level or another. In this case, that button or that snap on that sheath. For those in your audience that don't walk around carrying knives with sheaths, I walked around as a SWAT member with my knife, with my sheath. So that snap is super tight. It's tight for safety reasons. The last thing you want is to be on an op moving around, and then it comes unsnapped, it becomes dislodged, meaning the knife, or you go in to reach for it and that sheath isn't down, you cut yourself. So this isn't just a loose snap. This is going to be a very tight snap. So that's the reason why I believe his skin cells, came off as he unsnapped that.
And that's a good point by her too. And that's what I showed you earlier with that little picture.
Yeah.
Remember this one right here? Boom. That's why I brought this up. DNA in here. Caps right there, goes into the stud, eye socket, blah, blah, blah.
But the defense is going to say, I don't think they'll ever deny that it's not his DNA on there. I think what they're going to try to say is somebody touched Brian Kohberger. Then when they undid the snap, Brian Kohberger's DNA got on it, or that they stole or otherwise came in the possession of Brian Kohberger's K-bar knife and sheath and purposefully left the sheath there. I think they're going to go with one of those two things. I think they'll also try to say, oh, the touch DNA, it's a smaller amount of skin cells. I don't think that's going to get them anywhere from all the information that I've read and seen and what the experts are saying that are DNA experts. They got to explain why it got there. The only logical reason is that he had snapped it before the crime, took out that knife, and it dropped out of his being stuffed between his pant and his belt.
Yeah, that's another thing, bro. Like, what was he doing with this friggin' for you to go in and commit these type of murders, bro, and then drop your sheath?
Yeah, that's amateur.
You allegedly do everything right in your crime, but you drop the sheath in the end.
Unless he actually put that there for a reason.
That's a good point too. That's a good point. Did he put it there for a reason to try to throw them off, or possibly think that, hey, I got this cleaned off. If I put this here, they'll be going crazy over it. And no, but his there ended up being a skin cell on it. So would he really plant it there on purpose?
Well, I actually had a theory that's popped in my head about why he could have done that.
Let's hear it.
So, with him studying all this criminology, like I discussed earlier about, what it is, the study of crime and deviant behavior. Okay, so somebody who pursues that, they have a very, like a passion for like crime, and not much information is really brought forward on Brian Kohberger's, there's been some brought forward by his past, like his educational path with him pursuing all these different fields of like criminology, psychology. But the real deeper thing is, was he really, this quiet, this antisocial type guy, this could possibly be a stalker, but when I piece all this together with the whole sheath being left at the crime scene, yeah, that's an amateur, thing for someone to do, but was it really something that he accidentally did, or did he do it on purpose? Was Bryan Kohberger secretly talking to other killers, like almost like a circle of killers?
Right. That's a good point.
Having, hey, I'm gonna leave a trophy behind, if I get caught, that's my work. This is my work. I'm proud of these 4 kills. This is my.
Yeah, that's a good point. And did he take a trophy with him? Did he take anything of, you know what I mean? You know how some killers take trophies? Now, I'm not saying that he did 100% or anything. I'm just speculating because obviously it's speculation, but did he take anything? What's going on with these IDs in a box that were allegedly in a box that I found on the search warrants? If you look at the ID, if you look at the actual search warrants, bro, and the items that are listed on it, it has a lot of the knives. Did they get the actual knife? Because one of the items that they found on there is a knife, but all the other knives that are mentioned are actually labeled Smith and Wesson pocket knife. You know what I mean? And this one knife just says knife and it's circled. That's it. Nothing else, no description to it, no anything. Just a knife.
Now, let's talk about the K-bar thing, because K-bar is a widely used knife in the military. It's a very expensive knife to buy for us, non-militarized people. I mean, you can go out and buy a K-bar knife. It's going to cost you a lot of money. So that is kind of threw me off when I saw that.
One second. And this dude right here seems intentional to me. The sheath, whether he put it there or somebody else did, intentional either way, Patsy Cline says. Patsy thinks that, it was placed there intentionally.
What Macy just said back there just caught my attention too.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. He wants to show how good he is to get off the charges. That's his final test. He wants to master because he already got his master's in criminology. He was going for his PhD, which is the ultimate level of that. So he was wanting to get that final, like, yes, I'm going to finally get what I want. I've already committed these murders. I'm going to be all over TV. I'm going to be famous, essentially, for committing these murders. Everyone's going to know my name and see my face. That's why he's not saying anything, because he's a sociopath. He's quiet. He's taking pride in his work. I see that as, kind of like how she just tied that in. He wants to be proud of his work, and yeah, that's why that could be why he left the sheath there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Can't wait. You said can't wait for my merch to come. Shout out to you, Flower Power. Appreciate you. I need to get some new stuff designed, actually. Any ideas you guys have for some new designs? Let me know. I'll put it together. I'll get it put together. Leo says, wish we knew more of what's happening behind the scenes. Darn gag order. It is in the way. This gag order is crazy because it is blocking out any information. We can't get any information about this case from it besides what's already been put out in the piece.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Active investigation, so they're kind of keeping everything hush hush and quiet. Any new information comes out that could be key to leaking anything, they're going to keep it hush hush. Yeah,
I think I have a picture of a K-bar knife. Let me or one that a friend had. Hold on, let me see. A lot of people speculated that this was Brian. They were like, this dude that's making videos online, I swear it looks like him through the reflection on TikTok. What do you think about that? I mean, I think it's already been proven that it wasn't him, I'm sure, but people thought this was him. Could you see why?
I can see why. A lot of his facial structure does match the pictures. The hairline does too.
I don't know why, bro, but a lot of people did. They did think this was possibly Kohberger, or always sent it in to me. This was one of the most sent in that people thought were Kohberger.
So the possible accomplice, the one that got killed by the police, is there any pictures of that guy?
Of who?
The guy that they said could possibly be an accomplice.
Oh yeah, I got you. You're talking about I know exactly who you're talking about. I'm gonna pull up a picture of him right now. Right here. This is the guy that a lot of people think is a possible accomplice.
Okay, that could be where he got the K-bar knife from.
Oh my God!
He said that could be where he got the K-bar from. Damn.
Military knife.
That's it. Oh man. But then again, but this is the thing though. When you say that, I gotta take it back to this. The Docket, another creator on YouTube and somebody who posts on Twitter, they posted something about a receipt from Amazon before anybody covered this whatsoever. Like, I mean, TV or what was it, Dateline, a bunch of different places, they covered and did docu-series on this case. But he was the first one to put out this receipt with the Amazon. And it was early on, dude. It was like super early on. And then it disappeared and I can't find it now. But if that's true and he ordered a K-bar knife, because Smoke, you could go on Amazon right now and order a K-bar knife.
Yeah.
Right now, $99, I believe.
But the thing about that is, though, if he actually went on Amazon and ordered that, they have track of all of his payments and all of his purchase history and his computer logs of going actually in and buying the knife. So look, we can assume that the police have already confiscated his personal computer. They've already tracked all of his financial records from the last few months leading up to the murders. So they have all of his financial statements. So you would think that the mention of that would be brought into court whenever that time comes, the purchase of the K-bar knife. If it isn't, then my speculation would be he got it from this Brent guy.
Right here. Look at this bad boy right here.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Man, the real question was this Brent Lee guy? Was he an actual Marine?
Yeah, he was. Or he was on, I forget exactly what he was. We can go to the obituary and I'll tell you, it tells us all what he was. Brent Lee Kopaka, 1986, October 4th of 1986. Obituary right here is, it is with great sadness that our beloved son, Brent Lee Kopaka, went to heaven on December 15th of 2022 as a result of traumatic brain injury sustained in combat going battle with severe PTSD. Brent was born on October 4th of 1986, survived by mother Darcy Nixon and stepfather David Nixon and father John F. Kopaka and stepmother Dawn M. Kopaka. Brent was the oldest sibling to Tori L. Davy, Zachary, and J. Kopaka, Ethan J. Kopaka, Evan M. Kopaka, and Elwin, Elwin Kopaka, an uncle to 3 nephews and a niece. Brent proudly, this is it right here. Brent proudly served in the U.S. Army from 2005 to 2009 in the 2nd, Battalion 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment. So 4th Brigade Combat Team, 82nd Airborne Division. Brent was awarded the Purple Heart for his service in operation enduring freedom in Afghanistan by volunteering to serve in the United States Army during that time of war. Brent proved himself to be not only a man of great dedication, but also a selfless servant of the people of our nation. Brent epitomized the values and standards that all paratroopers strive to achieve. Brent's valor in the face of the enemy is a great credit to his character.
His valor.
Yeah, that's what is this like? What he
okay.
He served, he went over.
Yeah.
He fought in Afghanistan.
So he went in approximately around this almost a few years after we had the war on terrorism with 9/11 stuff.
So it was right near 9/11 for sure. 2005, couple years right after.
So one thing I noticed right here, the very first paragraph is what already gave me some weird thoughts about this. Okay, so if he is an actual accomplice to the murders, It says he was dealing with a 16-year battle with PTSD. So the guy was unhinged. He had some thoughts probably going through his head. So what's to say that they weren't friends and he wasn't telling Brian, go ahead and kill them, Brian, kill them? How do we not know?
Yeah, that's a good point. But we got to jump back to this point. And people saying this Brent Kopaka stuff, it makes me think into like, if he literally is involved in this, right? And say if he's involved in this, how could we connect that? I mean, you could look at this, you could see him being in the army, but that doesn't mean because he was in the army he provided a K-bar knife or anything like that. Where's the evidence that shows that he was friends with Kohberger and the connection made? I mean, do you just meet somebody and like, yo, Smoke, let's go and commit these murders, my man? You know? Let's go chill and let's go do this. We'll go here tonight and go in while they're sleeping.
No, but if you think about this point though, we don't know for a fact if they are involved with each other with his murders. But Brian Kohberger had studied psychology. So how do we not know Brian Kohberger wasn't trying to be his therapist to help him through his PTSD? No one really knows.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't find any connection with Brent Kopaka in this case. And I just don't understand. Right. I don't understand.
There's no evidence for it, but I mean, it's just speculation at this point.
And this is what I was going to say. Now I remembered what I was going to say. Why, if that was the case, he's deceased. If he was a suspect or any type of thing like that, I mean, I'm sure it would have been put out by now, right? I mean, that's what I think about.
You would think, but they may not put it out since he's deceased. It would cause some unwanted tension with the family.
It's a bullshit, boys. Hey, if there was any connection, all these brilliant YouTube sleuths would have already figured it out. Keep grinding up. They thought they did, but I don't see no connection.
And guys, I'm not saying that this is. I'm just throwing out possibilities here. I'm not saying he's involved. I'm just throwing out possibilities because we don't know if he was or not. There's no evidence supporting it, so it's likely he's not.
I don't think he is whatsoever, man. Like I said, I don't see the connection. I don't see the connection at all. I figured there would have been something produced showing that they were friends.
Right.
And I've already interviewed his best friend. His best friend came on here and we did a whole show. It was like a 3-hour show. And we talked about Brent Kopaka and the things that, and the way that he died was under weird circumstances. Like literally after he passed away, how the hell did that just open? After he passed away, like right after, I guess they found his phone, factory reset on the counter. It was weird circumstances. It was like, he explained a lot of it, and the video's up if people want to go and check it out about Brent Kopaka. But like I said, it's his best friend. So him speaking and coming on here was big to me because I wanted to know certain things and where his mind's at, where his mind was. His best friend, was able to elaborate a little bit on it. And see, this gentleman was a soldier and now passed. It is all speculations, but I'm sure he doesn't need to be talked about with respect.
Right. And absolutely. And I can see what you mean there. But
I've been said it. I don't think that he's involved whatsoever. And if somebody does think that he is involved, show me where.
Right. Yeah.
Show me exactly where you made the connection, and we can talk about that. I have never been able to see not one connection between him and Kohberger, besides the fact that they lived 1 to 2 miles away from each other. Whip-de-doo. There's a lot of people that live 1 mile up the street. You know what I mean? So this is up on their level. Cops did it. The FBI did it. They're all involved. How do you get also still pull that data information if they were really thinking he was involved? Even if there was a factory reset, they still are able to pull that data.
Well, The whole knife thing kind of already checks out with the point that it was a Marine Corps knife and he was in the Army, so there's no evidence supporting that they were anywhere linked. There's no picture proof. There's no, just proof period that those two were even linked together, especially at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, no doubt. Weird one. So you said, see, we can't talk about Kopaka right there. High fashion, T-REV, trendy. What's going on, Shannon? Nice to see you. Zane Anonymous, I can only imagine how much is hidden from the public. Banana Fresh says, so many people believe Enan Harsh did it. His talent with knives is amazing. I gotta agree to that. He's wild. You know who Enan Harsh is? I don't think you've seen him.
Don't think I've seen him, but I think he was one of the ones mentioned when we were covering the case before. His name came up.
He juggles knives, bro. He does this crazy shit. You'll have to see it. He's good with them for sure. FBI should have been called in that first day for Idaho 4. Moscow PD weren't equipped. He said weren't equipped or allegedly experienced in crimes like this. Michelle said, who are we talking about? Oh, you're talking Enan Harsh. Then who is the co-defendant? Is that what you meant? Who is a co-defendant? What do you mean co-defendant?
I think it says co-deferment, I think.
Who is the co-defendant? I thought maybe she meant defendant, but seriously think Brent was involved? What evidence do you have?
I don't think Brent was involved.
Bro, that shit does spark a lot of...
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to, and I was just basically trying to see if there's any kind of correlation or anything, but...
No, bro, this is a free-thinking platform.
I know.
That's what I promote. I promote free thinking, so I want people to think, but I also want people to see all the facts, and then then you can go around, see the speculation.
At the end of the day, I don't think there is any correlation to it. I mean, I was just trying to deep think it, but honestly, there's no evidence for me to come out and say, yeah, they were. Now, I had some thoughts pop in my head thinking that he could be involved, but there's no proof.
Yeah, there's none. There is none. There is no proof on that. How crazy is that? They tore down the... Oh, yeah. What do you think about that? I don't know if you've seen that or not, but they demolished the house down before the trial.
Yeah, that's wild.
You know what I mean? Like, they demolished the house down.
Did they get... that's... There could have still been evidence in there.
The call. Oh, I mean, they explained why they did. They said that it was it was ruined from chemicals and stuff like that. So they knocked it down. But it just doesn't, in my opinion, they should have kept it up. Because what if the jurors wanted to go there?
Right.
What if they wanted to go there and see what angle DM seen him from or how, whatever it may be. They went to, jurors went to where? To many places. What, OJ?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it like, see, and that's one thing that I always throw in with this information. Sometimes it takes somebody looking from the outside in who doesn't know, have all this experience with law enforcement and stuff, for them to go and look at the situation or the crime scene, because then maybe they might find something that they missed that could tie into the case.
Yeah. Nancy, have you seen the video? It's super weird. Never heard of it happening. It's just all so crazy weird. Yeah, I seen that. CKI. That's a good point you brought up too. What the guy is Chief Fry is retiring. The dude that was like one of the main cats on that you would see every time he spoke. He spoke on the pressers. Chief Fry played a big part in the case, as far as I know. I mean, as far as being the face and talking. My question, why did they bury the house? If they wanted to stop people from taking pieces or whatever they said, why wouldn't they just burn the rubble? Why bury it? It's a good question. I don't know.
And guys, I am sorry if I did upset anybody with those comments I said about with Brett. I didn't mean to upset anybody with it because I know he had passed. And, it is sad seeing somebody who served past, because I lost my brother who served. So I mean, I understand where it's where feelings can get brought up on that, but I honestly thinking about it though, I just honestly don't think he's tied into it. There's like we said, no evidence to support that.
No way, it's all good. We're all just speculating. Everybody's speculating. If you haven't
Right.
heard of law enforcement, it ain't true. I mean, obviously you can go and look and see everything that's out there, but yeah, definitely don't be sorry for thinking, bro. Like just because you don't have the same view or thought or
Well, no, I can understand where it can ruffle some feathers because I mean, he has passed away, and to just be saying, "Oh, it can ruffle some feathers," and I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. You gotta, stay true to what your thoughts are. If that's what you're thinking, say that. Some people are scared of that, bro. Some people are scared to speak their mind.
At first, I did think that there were some possible connections between those two, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a speculation, and it can't be proven. So it's just a theory at that point.
Yeah, and then when you think about it, when people bring out these type of speculations, it could damage family members of Brent Kopaka. He's resting in peace, and people are constantly bringing his name up with no connection to the case whatsoever. And and that, to me, it's like you can't, if you do an Idaho 4 live, you're going to hear the name Brent Kopaka, whether you like it or not. You're going to see it in the comments. You know what I mean? So you might as well speak on it and kill it in the for me, I'm on his side. I think absolutely nothing happened there. I think it's brought up for nothing. Yes, there was a little standoff there, and he allegedly threatened his roommates or whatever, and he was killed by the police. Yes, but the investigation is closed now, and we haven't heard no connection between them. So I think that, it shouldn't be brought up in case they bring it up and say, hey, he was connected to it, because there's nothing there to put together. There's no puzzle to put together. The only thing that you have is the horrible incident that happened to this man that served and fought for our country, for everybody who lives here. So I'm not about to just point my finger at a guy who went out and fought and possibly could have died overseas fighting people in Afghanistan. I'm not about to go point the finger at him with zero. You got to give me, I got to have something. I can't just go based off of a baseless thought of, oh my God, he was in the Navy or he was in the Army.
What I will say is this, though. What I will say is this: there has to be some kind of motive why Kohberger did all this. Because do I really think somebody who studied? I mean, do I really think somebody who, who had this background in like studying criminology, was he really capable of driving to the location, committing the murders, and then driving away without being caught at the scene, though?
So
that's a hefty first kill.
What about the timing, though? All right, so let's jump into this topic of let's move on to the topic here, right? Could he have done this crime in 8 minutes? Could he have went in on the bottom floor, stabbed Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, and also go up onto that third level and do the same to Madison and Kaylee?
No, not in 8 minutes. And not.
You don't think he could have done that in 8 minutes with a K-bar knife? No.
Without any experience, no. He would have had
Interesting.
to have killed somebody before to know how to get in and out. Because I mean, you got to think about it this way: he goes in, he kills these people. He knows how to do a kill shot on somebody with a knife. That takes a lot of studying and experience to know where to hit them, to where they won't make too much noise, squirt too much blood, all that. So do I think he done it in that short period of time? Absolutely not. He had to have an accomplice. Whether or not they were in the house, they had to have been hyping them up in the car. Maybe they could have been the driver, get them to point A, point B.
Yeah, Enan's name is thrown out there too. Agreed. But he's putting himself out there, though. See, that's different. He's putting himself out there. He literally had a post on Facebook, changed it around, and then proceeds to go on YouTube pages. So, I mean, he asked for that. That's my opinion on Enan. He asked to be talked about. If they were drunk, he could have.
You know what that almost sounds like to me, the whole Enan thing? It reminds me of the Kylie Rodney case. How what's her name had to insert herself into everything too.
Are you talking about old Sammy?
Yeah. It's another Sammy situation with Enan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Enan said I forgot. He said he gave her, when they first moved in, he gave him some wine or something, but he didn't really speak. I don't know. I've heard a bunch of things from him. Dude's, I don't know. I don't know who he is. He's talented. He's a chef or whatever. People were definitely looking at him, and people still are looking at him. They think he's involved somehow, but. And also another thing that's weird to me is how they labeled in this PCA suspect vehicle number 1. What's up with that? Right? What's up with the suspect vehicle
how many
number 1?
vehicles were seen?
What's number 2?
Yeah.
Did you question number 2? Oh, did you clear them? Did you get their DNA? Who was there? There must have been another vehicle. Because why would you put number 1 if there has to be a number 2 if there's a number 1?
Right.
In my opinion, that's how I think about it. Why would it just be suspect vehicle number 1 throughout the whole entire PCA without mentioning suspect vehicle number 2?
Right.
It would just be suspect vehicle.
Yeah, it would just be vehicle.
That's how I look at it. I wasn't gonna say it, but timer longer. Instead of 8-minute timer, it's longer than you think it is. What you mean 8-minute timer? You're way what? They were all drunk, especially Maddie and Kaylee. Well, definitely Maddie for sure. If you look at that food truck footage, she was feeling great.
Oh, the 8-minute thing they were talking about was he killed them in 8 minutes.
Oh yeah, set a timer. I was like, what? Timer? All right, yeah, 8 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer for 8 minutes right now. Matter of fact. All right, here it is. Timer for 8 minutes. It's on.
Okay, so now this is 3 floors that he has to clear and kill, right?
That makes sense.
One guy, for all we know, hasn't killed anybody else besides these 4. Could do this in 8 minutes without being caught. He must have played a lot of Hitman video games because he knows how to get in, bypass everything. I mean, think about it. One guy did all this in 8 minutes. Because, I mean, there are more than just those 4. Well, weren't there 2 survivors as well that didn't get killed? That were witnessing and saw who they thought was Brent Kopaka in the house dressed in black, wearing a ski mask. And
what about the ski mask? Oh, I was reading that.
No, what I was saying is one guy did this in 8 minutes. And for all we know, he has not killed anybody else besides these 4. So he did all this in 8 minutes, got out, got away. And there were more than 4 people in that house, allegedly. They were like, what, 6 maybe? Those 2 other girls that didn't get killed that were witnesses. That one of them saw him standing in the house wearing all black.
She's seen him. She's seen him. I don't know the angle though, because all that I heard out of that is the bushy eyebrows, and
right.
I obviously 5'10". She said like 5'10" or whatever, but there had to be more details than 5'10" and bushy eyebrows.
Right.
I mean, come on, dude had a beak nose. What? Like there had to be a better description than that. And then I also think about with DM, did she pick him out of a photo lineup? You get what I'm saying? Did she? Because if you came face to face with this guy and police are saying, we think this is this guy, or you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
It matches. Did she pick him out of a photo lineup? Is what I really want to know, because it's kill. I don't know. For some reason, I think that it is possible that she picked him out of a photo lineup. I don't know why I think that. And that could be sealed away. For all we know. It really can be.
It's one of those things where, it sucks that we have to wait till the case drags out more to find out the information. Because, I mean, he's going to have to say something. And like I said earlier, he's
smart though, bro. Like he's smart as far as checking, with criminology, obviously, he would have to be somewhat smart, you would think.
Right.
As far as what looking at crimes, obviously he's studying it, so he knows that there's going to be evidence. He knows that there's going to be certain things. Struggling, zero problem. Yeah, he's probably going to come to court with no eyebrows. That's funny as hell. Is BK a superhuman? Not possible, but given more time, yes. Timeline is incorrect. This is why we can't understand. Just my opinion. No blood on him or in his car. Crazy. Fighting, struggling, kicking, screaming. No blood on him or in his car.
But he did bleach it, though. He did bleach the car.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, and what's another good? I'm trying to think in my head. And what would you do? That means that if there was no blood or evidence on him in the car, he committed these murders and cleaned up.
Yeah.
But then again, that's 8 minutes. It's still, the timer's still on right now. I probably could have did a lot within the timer. It's the 8 minute timer is still on. I'm looking right at it.
So I wonder, and this isn't to be funny or a joke or anything, but I'm honestly curious if he ever watched the show Dexter before, because look what Dexter did. He killed everybody with a knife. He stabbed them.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. The shower curtain was missing. I'm glad y'all brought that up. I seen somebody say it before, but I didn't want to cut you off. The shower curtain in the apartment was missing or whatever. And people are speculating that
he wears an apron.
Yes, absolutely.
Like Dexter?
That's a good point.
I mean, think about it. Dexter killed everybody on his table with a knife. He knew where to hit him, where to kill him, right to the heart. All that. I'm not saying that Kohberger or whoever did these killings did it in the heart. But if you think about it, though, this had to have a lot of thought going into it to go in, kill these 4 people in 8 minutes, get out, not being caught. I mean, if this is your first kill, that's a hell of a kill to get your first ever kill. 4 kills in 8 minutes. I mean, it's almost like bragging rights at that point for a circle of nothing but killers. No one knows for sure if Kohberger was on the dark web talking to other people in like a circle.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I see. I told you earlier, Dexter. I told you earlier, Dexter. I think I'm pretty sure you did write that in the comments too. I remember seeing it. How often do people clean their cars with bleach? Santos Flo said. That's a good point too. No blood tea. How? I mean, that's a good question too. How is there no blood in the vehicle? Great. They're all great questions. Is there an explanation for it?
Only Brian Kohberger can tell the explanation. Only Kohberger can. If he was really there doing it, only he can tell the answers.
Then Mr. Gonsalves said that he thinks he had a murder kit ready to go. What about wearing something, right? Like a little suit and then taking it off, putting it into a trash bag, a couple trash bags, and already having something under there and handling it with gloves, or maybe bringing a extra pair of clothes and he's the naked man that got into the car because he didn't want none of the evidence. But then again, you would have to bring that evidence with you. If you left it there, they find out who you are. Your DNA's all over it.
Yeah, it's.
So did he have something to where he committed this and easily slipped it off with gloves because he's handling latex gloves at mom's when they kick it in? He's separating trash. He's making sure that his DNA doesn't get in that trash can smoke. What's up with that? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on there?
Not only that, too, plus body language. I mean, you got to think about it. He killed these 4 people and then fled. Left the state, correct? He went back to Pennsylvania?
He did go back to Pennsylvania, but it was... Okay, so November 13th, this happened. Mm-hmm. Now let's go into... He left to go to PA, I want to say around the 13th or maybe between the 10th and the 15th of... Or the 10th and the 12th of December. I know it was in that date. So that's when he left to go.
So he had already been there for almost half a month. Still back in Idaho.
So his dad flew out there, Smoke, got with them, and they left. They got on the road and drove back. He was scared to fly. But the thing, there's always been good points brought up about his vehicle. His vehicle, when looking up the model, It has like 800 cycles that it collects data too. You know what I mean? It does collect data, but will any of that data help them in the case? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good idea, bro.
Okay, because so he left and went to Pennsylvania for a short period of time with his parents. Now he had already committed those murders, correct?
Yes, those were already done. It happened November 13th. So when he got pulled over and left, it's been a month. Damn near. It's almost coming up on a month when he leaves to go back to PA.
Okay, but still, if you
did you hear the part about him changing his plates too? He had Pennsylvania plates when the murders happened, but switched over to Washington on November 18th. So 13, that's 5 days later, he changes his license plate.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I'm just saying there's some weird things. Not only that, in this PCA, they have the latent footprint.
I was gonna just make a point to real quick to say that after committing those kind of murders for people, and this was your first kills or whatever, that's gonna weigh on your mind so much to a point where you're not gonna be the same person. You're gonna be different. Your personality is gonna be different. Your body language is gonna be different. You're gonna react to situations different. So was there ever any evidence showing that Bryan Kohberger went back home, had anger outbursts or anything like that? Because killing four people, man, and then leaving that on your conscience for almost a month, that's a lot of weight to carry on someone's shoulders.
River House said, I can clean the bathroom in 2 minutes, make a bed less than 1 minute. Tags were expiring. What a coincidence. Kylie's car was supposed to have the black box, right? I remember that being talked about. We heavily dove into that. He had to switch the plates because they were expiring. Then Bill Gal says he was teacher's assistant at school after the murders also. They said that he was grading harshly beforehand. And then all of a sudden after, he had like this rush. Is some of the students we're talking about, not my words. It was like he was a new person. That's kind of what I think that's somewhat of what the dude was saying.
Now, teachers also said too that he got terminated because he was doing like this complete stuff that someone normally wouldn't do. What did I have on my notes here? What was the words I used?
I read they had to eat in the dark at a Chinese or Thai restaurant place in Pennsylvania. They found nothing in his car, not one splatter or DNA or any DNA, no bloody footprint. BK had BK had this whole thing planned out to a T. Otherwise, how and where did he ditch the bloody clothes and weapon? Maybe buried somewhere. I mean, we're talking about a rural area when traveling. If you go and look at the alleged route he took, I could pull that up right now.
Is there any picture of his parents' house up?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Are they in a rural area too?
Yep.
That's where he buried the clothes, I would bet, and the weapon.
But if that was the case, that's good speculation too. But I don't know. You could be right about that. Did he take it with? Yeah, but would you risk the biscuit? Travel all the way. You're going to risk it for what? You're going to risk driving across country with, I've heard of crazier shit, and it's not impossible that he did that, what you're saying either, but think about it in your head. If you committed murders, you have all this stuff that, your clothes that you wore from it and everything. Would you leave it in your vehicle? Would you drive across country with clothes that you wore to one of the nation's biggest case that everybody's following across the nation? Would you, you know what I mean?
I would not.
I've seen
dumber
shit happen.
The car with bleach though. He did clean the car with bleach. So what's to say he didn't clean the clothes with bleach and he didn't clean the knife with bleach? It's not probable, but it's just speculation. I personally wouldn't drive with the evidence with me. That's silly.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, nah, I don't know. But then again, it's not impossible though, bro. It's really not. It's really not impossible that he could have took it down there with him and maybe thought, okay, it'd be good to get rid of this out there. But he was being, I don't know. A lot of people speculate that those pullovers in Indiana were calculated. But I don't think so. They say they weren't. They say the pullovers weren't calculated.
One would have to see the actual route they would take to get from point A to point B.
Yes, he did put cameras in a woman's apartment. Yes, he did.
Now, someone had just mentioned, in the comments, they said something about he was a teaching assistant after the murders had been committed. Would that explain?
He was.
So would that explain why his behavior and conduct was unacceptable to the teaching staff? Because it was weighing on his mind.
It's not like it. She said, "You guys, wouldn't there be something in the car? It's not like his car." You mean Leslie Billy? He could have. You said he could have what? Hide then eaten harsh parents. He drove by their house. Remember? He could have. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean that's a good point. No, the pullovers were drug pullovers. Okay. So they were going for. I know they said they weren't calculated pullovers. So I don't think that's what it was. Some people are like, man, they 100% pulled him over because of this case. They swear up and down they didn't. He had OCD. He did have OCD. Snake River on his way home that night. In my opinion, BK's plan this year's in advance. Oh, you think he planned it years in advance? He just didn't choose his victims until much later. I think he moved to Washington State and went to school. And there, all it was what part of the plan. Okay, I see what you're saying too on that. He just didn't choose his victims until much later.
There has to be something that ties him in with these victims.
I mean, you had to come across him somewhere, right? He had to come across him somewhere, whether it be social media, a school event, or he popped up. Allegedly, he was seen on the Idaho, Idaho University. Allegedly, he was seen there before.
Okay, what about
I don't know that to be true. That was just somebody. That was an account that I seen.
What about the food trucks? I mean, were they always frequenting those a lot? I mean, it seemed like the four were frequenting those food trucks a lot. Maybe he could have been prowling out there somewhere, seeing them go there all the time. It's like,
The food truck was where people go. The grub truck, actually, is what they call it. So they left the corner club, went down towards that food truck. Usually, I don't know if the food truck parks in that same spot, but they gave us an address to that food truck. So I guess it does park there regularly in that town. And they're live, when they do that too. So that's where we were watching that footage from as far as the food truck. Now, did he hang out around the food truck? I've watched that food truck video, dude, so many times, probably over 500 times, all the way through. Literally just looking for anything, like just literally straining my eyes for 8 hours straight. And I haven't seen anything in there that resembles of Brian, people-wise. You know what I mean? Was he there any time before? Did Maddie and Kaylee hang out at the food truck a lot? I don't know that. You know what I mean? So it's really toss up. A lot of people think that they met at the Greek restaurant where they worked at. I'm pretty sure it was Xana and who was it? Xana and Maddie that worked there. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Greek food, yeah. The pool party. Don't dive, honey. What are you telling me? I'm so lost. The bars. Wasn't it found to be not true that he was terminated before his arrest? Wasn't the letter going around fake? I don't remember seeing no fake letter. I don't remember seeing no fake letter, but it could have been. It could have been. What's going on, brother? No doubt, man. Shout out to you, man.
Letter. We're talking about what's up, Kurt? What's up, brother? Wait. So they said letter. Were they talking about the letter that was possibly left somewhere? Or?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. When they talk about the letter, there is a letter that was, them getting rid of him, right? They were getting rid of him from being a teacher's assistant or whatever.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'll pull it up. Brian Kohberger. I remember seeing it. I just don't remember verbatim what it said.
Because they said that he was just not conducting himself like an actual what a teaching assistant should conduct himself as.
Brian Kohberger was facing disciplinary action in his teacher assistant job at Washington State University, WSU, around the time of the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students before he was ultimately fired from the position days prior to his arrest. It says here, the 28-year-old criminology PhD student began working as a teaching assistant in the criminology department in August as part of his graduate program. But within a month, he was already under investigation by the university because of the behavioral problems and the sexist attitude towards women, according to News Nation. The outlet obtained a detailed timeline of his issues in the department, revealing that Mr. Kohberger was warned multiple times about his behavior and was brought into several meetings with professors due to their concerns. His attitude towards women was cited as a key concern, with the criminal justice student allegedly being rude to women, grading the women that he taught differently to the men. And having sexist attitude towards females he interacted with at the school. It says in his brief 4-month stint as a teaching assistant, Mr. Kohberger also reportedly got into multiple altercations with one professor, John Snyder. The first altercation reportedly took place on September 23rd, and he was called in to meet the professor to discuss his behavior on October 3rd. But his behavior only escalated with reports of him becoming increasingly feisty, belligerent, and getting into arguments with professors in the run-up to the murders. On October 21st, Professor Snyder emailed Mr. Kohberger telling him he had failed to meet the expectations and he had outlined in their previous discussion. On November 2nd, 11 days before the murders, Mr. Kohberger reportedly met with the professor to discuss an improvement plan for his behavior. Less than 2 weeks later, on the 13th of November, the 28-year-old is accused of stabbing to death Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves in a student home just over the Washington border in Moscow, Idaho. In the aftermath of the slayings, the university continued to note his concerning behavior. Mr. Kohberger attended a meeting with the professor about the improvement plan on December 7th. Before getting into yet another altercation with him 2 days later, the professor condemned his behavior, writing the accused killer that it was apparent that you have not made progress regarding your professionalism. On December 19th, just over 1 month from the murders, Mr. Kohberger was ultimately fired from his WSU teaching post, reported News Nation. Days later, on the 30th of December, he was arrested at his parents' home near the Pocono Mountains and charged with the horrific quadruple homicide. He is now being held behind bars back in Moscow, awaiting his preliminary hearing in June. Phil Weiler, the vice president at WSU, told The Independent that the university cannot discuss a student's records. Brian Kohberger received an appointment as a teaching assistant at the Washington State University during the fall 2022 semester. It is typical for students to receive a teaching assistantship or similar appointment as part of their PhD program, he said in a statement. Mr. Kohberger does not currently have a teaching assistant, and he is not currently enrolled at WSU. Information concerning a student's teaching assistantship is considered a student record. The Federal Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, prevents universities from discussing student records. As a result, I am unable to comment on Mr. Kohberger's experience as a teaching assistant. The Independent also reached out to Professor Snyder for comment. The revelation comes as law enforcement officials in 2 separate Pennsylvania counties revealed that they have been sifting through unsolved cases looking for any potential ties to Mr. Kohberger. The suspect, now facing the death penalty for 4 counts of murder, grew up in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and had only moved to Washington State in the summer of 2022 to begin his graduate program. He has no prior criminal record, but Northampton County District Attorney Terrence Hawk told King 5 that his staff was exploring the possibility that Mr. Kohberger has struck before in the county where he went to the community college. Mr. Huck said nothing with respect to Kohberger has come about in our investigations of cold cases or unsolved cases to this point, but we always continue to investigate and pursue leads. Lehigh County District Attorney Jim Martin confirmed that authorities had also looked for potential ties between Mr. Kohberger and unsolved cases in the area. For the 4 years before Mr. Kohberger moved to Washington, he studied criminology at DeSales University. While there, he studied under renowned forensic psychologist Catherine Ramsland, who interviewed the BTK serial killer and co-wrote the book Confession of a Serial Killer, the untold story of Dennis Rader, the BTK killer, with him. He also carried out a research project to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. No connections had yet been made between Mr. Kohberger and unsolved crimes in Lehigh County, said Mr. Martin. There was one prior contact between and Mr. Kohberger where he called 911 to report his car being locked behind a parked gate on a bike trail. No motive has been given for the attack on November 13th, and officials have not confirmed that connection Mr. Kohberger had, if any, to the victims. The affidavit released in January revealed that investigators believe Mr. Kohberger have stalked the student home in the run-up to the mass murder with the cell phone data, placing him around the property 12 times before November 13th. At the time of the murders, investigators believe Mr. Kohberger turned his cell phone off in order to try to avoid detection. However, cell phone data places him close to the home on King Road at around 9 a.m. on the 13th of November, suggesting that he returned to the scene of the crime just hours after allegedly murdering the 4 victims around 4 a.m. The affidavit reveals. As well as cell phone data, the affidavit reveals that other evidence also led them to arrest Mr. Kohberger for the student murders. Police say that his DNA was also found on the knife sheath left behind at the scene by the killer, and his white Hyundai Elantra was caught on surveillance footage at the crime scene at the time of the murders, the affidavit reveals. So, bro, they're saying they got him at the crime scene. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
What other video footage do they have of him at the crime scene? It says one of the victims' surviving roommates was also able to partially describe the killer to investigators after she came face to face with him in the aftermath of the murders.
Which would be DM, right?
Yep. In January, police in Washington unsealed search warrant records for Mr. Kohberger's apartment in Pullman and his office at Washington State University. The searches were carried out on December the 30th, the same day that he was taken into police custody in Pennsylvania. The unsealed documents reveal that investigators seized a string of items from his home, including a possible human and animal hair strands, a disposable glove. Okay, so a possible human and animal hair strand. So they're talking about it could either be a human hair strand or an animal's.
Possible trophy.
So if it's an animal's, imagine if it's the dog from the house. Cooked.
Could be. If it's human, though, could be a trophy, though.
Cooked. He'll get cooked for that.
Yeah.
He was where he worked. I mean, that's a good. After reading that particular article and talking about him having several meetings about his attitude and shit like that, that's weird.
Okay, so he was already.
Look at this, and I'll send it to you right here. I'll drop it to you and back.
Okay.
Pull that up.
So he was already having sexist views against women before he committed the murders.
That's what they say. That's what they're saying. He opened his phone account in June of 2022. I used to have an actual latent pic in here. I don't see it anymore. He was doing a poll survey on college asking former criminals about their crimes and how they felt about it committing the crimes. They knew it was him. You're the sign into the school. Murphy, yeah, it's possibly his. Diva says, I'm convinced BK moved to Washington or moved to Washington was because Ted Bundy was born there and attended Washington University, where many of his victims were. Damn. Try that puff behind the lock gate, creep me out part. I could see if on a bike, went on a long ride, but creepy given the context. That's a good point. What's going on, Buffalo Mountain, Tennessee girl? Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Tunnel.
Oh man, hold up. My mic keeps falling.
All right, you're good. You're good.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, I guess we gotta wait till June to find out more about. I mean, what's gonna happen, because I'm guessing the heat's on in June. So whether he slips up in court, whether he confesses, I guess that's when we'll find out. But
yeah, man, it's crazy. He ain't gonna confess to shit. In case, you know, I'd be mind blown in case you give up out of nowhere and just confess. But I mean, it's obvious that he's taking it all the way. He's taking it the distance. He obviously thinks that he can beat this. You know what I mean? He obviously thinks he can beat it. If you're just coming in, make sure you hit that like button.
Yeah.
Smash it. It helps for the algorithm. Hashtag FTA. Make sure you smash that like button. Content all over the place. I'm actually about to put up. My Patreon should be dropping soon. I got a lot of stuff, a lot of perks that are going to be in that. So be on the lookout for that. It's going to be mad crazy.
yeah, I'm about to hop off here so you can start taking some calls, man. Because I think a lot of people.
Boy, I'm about to go chill. I'm about to go sit back myself. We've been on for 6 hours. It's good. I like the longer lives. I like 6 to 12 hours. It depends.
Hey, I like picking your brain, man, on this stuff. I mean, I don't know everything, all the details, but I mean, I like picking your brain on this shit, man.
Oh yeah, no, it's always good to have it. It's always good to have guests on, man. I just want to make sure I bring up the right people. But I appreciate you coming on, brother.
Yeah, hey, no problem, man. If you ever want me to pick your brains on some more cases, man, let me know.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll do some open panel nights. Bring some other people up too.
Yeah,
that's a lot of people that want to come up and talk and stuff. And I appreciate everybody in the chat. Shout out to Rando, American Pie, Elevated Design Garage by Erica. Autumn Renee, shout out to you. I appreciate you, Diva. Infamous Truth Teller, Deetra, Skippy. Shout out to y'all. Keeper, True Crime and Paranormal. Love the name. Love the name. Buffalo. Shout out to you, Skippy. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everybody who stayed, chat, talking. We got a lot of stuff to cover. There's a lot of cases to cover right now, obviously. You got Elijah View, the missing 2-year-old boy. Have you seen, or 3-year-old boy? You seen much of that?
Yeah, I've been looking a little bit at it. It's another sad situation where, you know, it just angers me. And one thing I was going to tell you the other night, I was going to hop in. I think I did hop into your actual comments when you were doing that. I said another case of bad parenting.
Yeah,
bad parenting.
Yeah.
Now the one that made me mad the most was that racist dude, man, the skinhead guy.
Mm-hmm.
How. And then when someone showed the picture of him sitting in the car with, you know, the grandma and all that stuff, it's like, now the truth comes out. There was more association what they were leading on. It's sad, man. Seeing the child get.
Jim said, "I like this format." I got tons of formats. Mix it up, right? You know, you want to mix things up. So, but it's just Elijah View case, man.
So for these new people that are here who don't know who I am,
yeah,
I was with Trev on here a lot when the Kylie Rodney case. I helped him. We spent nights,
over 30 hours, way over 30 hours live,
both tackling it together, looking at stuff, pulling up cameras, all this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't have the knowledge that Trev does in this stuff. I mean, I just like coming on here and picking his brain.
You just have a good time, man, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. They can pick it. These cases are crazy. But people don't know. I want to let people know, for the people who do follow the Paranormal channel, that we actually have some stuff, and that I wanted to let people know that we actually are going to be doing some stuff, some actual stuff, and the episodes are going to be coming out, and it's called Voice for the Voiceless Paranormal. And we are going to be going to locations and actually investigating them. And one of the first ones that we have in our scopes, that we're talking about, is actually locking in the live investigation to Waverly.
Yeah.
And a few other places too. a few other places too. But I'm gonna be dropping actually full-blown productions on the other channel. It's gonna be a full-blown production. He'll have a camera, I'll have a camera. You'll see both angles. We'll drop bonus footage, all different types of stuff. We're gonna be trying to go to the most haunted places in America and investigate them. But I want to go to places where, people had lost their life tragically in moments. And that's why I like doing paranormal investigations. That's why I like this. That's why I like true crime. And it's not that I like people dying, but I want to know what happens to us when we leave, right?
Yeah,
What
and you
happens to
also
us when
want
we're
to know
gone?
what drives people to do heinous crimes like that.
Exactly. And when we go to these places, like for instance, I want to get me and you inside of the Axe Velisca murder house. I want us to do a full-blown investigation in that house. That's where the dude killed 6 kids with an axe.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't know who it was, but they thought it was the Reverend. You know what I mean? They thought the Reverend did it. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy case, wild as hell. But I want to go there. Those are the type of places I want to go there. What other places all over the place where people been? There's one in Chicago too, that H.H. Holmes, right around the corner. Actually, in Indiana, remember there was a girl that was dressing like a big kid on Ghost Adventures. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
H.H. Holmes' house, where he killed, allegedly one of his victims were killed in there or whatever. A little boy. Forget the boy's name, but I remember the episode. Thank you, Gold Dust. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. He said, time for a vibe sesh. I'm serious. Ren, that's what I've been planning that for a long time. I've been planning this for a long time. Louisiana, come on. I'm on my way.
Yeah, there's actually, Macy, there's an actual good place in Louisiana that you're talking about. The Myrtle's Plantation. One of the most haunted plantations in the world is in Louisiana, I do believe. And I've always had a passion for paranormal. It's not, it's more so, to me, it's an adventure because you don't know what kind of evidence you're going to catch. You could go in and you could get nothing. You could go in and you could get a gold mine of information, from people who we've lost. And because that's been my question in my entire life is what happens when we die. And if you read, study science, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So where does our energy go when we leave this plane?
Thank you for the support, Jim. I appreciate the support. So this is what I'm thinking. When we're going to create a separate channel for that, we're going to name it Voice for the Voiceless Paranormal. And that's where we will drop our episodes of these places that we go to. Now it's going to take a while. I'd say take a little bit to put the production together. Cause not only when we come back from the trip, we're going to have to dump all the data and all the footage into one thing and then sit down and go through all of it. You know what I mean? Decide what we want, what we get. You know what I mean? That's what we have to do. I feel like, anyways, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through every single nook and cranny. H.H. Holmes, America's first serial killer, or first documented at least. All right. Yeah, I know you're right by it. What, Myrtle? You're right by Myrtle Plantation. Come on down, Dauphin. We said, come on down to Dauphin Island, Alabama, otherwise known as Massacre Island.
Now, there is a place that there's a team that I usually watch on YouTube, the Paranormal Files. Colin and his dad went to a place called the where was it? It was a prison. It was a reformatory, but it was the Smoky Mountain prison or something. And it had like a sugar shack in it or something. And they went in there and they got a lot of stuff, like hearing a bunch of so there was an inmate that was part of Aryan Brotherhood, and he was a high-ranking member. Well, one of his people in his gang killed him, came to his cell and killed him, and they set up cameras and EVPs. They caught him talking like crazy in there, dude. I mean, he was having full conversations.
That's crazy, bro.
And they actually caught some audio to where they actually had a audio recording set up to where it was just those two in the building, and you could hear two inmates having a conversation like in the cell block above them, saying they caught on audio, you could hear it clear as day having a conversation.
That's wild. I mean, and that's the type of stuff that we're gonna get too when we go. That's the type of stuff that we're gonna get when we go. You already know. We've already, for some people who've been here long enough, they've seen us do sessions together, actually live Spirit Box sessions live. So I mean, if you've been here since Smoke's been on here and you've seen us do the sessions, I mean, now I have this though, Smoke. I have the newer one. I have the SB7.
It's like it looks like a giant walkie-talkie, man.
Bro, it's big as hell. Yo, what's going on, man?
Right? It looks like a cell phone, dude. It's wild. I mean, hey, me and you caught a lot of stuff with Kylie Rodney.
This thing is really good, bro. Like super good. I love this thing. Like it's way better than the normal 7.
I don't think you guys realize what we caught. We caught not only some good evidence with Kylie Rodney, he caught Pat Stay. He caught.
Oh yeah.
Who was the other one? The other rapper.
Tupac or no, Coolio. You said remember
good.
No. You go you said something like, oh, he won't do that, or I'll shave my something right now. And I go, what did I say? I was like, he says that you won't do this, that, and the third, and he goes, you can hear it. Coolio come through.
I'll shave my mustache.
It was funny. That was funny.
I said, I'll shave my mustache if you say something. And he came in there, and I was like, I was like, all right, guys, I have to go shave my mustache off because and I mean, it was his voice too.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, Kylie Rodney, we got the other ones too. The one where the lady's car went missing and they found it and like drove off the embankment. Remember?
Oh yeah, a lot of people have been bringing that up, and I mention that every time when I hear about her name. It's Jalissa Fuentes or something like.
Yeah, that's it.
Jalissa.
Yep, Jalissa Fuentes. Yep, that's it.
Was that her last name? I want to make sure. I think
Fuentes. Yeah, it was.
Remember, we go, where are you at? Where are you located? And she goes, by the river.
Yep.
Like, remember that? By the river. So we've been doing this. We've been doing this for a while. So it's time to take it on the road, though.
Absolutely.
It's time to take it on the road to the actual locations, because I feel like the type of investigations that me and you are going to do are way different than everybody else, because people are going there, they're normally doing this, but I'm actually more into the story of the victims, and you know what I mean?
Right.
Talking to
getting
them.
justice.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I go there for, is to try to capture relevant things. And the paranormal is being investigated to this day. It's always been I'll go in any building, wherever. It doesn't matter. I don't care how haunted it is.
Waverly's got 5 floors, man, and I tell you, the most active floor of them all is the death tunnel.
Man, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good journey. I'll tell you that
Absolutely.
much.
I'm down for it. I'm ready, because I mean, I haven't felt that feeling in a long time, actually going into places. Whenever I go into places like that, I can feel the energy hit me. I know it's gonna be good. Waverly's gonna be good.
And maybe we pull up. I don't know. Maybe we go live while we're there. Who knows? You never know. I won't tell you what building I'm in, but I'll be.
Right.
I'll definitely do some lives. I appreciate you, Slims. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Arlene says we aren't allowed to smoke in there, but it's freaky walking through it. What place is that? Oh, Eastern State Penitentiary. Wow. Yeah. That's another. Didn't Zach and them went there too?
Yeah.
Eastern State Penitentiary. Remember Al Capone? Was it Al Capone had a jail cell in there?
Al Capone had one, yeah. And then there was some evidence that Taps caught there years prior to Ghostfishers going, where a full body apparition dropped down from the ceiling and ran on the catwalk. That they could not recreate. They tried.
No matter what, they couldn't recreate that.
Nope.
Haunted investigations will be less sad than these missing children, Ren says. That's a tough subject. I know that I talked to old mod of mine, Callie. I talked to her recently, and she was talking about. She said she went to the Zach Baggins Museum, and I'm like, I've been wanting to go there for a long time. And she shared her experience with the Kevorkian van, and I was like, yo, that's the Kevorkian. I forgot exactly what she said, but she said that it was super weird. Her husband freaked out or some shit. Alcatraz, Alcatraz would be great to go to.
Alcatraz would be a good one.
I would go in there by myself, or with me and Smoke walk through there. I don't care.
The one that I want to go to the most out of all of them is Birdcage Theater in Tombstone, Arizona.
Birdcage Theater, dude, isn't that the spot where Zach had that one dude and the dude passed away not too long after?
Got shot and killed.
I want to go there too because that place had me, bro. It had me wanting to go there.
Yeah,
just seeing that episode alone.
Just like so much history in that town alone with all the gunslingers that came through. I mean, it's just.
I love it, man. That's why I'm excited. I've been waiting to put something like that together. I was gonna go on. I was at the point where I was like, man, I'm just gonna hit the journeys by myself, but. You already know that we were already partners in crime on Paranormal, regardless.
Yeah, and I'm down. I can't wait to do it, man. I'm ready to quit this day job.
The job that you're at now, I don't know what we'll talk about it after and we'll get it signed up because I want to lock in Waverly. I want to lock in, or it don't even have to be Waverly. It could be anywhere. I just want to lock it in. What's going on, Lexi Texi? Welcome to the stream.
Well, I've got an interview today somewhere, so hopefully it goes good. I get this job. It's a retail job, so I'll be able to. Hopefully, it's flexible. I can get days off if I want. So, planning it out.
Damn. So, what you're leaving? What was it, Frito or something like that? Mm-hmm. You got it, brother.
Yeah, because they're making me do a floater, and I'm just not driving to Illinois and Louisville every day.
You never know. Maybe you never know what we do with the paranormal shit that we do, brother. You never know.
I'm down though.
I'm doing it regardless. I'm gonna do it regardless. Right. I love it. I want to make full production though. Like I want it to be an actual legit show. When people turn it on, they're watching episodes of it and. We have a full season. Like for the first season, I want to have at least 5 to 8 episodes, or of different places that we've been through. With an hour, maybe every episode 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah,
compacted.
I mean, obviously we're gonna get way more footage than that but we have to narrow it down to viewership hours and stuff, but. All the hot spots and like all the, there's going to be action-packed stuff coming. Because you never know what you're going to walk into when you go to a haunted place. Anything can happen. You can walk into a house full of squatters. You don't know what's going to happen.
She said, "I feel like we going on the job with you." So what's the date? It is. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. Thank you. I seen that come through. That's the thing. We got to get the date. I know it's like $1,000. It's $1,000 for Waverly, right? Isn't it? $1,000 for 8 hours.
So how that works is, so you book the place out privately. It's $1,000, and essentially what happens is, so you book it out for $1,000, and essentially what $1,000 gives you is it gives you 10 tickets. But you don't have to have 10 people. You're just paying for the 10 ticket seat.
10 tickets. Who's the 2 lucky Rev Gang family members that are going to be coming with me? I'll put y'all on the 3rd floor. Don't worry. You never know. We could do something like that. If they do give us 10 tickets, we could invite 2 people.
Put it for a raffle or something.
That's what I'm saying. Or we could give out the 10.
Yeah.
Honestly, and have people come for a small section of our episode. You know what I'm saying? Like where we have somebody come with us and we're like, whatever. Well, I'll come up with an idea, but in general, I think that's what we should do. Taking notes. I'm serious though. Like we could that's definitely a good idea, especially with Waverly. If they give us 10 tickets, then I'll bring a few people with us. I'll give out
it out for the whole night, which is $1,000 one. You're paying $1,000 for 10 people, because usually how I did in the past is whenever you had 10 people, everyone would pay forward $100.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna pull it right up on your main screen. This is exactly where it is.
Yep, that's it.
Waverly Hills Sanatorium, 1,000. So 7 p.m. What? 7 p.m. to what?
7 p.m. Okay. If you can click that, it'll take you into it. Like you're going to.
They fixed the website. It looked different than this when I looked. Okay. So it says, right here. Look. So 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. is 1,000. Oh, yeah. This would be off the chain right here. So getting ready to spine chilling experience at the renowned Waverly Hills Sanatorium. This exclusive overnight event is your chance to explore the haunted halls and uncover the mysteries lurking within. We invite you to join us at the historic Waverly Hills Sanatorium located in Louisville, Kentucky. This iconic location is known for its paranormal activity and rich history. During This private event price includes up to 10 who will have the opportunity to explore the sanatoriums, eerie corridors, infamous body shoot, and haunted rooms, where you are seasoned, or whether you're a seasoned ghost hunter or a curious adventurer. This overnight experience promises to send chills down your spine. Additional people can be added on by calling us. Immerse yourself in the stories and legends surrounding Waverly Hills as you navigate its darkened hallways. Feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up as you listen to the tales of the past patients and the unexplained occurrences that have taken place within these walls. Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience Waverly Hills Sanatorium like never before. Grab your friends and prepare for a night of thrills, scares, and unforgettable memories. Book your spot now and get ready to face the unknown at Waverly Hills Sanatorium. I'm ready to book this back. The closest sold out. Damn, they got 2 in here though, huh?
Yeah.
April, you got damn.
Yep, all the grayed out ones are already booked. So
These are good though.
Yeah,
June 18th.
All the ones you can click on are all still available.
So the nearest one that is available is April. You got the 3rd, you got the 17th, the 16th. So that's almost a little month though. I don't know if you can make that though. We'll talk about it. I see there's a couple days open in April. Maybe, you never know. We'll check. And plus stuff opens up too. Said, please give it to someone that is afraid and doesn't believe. That's exactly what I want. I want somebody who doesn't believe. I believe that you have to walk through in the dark and you can kind of have a guide if you get too scared for them to pull you out. I'm good. I won't need none of that. I'll pass. I'm good on a guide. We're good. Can we skip the deets because I pass out before I even enter? I'm done. That's 2 hours from me. Jen says, oh, wow. 2 hours, huh?
It's 2 hours for me, too.
We'll have a blast. And again, we'll pick. If they really give you 10 spots, then.
Yeah, they do.
We can invite. But we'll bring them in for a few hours or whatever. Whoever wants to come in, we'll bring them in for 2 hours of the investigation. We'll get some footage of that, chop it up, put it into the episode. I have a professional editor that I know I'm working with, so I'll have him do the actual edit and production. I'll pay him to do it. So it'll cost a lot, but I don't care. This is a passion of mine. I don't give a shit about none of that. I'm gonna do what I love to do, and period. We only got one life. Live it. You know?
Yep.
Everything. Do everything you want to do, and do everything you love to do.
Tell you what, if we get a date set, I'll make it no matter what. If I have to work or not, I don't give a
We'll talk about it. Kid alcohol be involved. Oh my god.
No, I don't think you can bring any alcohol. You can't bring any Ouija boards or anything like that, which I don't know why anyone would do that. That's crazy. But
yes, Travis Sanatorium. Yeah, it's one of the most haunted sanatoriums in America.
Tell you what, you get a date in mind that you think you want to do, and I'll make it happen.
No, we'll talk off.
He said April. Let's do it now. That's what he said.
The open date, baby. I'm trying to go right in, man. It's been too long. I've been talking about this shit for way too long. It's overdue. It's time to do it. And I know a lot of people want to see it. Not only do I know they want to see it, but they have not even seen me in action in actual haunted locations besides at one cemetery. And I didn't even have I didn't have my camera steady or nothing. You know what I mean? I just did a quick World War II haunted cemetery that I went to and actually got some interesting stuff in that little clip. But
yeah, we'll talk about it, man. We'll discuss it. We'll figure it out. I'm down for when I'm down.
I'm sorry to hear that, Yellow Rose. Pacemaker. You can watch though, right? You'd be all right. I don't know. I don't know what, if anything makes you, if your anxiety. I lived in Louisville, Kentucky for 2 years. Noted. I'll make sure it's gone before. That's funny. Infamous. What if you're in frozen shock phase?
Everybody happens. That actually happens to everybody. It's basically your body reacting to their energy when it takes over your body, pretty much. Mm-hmm. It's the initial. It happens to everybody. The frozen.
Oh, we got to get a famous picture right here. But it's gonna be hard to do that. At the time we get there, it's gonna be pitch black.
Not necessarily.
Kinda, maybe. I don't know if we go later.
So we
right?
would have to plan it out on how we get there because honestly, they only open their gate up at a certain time. And last time that I went there, they opened their gate up like an hour and a half before. Well, yeah, and see, and plus it also depends on the time of the season. The later it is in the actual year, like feels like July, August, that time frame of the summertime, then the sun goes down at 8 p.m. So it starts at 8 p.m. But whenever we did it, we went on a tour of the building where the security guard gave us a full building tour, and it was still daylight out, and we were seeing shadow people standing in the hallway in broad daylight.
And where was that at?
Wait, really?
That's the first time you went?
First time I went, yes, I saw all that happen. Came in, it was the middle of August. Came in there, had the full overnight investigation thing where it was rented out for $1,000. Went in with this camera crew with his team, and we did a tour. So the investigation started at 8 p.m. We did a full building tour at 7 p.m. and we saw 3 or 4 shadow people standing on the floor in broad daylight. Sun's still out.
Do you guys fly or drive? I'd probably just fly, to be quite honest with you. Or, I mean, either or.
It'd be faster for you to fly because then I could just pick you up at Louisville Airport.
That's a good point too. Or just there's a few things I could do. I could do that. That makes sense. Or how close spirits get? Serious question. Do they touch you? Yes, they do touch you.
Mm-hmm.
Spirits do touch you, yes. And it's different. It's different. It's different. It really is. Nice. Nope. You could not pay me to go do something like that, Sounds of Silence said.
Hey, I tell you what, it's a once in a lifetime experience. You got to experience it once.
You got to. I want to experience 1,000 times. I'm trying to go in every documented most haunted place. Most haunted place. I want to go to that spot in West Virginia, bro. Remember when that dude on that episode did that? He was on Zach's episode and he like threw the thing. It looked like it was in West Virginia. It was a wild ass sanatorium. I don't think it was a sanatorium. Was it?
Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Yep, that's it. Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. Yes, spirits do touch you. They can scratch you. They can do all types of shit. I mean, they say that scratching is demonic, but
there's also another place. I mean, shit. We might as well plan our trip successfully because if you think about it, why not? Why just hit only Waverly when we can also hit Bobby Mackey's?
Yeah, well, I heard they're taking Bobby Mackey's down, but that's what I heard. Look, I don't know if you can. That's what I heard. Somebody told me that I have some not so nice touch by spirits, huh? Anonymous said, "Sounds of Silence. You're good. You're a good candidate. Good night. Yes, it's a long drive from where I'm at. When we drove to Louisville, it was a long drive from Arizona. Sometimes it's ice cold. Love that energy. I do not want to be touched. You start swiping at air. Right? You're not gonna. It's not like you're gonna hit nothing. I'm afraid of that place. Bobby Mackey. Shit. Put me in the basement by myself." Lock me in the basement, guys. I'll be all right.
So it does say it will be torn down in 2024.
See what I'm saying? They're having a lot of experiences at that bar. Queen Mary, I want to go there so bad. I would die to go there. I would die to go there. That's a place that I would. Oh my goodness. Yes, full moon. No ways in.
Okay, so there's the Queen Mary that I wanted I would love to hit. But actually, I found out a lot of stuff about the Queen Mary that kind of made me not want to hit it.
Why?
The last few paranormal teams I saw hit there, they had staff there faking stuff.
I don't like that. That's corny. They were
faking? Coming. They would come in the rooms and they would set stuff up, and I think it was what team was? I think it was Taps caught it. They caught Steve is the one that caught it on that show. He caught them moving the camera or something, or coming in and the door opening and they're moving and stuff. And yeah, it was the staff. Now, there's also that one place I was just about to mention too, the St. Augustine Lighthouse, where they got their famous clips of that hello from the top of the lighthouse.
Oh yeah. I know. I heard about that. Yeah. that's a spot. I want to go there too. What about hold up, I'm starting to think of a lot of different locations.
There's that huge battleship they went to where that one cruise missile hit and killed like a whole bunch of people in it.
What about the new Titanic museum that opened that's haunted as shit, that has all the artifacts in there from the Titanic? That one is a spot that I wanted to check out. I guaranteed you'd probably have to know the owner to get in there, because I mean, everybody's not Zach Baggins with $38 million. You know what I mean? Zach Baggins got up in there. He got up in that museum, and there was actually a lot of stuff in there, again, from the bottom of the ocean that they brought back up and have in the museum from the Titanic. And it was actually, like I said, the episode was good. I like it.
Can you pull up their YouTuber real quick, the Paranormal Files, and see if you can see their channel? They go to a lot of good places, and I've been keeping note where they've been going. I write them down sometimes.
Files.
It's a dude and his dad.
I hate this fucking park. I really do.
He said, I hate this fucking part. I really do. Paranormal Files, right here.
They be going to some crazy places, and they get good evidence. They actually had Nick Groff on one of their episodes.
Oh, they did? Oh, Nick. Oh, they got the Delphi murders. Wow. Bro. You want to go?
Yeah.
We can go. The Delphi murders? Is this a requested one from the audience? This is requested just by me alone. I got to go here. Even if nobody wants to see it, I have to go to the Delphi spot. We have to. This is where we should go. Another spot. Put this on there. Delphi. We're going to do this. We're going to do the Delphi bridge. 100%. We're going to go out that way.
Down the hill.
We're going there.
Yeah.
We're going there. We're going there.
Yeah.
That's on the list. So the Delphi, Waverly. Now these places that they went to, Norwich Asylum, Demon Caught on Camera, the Forest. Wow. The most haunted house in New England. Lizzie Borden. I want to go there. 100%. The Possession Prison. Oh, hell no. Nah. That sounds crazy.
Right.
Possession Prison. Yeah, keep me up out of there, Bubba. I said the Possession Prison.
They've got a lot of good episodes on there. I mean, they are pretty lengthy. Their episodes are like sometimes 2-3 hours long, but they give you a lot of history.
I've heard of them. Yeah. What always get? Oh yeah, that's what she told me. That's what Callie told. She said she went there and wanked, or the doll wanked at her husband. She said, and her husband freaked out at Zach's museum. The doll wanked at him, and she said he freaked out. I was like, oh, snap. I got to go there. I'm repeating my words. Could it be a sign I'm tired? Possibly. That would be great. Yeah, Delphi for sure. I know that'll connect with everybody when we go there. We are all paranormal freaks. Colin used to say he didn't believe in demons. He has changed his mind through the years.
Yeah. Colin Brown, yeah, the guy on Paranormal Files, yeah, he used to. There was one that he did where they went to this prison and they had this. I don't even know what kind of experiment it even is. He puts on like white noise things or like some goggles over his, or like a blindfold over his face, and puts like some things in his ears, and he can hear all these voices around them. And, I mean, they were telling him to kill his dad and everything in front of him.
That's wild. Demons are no joke. That's a fact. Tombstone, Arizona wasn't scary or wasn't crazy about it. Yeah, you'll go across some locations. You're not guaranteed to catch stuff either all the time. But I'll tell you what, you put me in a spot with the camera, spirit box, and some SLS and a bunch of different things. We're gonna have a lot of different equipment. I don't know as far as, hopefully we can bring an SLS. Hopefully we can bring a.
I don't see why you can't. I think the only thing most places tell you not to bring is a Ouija board. I mean, it's understandable.
I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
I wouldn't touch a Ouija board for $1 million right now. You could say I got $1 million. I want you to sit down and do a session. I would refuse it, and people would probably laugh at me, but it is what it is. I wouldn't touch it. Not one. Nope. I would not touch it. I've seen what it's done.
Yeah.
I've seen the things it's done. I'm good.
I'm trying to think. There's another place too. It's in Indiana. I'm trying to think where the heck is that, man.
Brent, that's true. I mean, every time we go live on the second channel, they're always calling my name. So yeah, I've always been though too. Growing up, always been paranormal magnet. It's always been around me. You just can't deny when you see things happen in front of your own eyes. It'd be different if I didn't see it, but seeing the things that I've seen, you just can't deny that it's unexplainable. You know, I was literally in my kitchen one day making eggs at my house. I remember this like yesterday. I was the only one home making eggs, and I heard a voice. I heard somebody go, ah! You know, I was like, what the hell? It sounded like someone singing opera.
What the hell?
And I was like, I got freaked out for a minute. I turned around. I didn't see nothing. And then I started doing it again. It did it again. As soon as I got down, and I just screamed out loud, leave me alone. I already had seen stuff at that time. So I was kind of used to paranormal at the time that happened, but it still was kind of freaky.
Someone just mentioned Goldfield, Arizona. But I tell you what, Goldfield Hotel in Nevada, where Ghostbusters got their actual start.
Pick one. I got one for you to pick. Cecil Hotel or that Cecil Hotel or that one.
Cecil Hotel or that one. Man.
Cecil Hotel. Yep. Which one would you do? Bro, Cecil is, come on now. Cecil Ali Salam.
Cecil Hotel is that's a crazy place. Ain't that where they found the lady in the freaking water thing at top of the roof?
And you want to know the thing? Nobody's ever died here either. Literally. Nobody's ever died here. Not one person that I know of. Not documented. So people could be like, oh, well, you know, maybe your house is haunted or somebody died there. No. Not one person died here. Not one person died in this household. In this house, period. So, I mean,
dude, that's wild. That means they're coming from your box.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Nobody's ever died here. So everything that I've captured from what is the name of the person responsible? Brian. And the Kylie Rodney stuff that we did, everything that we've done that's been here or where you're at, it's been remotely done.
Yeah, the one you caught, the famous
people died in your house.
Didn't
people die in your house?
Yeah. Yeah. What's crazy is I think it was an older lady. She was like really heavy set old. She smoked like a chimney, man. And occasionally I'll hear her clear her throat, like cough out of nowhere.
Do you remember? I remember just sitting here chilling and actually hearing a voice come through your mic.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what the hell was that? It was weird.
Yeah, I hear it all the time. I mean, there's some nights where I'm here by myself and I go to bed and get ready for work, and then I feel something sit on the bed. The bed creaks. Someone sits on the bed.
Right. T, you are a spirit magnet. I know. And so is he. That's why my boy, one of my best friends right here. So is he. So is he. He is a spirit magnet just like me. We're different. Of course, we have different personalities, but we are definitely spirit magnets. I started out on YouTube. Me and him started doing spirit boxes together right from the jump.
Yeah,
he popped his out. He popped his out when I first came down this way. He popped his out. I didn't have one at the time, so then I ordered one. When he popped his, I was like, damn, I need to go ahead and just get back on my shit.
Yep, get you on, and then shit. We were getting EVPs from cases when we live like 6 hours a fucking way.
And that's the crazy part to me. That's the part that just you can't just, it's not, you can't explain it. It's just unexplainable. Point blank, period. That's the best definition for it is unexplainable.
I mean, I remember sitting right here in this very seat and hearing him. We had the spirit box out. I can't remember if it was your box or my box. I can't remember. It actually may have been your box. We were talking to Kylie Rodney, and she said, "Hello."
That's yours.
That was
It
mine.
happened on yours, bro. And that was crazy. And you want to know what's funny about you mentioning that? I actually still have those audio files on my computer in another room right now. In the folder. I have all of the audio files from the Kylie Rodney shit that we did. And remember when she said, remember when you said you asked Kylie, you go, Kylie, did you say you should have never went to that party? And she goes, death. Or just our voice comes through and goes, death. Like, and it's so crystal clear. You just can't get past it. It completely just says death. And it's so loud. And you were like, damn, did you just hear that shit?
And then there was something else too. Remember when we did an open panel on Paranormal Night where you had people coming in and sending their stories where they want us to touch their loved ones? We helped that dude cross over to the light. The dude that died in the skiing accident or the water accident.
We did some wild. You're right. We've done. I forgot about a lot of those personal sessions that we have done for people and brought on panel. A lot of the.
It was
that are here now don't remember. I don't think they were around and seen that.
No, I don't think they were.
A lot of them weren't. I believe in that.
There was a lady who her boyfriend had died like 20 years ago, and and she was wanting us to get in touch with them. And we got in touch with them, and she was crying. Remember, she was in the chat crying because she heard his voice, and she's like, "That's him." And then we were talking about how he got killed or something. And he loved water skiing, and something happened about a lake or something. And we were tapping in, and we helped him cross over.
Mm-hmm. Man, I all I know is I thank God for my gift, man. I thank God for my gift of being able to contact the other side. I mean, since I was a kid, I've seen things, grew up in a house that was haunted, and just, growing up and always having interest in the paranormal, watching ghost adventures, doing and going to different haunted locations that I went to. It really just, I don't know, everything. It's like I was pulled there. We used to go to this one road that's in it's right near Stumpy Lake in Virginia Beach. Mm-hmm. And if you park there on a foggy night, you'll see a woman run across with a basket. She's running with her kid. When she went to try to cross the street, she got smacked. She got hit by a car and died with her and her child. The myth is if you go there and park, you'll see her cross. I seen her cross and was blown away. My brother took me there. My brother Mike. I'm young, right? I think I was 13, 14 when he took me. It was him, his girlfriend, and it was a foggy night. He was like, "You want to go over here? If we park right here, we'll see a girl come across the street." And I was like, he was reading the shit out of a book, right? He got the book in Virginia Beach or 757. So when he did that, and we went and parked, bro, I seen a woman pushing a stroller across the street. A remnant, how it looks like a figure, not full skin or anything, but you can see I seen the whole entire shit. I was kind of blown away because you can see her come right through the fog and the fog push, and I was scared as shit. I'll never forget it. My heart was pounding. I was like, "Get out of here!" I laid in the back seat when I was like, "Man, I was tripping out." And then after that, my brother took me to a spot where we went into this graveyard, and when you go into the graveyard at night and you touch the Jesus statue, it feels like skin. It feels like you're actually touching a real body.
That's wild.
And when I touched it, I felt that we ran up out of there, bro. Out of there. I was gone. I was the first one gone, though. And this is when I was younger, though. Now I'll go in that same cemetery and sit right by the statue.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because you were younger, you didn't have a comprehension of how in depth it really is until you got a lot older and you watch it, you experience it, you see it for yourself. So now you know what that feeling is. So now it's not only just a feeling, it's part of you now. So when you feel it, it's where all the emotions come out. You're like, damn, I know that feeling, man. We used to talk about that feeling. Now I feel it.
The Jesus tattoo, it does. It does. But yeah, man, we'll get it logged in. We'll get it logged in and do it. I appreciate you, like I said, joining tonight's show. Good conversations. Yep. And definitely have you on again soon, brother. I'll be in contact with you. You already know we got these investigations to do on the paranormal side, and I want to bring that for everybody. I've been talking about it, but it's past due, so time to lock this one in, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk that off the cuff and plan what date. But
Sounds
salute
good
to
to me.
everybody. Love you all. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet. Make sure you share the stream. Whatever. Comment under this when I end it. Also, if you comment under this when I end it, it helps push the video. I appreciate you guys. Love you all, and I will see you later on tonight.
Yep.
Love you.
Have a good one.